Bom dia. Vamos dar início à sessão no auditório 1. Bom dia, sejam muito bem-vindos. Vamos dar início à sessão, dentro em breve, no auditório 1. Bom dia a todos, peço a vossa atenção. Vamos dar início à sessão. Tomem os vossos lugares, por favor. Bom dia novamente. Vamos dar início à sessão. Tomem os vossos lugares, por favor.
Muito bom dia. Vamos dar início à sessão. Agradeço que tomem os vossos lugares.
Bom dia, vamos assim dar início a esta sessão. Por favor, tomem os vossos lugares. Bom dia, vamos então dar início a esta sessão. Peço a todos que tomem os vossos lugares. Sejam bem-vindos à 7ª edição do Caminho da Inovação, um evento promovido pela Águas do Tejo Atlântico, aberto aos municípios, à comunidade científica, às universidades, aos empreendedores e a todos os profissionais do setor da água. Neste encontro serão abordados vários temas que estão na ordem do dia, não só para o setor da água, como também para toda a sociedade, para a sua sustentabilidade presente e futura. Assim, o tema central desta nossa edição vai incidir sobre a água na ação climática. Contamos com a participação de oradores de entidades nacionais e internacionais de referência que estão na liderança da transformação de desafios em oportunidades sustentáveis e na eficiência ao combate às alterações climáticas. Poderão acompanhar o programa e interagir com todos os intervenientes através dos vossos telemóveis, usando a aplicação Caminho da Inovação. Iniciamos o nosso dia com a intervenção do Presidente do Conselho de Administração da Águas do Tejo Atlântico, Nuno Broco, que irá abrir o Caminho da Inovação 2023.
Bom dia a todos, bem-vindos ao Caminho de Inovação 2023. Sr. Presidente da ERSAR, Sr. Presidente das Águas de Portugal, Carlos José Furtado, Sr. Presidente da Câmara Municipal de Zambuja, ilustres oradores, caros convidados, caros colegas. É um prazer estar aqui hoje, partilhar convosco esta sala cheia, que é o reflexo daquilo que tem sido o sucesso desta iniciativa Caminho de Inovação no Tejo Atlântico que começámos há 7 anos. De facto, este evento é mais do que um evento em que nos encontramos anualmente. Já não seria pouco se fosse esse o objetivo, simplesmente, mas de facto é um evento que nós, no Tejo Atlântico, pretendemos anualmente manifestar o nosso apelo à inovação. A inovação no setor da água é um tema que sabemos que não é fácil nas utilities como a nossa, contudo é a forma de nós conseguirmos levar a nossa missão mais além de uma forma mais sustentável. É através da inovação que temos nos temos posicionado e que temos avançado no setor ao longo destes 30 anos em Portugal, e o Grupo Águas de Portugal caracteriza-se por ter começado a inovar em 93 com o próprio modelo de governance que na altura foi definido para o setor. Este ano o nosso manifesto neste caminho da inovação vai para a ação climática. Nós sabemos todos, hoje é de comum conhecimento, que a humanidade e o setor da água têm estado numa corrida e não temos estado a levar a melhor relativamente às alterações climáticas. Não precisamos de ir muito longe para experienciar aquilo que são os eventos extremos. Nós em Portugal tivemos em dezembro do ano passado inundações graves aqui nesta nossa região e este ano estamos numa situação de seca, outra vez, que é estrutural. Portanto, as alterações climáticas e aquilo que nos está a afetar a nós enquanto setor da água são por demais evidentes e os números demonstram que nós estamos a perder. A aceleração deste fenómeno está a ser muito mais rápido do que aquilo que nós estamos a conseguir combater. Pode ser por falta de coragem, por falta de decisão, por ferramentas inadequadas, por fazermos mais do mesmo, mas este é o facto. Os números demonstram que nós estamos a ficar para trás nesta batalha. Portanto, para conseguirmos ter um futuro mais sorridente, nós precisamos de inovar, precisamos de mudar, precisamos ter um game changer nesta forma de, quer por um lado, nos adaptarmos àquilo que são os eventos extremos, os eventos que irão impactar nas nossas cidades, nos nossos sistemas e, por outro lado, fazer o trabalho que nos compete para garantir um futuro mais sorridente para as nossas gerações vindouras. Portanto, este caminho de inovação, esta sessão, a 7ª edição do Caminho de Inovação, foi dedicado à ação climática. Vamos ter um dia pleno de intervenções, vamos aprender com um conjunto de colegas que estão a fazer o seu trabalho noutros pontos do globo. Vamos ter municípios, vamos ter entidades gestoras, vamos ter cientistas, vamos ter empreendedores partilhar connosco aquilo que se está a fazer neste espaço de ação. Temos um dia pleno também de oportunidades de networking. O caminho de inovação é isso mesmo, é ter a oportunidade de partilhar conhecimento com colegas que em diversas áreas estão a trabalhar em temas que podem e que certamente contribuirão para o avanço mais rápido do setor da água, e teremos, ao final do dia, uma divulgação dos nossos prémios do Desafio à Inovação 23, e os colegas irão também fazer o lançamento da iniciativa Desafio à Inovação 2024. Portanto, estas eram as palavras que eu gostaria de vos dirigir na abertura desta sessão. Vai ser um dia pleno de conhecimento, pleno de oportunidades de partilha de experiências. Aproveitem, este é o fórum ideal para o fazer. Muito obrigado a todos e um excelente dia de trabalho.
O keynote speaker da 7ª edição do Caminho de Inovação é uma referência internacional do setor da água. Falamos de Andrea Rubini, que tem quase 4 décadas de experiência internacional em engenharia de recursos hídricos, energia e alterações climáticas. Andrea Rubini é diretor de operações da Water Europe e apaixonado por enfrentar os desafios globais da água e promover o desenvolvimento de laboratórios vivos orientados para a água para uma sociedade water smart. Welcome, Andrea Rubini.
Good morning. I start apologizing myself because I don't speak Portuguese, but I think that we understand. However, what we are going to see today in this initial speech on this complex topic that is water. And of course, I mean, many sincere thanks to Agua de Tejo Atlántico for this opportunity, for inviting us, Water Europe, in this important event, this wonderful city, in this excellent, outstanding environment where we all have, I mean, in mind the matter that water is a challenge, but it's also the opportunity to increase the capacity of our societies for having a better future for all. And this for all is something that will come back, I mean, in the coming minutes across my presentation. So I would like to ask, I mean, if possible, to start projecting the slides, please. So, once again, many thanks. This is more or less the framework that I try to build, I mean, today for the speech of today. And we're speaking about the value of water. which is not the cost of water, but it's really the value, what we are going to do with water. And in a situation where we are paying the uncertainties of the future because of the climate change, because climate change is affecting not only Europe, not only Portugal or Italy or Belgium or the Scandinavian countries, but it's globally affecting the planet. And because at the same time, we need to address also the pollution, which is in our precious and not endless resource, is called water. Next, please. So let's introduce Water Europe first. Water Europe is the European Water Technology Platform. Agua de Tejo Atlántico, as well as Agua de Portugal, are important members of Water Europe. Water Europe, it's an organization, it's a network that was created around 20 years ago with a different name. At the time, the name was WSSTP, which is something even not that easy to pronounce. I mean, I think that it took to me some time, to get used to that at the time. But that was, a need at the time, particularly from the European institutions and particularly from the European Commission, to have consultative bodies per sector in order to better address and understand the challenges of research and innovation in Europe. And one of the sectors, and then one of the technology platforms that were established with the support of the Commission was WSSTP, today Water Europe. So many others platforms were established at that time. And says Water Europe is one of the, today, I think it's not a survivor. It's really an outstanding example of how networking in Europe can build on the interest of different kinds of stakeholders. Why this? Well, you can see we have a mission. The mission is simply support the coordination and the collaboration in the water and water-related sectors in Europe and beyond Europe. And of course, to support also the capacity of the water sector to be more competitive. Competition is not just a matter of being more clever than other one. It's a matter of applying, finding innovative solutions in order to find, the way to address the challenges that we are going to tackle, on daily basis across the next years and in the next centuries. And we have a strategy. The strategy is that this platform is a multi-stakeholder platform. And you can see here on the right that we have 7 colleges that really cover the full value of the water chain, which is important because it means that in Water Europe, the network is able to get the voices of all the stakeholders of the water and water-related sectors. Also because, it's not that easy, to define the water sector, because water is everywhere, so it is not really like industry, the steels or the non-ferrous metals or the ceramics. Water is really cross-cutting, enable instrument and tools to support the capacity of a society to become and remain stable and healthy. Water Europe is organized in 3 big groups. So that just to tell you what we do. We work on the advocacy, so on policy development. We collaborate. We work on collaboration, so it means that we support research and innovation, and we support also the transition between the results of research and innovation to the market uptake. It means that exploiting the results of research and innovation in order to apply, deploy the solutions in the real-life environment. So now, why water? Well, this is the point. Why water? Why water is so important? Why water is on the lips of everybody? Why? Well, few data. We all depend on water. We cannot imagine our life, I don't know our daily life as an individual, but our life in the industries, in the rural areas, in the cities, without water. Really, we cannot. And 90% of the total GDP of this planet depends on water. Well, let's go ahead. Why water? We are not equal. We are not equal because if you look at what happened in 2019, and this is worse than in the past years, just in 2019, 29%, so almost 1/3 of the territories of the European Union was affected by water scarcity. We had 30%. Then, why? We are all in the same boat, and we are all facing the same challenge, before or later. because then in the end, what happens is that there will be a gap by 2030 between the water demand and the supply. It will be 56%. And 2030 is the day after tomorrow. It means in 7 years from now. And at the end, I mean, let's also consider what will be the impact on our society, because we are going to all lose. It is not a matter that somebody will win. Nobody will win. Nobody will win because if we do not take action now in the right way and in the right modality, what happens is that the estimation about what we are going to lose in terms of GDPs at planetary level is $5.6 trillion. And we are not going to reach, I mean, any of the SDGs for which we are really fighting and increasing our efforts in order to achieve results as they are planned. Okay, Houston. Yeah, the problem here. So I love to show this slide because, I mean, by the way, I'm Italian. I'm an Italian national. Well, I know I was double nationality, also Belgian one. But I mean, basically, I was born in Italy. And what happens is that in my area, I live in the northwest of Italy, that is close to Turin. In the past summers, we directly experienced 1, 2, 3, 4 extreme events. We had the fire, we had the flood, we had, I mean, the water scarcity. I mean, the lands are completely cracked, and as you see here. And then we had, I mean, the extreme event. We had this downburst. In 3 months, sorry, in 4 months, it rained only twice. And out of these two of them were downburst. So extreme event only. So then in the end, nothing, I mean, went to the water. We just had, as, I mean, a result, the flood. And then, I mean, it was even not able, I mean, to support, I mean, the fighter, I mean, to stop fire, I mean, in the forest. Well, so then in the end, what happens is that the climate crisis is a water crisis. And the climate risks are the water risks. So we should connect easily with, I mean, really breaking the silos, the matter that the climate risks and the climate crisis are all connected to water. And the point is that whatever is exacerbated by the climate impact and the climate change. And at the end of the day, what we see is that the climate-related water crises are ranked as the highest among the 10 global risks in terms of impact and likelihood. So we are not looking at the bottom of the list. It's just on the top. And, you know, I mean, we have been speaking and listening to the matter that, what does it happen if the temperature of the planet increases of 1.5 degrees? I mean, how? We're going to have a lot of disasters, a lot of problems. Yes, that's true. Apart from the matter that this is an average 1.5, because if you look at the summer 2023, in the Mediterranean area, the increase of the temperature was well beyond 1.5 degrees. We already went to beyond 2 degrees. So it means that what you see here and the difference of half a Celsius degree are unbelievable. So half a degree against 1.5 up to 2 means, for instance, that the extreme weather event will be from 100 to 170%. So it is really, I mean, a small difference that can make or not the disasters at planetary level. And all this, it is about water. Then, what is pollution? Thank you. Then, what is pollution? Well, pollution is everywhere. We have transport that pollutes. And then, I mean, it provides emissions, and the emissions, I mean, they contribute to the climate change, which means that it contributes to the matter that water is not any longer the cycle that we knew before in the past. Energy production produces as well, I mean, a lot of emissions. And we have unsustainable practice in the rural areas. The agricultural sector is responsible for more than 90% of the ammonia emissions at a planetary level. Domestic eating, waste production. I mean, this is pollution. And then, of course, we try, I mean, to do our best in order to mitigate the impact of pollution. But what happens? This is true. We have been smart enough because progresses have been made in order to reducing water pollution from industry, transport, homes. And that's true. I mean, this has been led to a decrease of the casualties that we had because of pollution of water in Europe. But we still have a problem, Houston, because then in the end, what happens is that we are not being able to tackle the problems of the persistent chemicals and emerging contaminants. And some of them are now called any longer emerging contaminants or legacy contaminants, but some of them, because we are in difficulties in treating this kind of contaminants, called eternal contaminants, which is quite concerning. So then, water scarcity. This is the report of the European Commission that was published in March 2023. And it was just, a war report. A war report because they say, look, that's what happened particularly in some countries in Europe, is that by 2023, during the summit 2023, all the regions closing to the Alps will really face very bad situation concerning drought. And this happened, in France, in Spain, in Italy. But then, I have friends and colleagues working in Switzerland, and we always think, to Switzerland as a place that's always green with a lot of water. That's not true any longer. There are utilities in Switzerland reporting the matter that they are in water scarcity. And water scarcity, it is not only because it doesn't rain enough. Water could be scarce when it is not enough, it doesn't rain enough, when there is too much water. When there is too much water, we cannot use the water. If you are in a flooded area, water is not available. Or it's too much polluted, and then it requires too much investment to get back to the acceptable quality. So water scarcity can be seen from different points of view, but then in the end, what is the result? Is that we don't have enough water. Why? Because water, it's a quite strange thing. it's a local resource. We are not going, to pack up water, and send it to China, in an aircraft and sell, 2-3 million cubic meters of water. It doesn't make sense. It is not endless, and then it's a shared resource. And then in the end, nobody owns water. Because at the end, we are all users. Because water enters in our houses, in our industries, it enters, in the fields for the irrigation, but then we use it, but we do not own. So it is a shared, always shared resource. The point is that as long as we look at the system that will be adopted so far, which is the linear approach, which is take, use, and dispose, of course, we don't have an end point for sustainability. How can we make a sustainability plan if we do not consider that our resources, which is a very limited resource on this planet, must be reused, recycled, and to find an end point for the sustainability. So, but we do have opportunities. We have a lot of opportunities. So really, the shift from the linear to the circular economy, I fully understand. It's a complex shift. It's a complex journey. It's not a cheap one. It takes a long time because we've been building our society on the linear approach, and then we cannot throw away whatever we did up to now. We need to reconvert. We need to plan differently for the future. But the future is not just next year. The future will be the next centuries. But if we don't start now, we will never have the opportunity of being back to a sustainability point in water management and water efficiency. So you can see, there are many opportunities. We have the green industries, we have the green cities, we have the green rural, but all this system is a symbiotic system. In this symbiotic system, we need to build an infrastructure that puts together the stakeholders of our silos. And what we proposed was to say, why don't we go into the concept of the living labs and to the water-oriented living labs. Because a living lab is a real-life environment where all the stakeholders are on board and with a common understanding, a common objective. And when we look at water, they can manage water in a sustainable way taking what is necessary in terms of investment, in terms of political commitment, in terms of participation of the business, of the academia, of the users. So let's jump for a while also to see what we do in terms, of sustainable development goals about water. We have in mind, the SDG 6 and all around the other ones. This is correct, it's fine. We need quality education to support the capacity of our society, to get clean water sanitation. For sure we need, life on land, no poverty, zero hunger, all these things, are related. But I think that we have been missing something here. Because it is not just a matter of putting a relationship between the SDGs. It's a matter of what is the key factor that can allow us to achieve our goals for water sustainability in the long run. Well, partnerships. The SDG 17 tells us about the role of the partnership. Without partnership, we go nowhere, because the partnership is really the key that enters into the economy, the society, and to the environment. And this is the need for partnerships. So, you see, all current engagement, but this is not just about water. Water is our focus today. All these mechanisms as necessary as a global social challenge cannot be addressed individually or by one sector. Water sector, if you allow me to call it as a sector, cannot do it by itself. The energy sector cannot do by itself. Any other sector cannot work independently. So we need the partnerships. And partnership can be done at national, local level. It depends on where the partnership becomes credible, reliable, and effective. How? Recognizing if you go back to the water sector, recognizing the value of water. The value of water is a place, is recognized in a place that's called Water Smart Society. In the Water Smart Society, we recognize the value of water. And once again, I repeat, not its cost. Cost and the value of water are two completely different things. We can pay, 20 cents per cubic meter in some place in Europe, or 10 euro per cubic meter in another place in Europe, but that's not the value of water, it's just the cost. The value of water, what we enable in our society, is our health, is our capacity, is our salary, it's the school of our children. It is, the capacity of our national health system to provide support and help when we are sick. And this is recognizing the value of water. But we must protect them from scarcity and pollution. We want to go in a circular economy approach, and we should think well about the impact of climate and demographic change, and be careful about demographic change, because demographic change is not only a matter of figure, it's a matter of changing the trend of the exploitation of the resources by this increasing number of humans living on this planet. Just to tell you, in 1999, it was December 1999, I was in Brussels, and we were celebrating a report by the UN system. The report was called 6 billion. Now, December, most probably, we might celebrate another report called 8 billion. But to be frank, it is not the 2 billion difference that concerns me. It is not only that. Yes, for sure, we increased a lot in terms of population, but the matter, this population increased a lot in terms of requests. Because there are many hundreds of millions of people against 1999 who wants more water, more air conditioning, more fuel, more plastic, more services, more and more. And this is just a pressure on our resources, and on water is a deadly pressure, because water is a very, as you know, limited resource, and we cannot really go ahead with a linear approach in this situation. And we need a very strong water governance. So we have 3 areas, 3 objectives in order to achieve the value of water. Secure water, ensure that water system will be resilient to demographic change, to the climate impact, and we need to make water sustainable with a strong approach from the governance. And around these 3 objectives, of course, we have things that we know. Circular water, the loops we've been speaking up to now, no matter that circular the linear doesn't work. We need a governance, absolutely, but we need new models for the governance. As well, we need to increase our capacity of managing from the digital point of view our water resources. And we need to reuse water, not because consider there is only one water coming from the tap. We have so many kind of different waters that can be used in symbiotic environment and providing support to the classical situation where I say, this is my waste. Well, I mean, your waste will be my first resource. So that's the reason for which we have been advocating for a water-smart society in using water-oriented living labs, because they are real-life demonstration instrument. They put together the citizen, the research institution, the public institution, the business, having it on the back, I mean, our environment, because this is, I mean, the fifth guest in our game, and but jointly build structural grounds in order to support the deployment of new technologies, new business models, new governance models, and innovative policies at local, regional, and European level and beyond. Luckily, in March 2023, the United Nations found interesting to speak about water once again, so we had, I mean, the conference, the Water Conference of the United Nations, and the report mentions and recognizes and endorses that the partnership and cooperation, particularly water-oriented living labs, represents a key factor for effective water management in the long run. How will we do this? Now, this is a large European partnership, Water for All. I think some of you are involved in this large partnership. It's a partnership that started in 2022, in September 2022, and it took around 3.5 years, I mean, to put it together. What is the Water for All in a nutshell? We have 79 countries belonging to 31 countries, 79 partners, 31 countries, working from 2022 to 2029, and want to contribute to the twin green and digital transformation in all the areas that you see. And this is important because in this partnership, which is really a partnership that intends, wants to secure water for all, what we do as Water Europe is piloting, leading one of the 5 pillars, which is the Pillar D, that wants to demonstrate the innovative solutions through water-oriented living labs. So this is what we do here. And this goes, I mean, from the assessment, identification of existing water-oriented living labs, putting them in a network, support the development of new water-oriented living labs, stimulate the market uptake of the solution, and liaising with investors. So this is the pillar. This is what we do in more details. But what is interesting to see is that we started the journey of water-oriented living labs in 2019. And through all these projects that you see here, Water for All on top, but then I mean other projects which I mean they are quite important in this scenario, particularly in Lisbon, and I'm speaking about the Be Water Smart project. We've been able, I mean, to publish the first definition of water-oriented living labs, endorsed by the 31 countries of and the majority of the EU member states, with the definition is endorsed by the European Union at the end, and how to assess and to develop and maintain a water-oriented living lab. As a result of this, to 2022-2023, we are running the assessment and mapping of the water-oriented living labs. We identified 15 of them, and I'm really honored to say that the water-oriented living lab of Lisbon is one of the eligible water-oriented living labs that will compare in the Atlas in 2024, will be part of the network of the water-oriented living labs. But then in a nutshell, for a water smart society, we need bottom-up innovation. I mean, innovation is to be deployed in the field. It is not something in the air. Innovation must be adaptive. We can create, I mean, a new fantastic tool, but then we must need this, I mean, to be adaptable to different situations. So this is the only way to allow this transformative change. We need, I mean, exchange of knowledge. We need the stakeholders engagement, the co-creation, And we need, this is really basic, governance and business models, new system of. And in the end, if you want to go into the point about the climate, we have also 3 projects which Water Europe is clustering and are connected to the Water for All initiative. And we do this, which put together projects on climate impact about water, and we put together also all those projects working on the zero pollution for water. So we say in the beginning that we have 2 big points of reference, climate and pollution. So what we do is to support, all these contributors. For now, there are just 7 projects working together with the support of the European Commission of the REA. And this is something that we are running now as Water Europe, and this cluster will increase in number with new projects coming in. Once again, at the end of the day, we need partnership to achieve a climate resilient, water smart society. Partnership is really basic. Just some information. In 2 weeks from now, we are going to open one of the biggest brokerage events for the next calls for proposals of Horizon Europe. It will be in Brussels. It's Water Knowledge Europe. We already have 180 registration ready for this big, messy event for creating the new consortia for the next upcoming course of Horizon Europe, and also to build the necessary knowledge hub to tell, let's say, or to advise the Commission on what we need in terms of water sector in the next work program of Horizon Europe and related programs. That's all for now. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope that you found this interesting, and well, thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. We invite our audience to ask questions to our speaker. Convidamos a nossa audiência a colocar perguntas ao nosso orador. Convidamos a nossa audiência a colocar questões ao nosso orador. Vamos assim dar continuidade ao nosso evento. Informamos que, afinal, temos uma questão do público. Basta colocarem a mão no ar, que as nossas hospedeiras...
Thank you. It's just a breaking ice question, I think.
Here. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yes.
Just I'm just a fan of 17 SGD also, so I like very much your graphics because it's so enthusiastic for this innovation pathway. And I saw that you have 15 labs, and one can be in Lisbon. And, I wish you can do that, and we wish to do that together, and we have some spaces. Do you know how, or where, or how you plan to do that in Lisbon? Because I think we are very interested.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. Well, this is interesting because years ago, there was no concept on living labs. Living labs is something that came out particularly from the Scandinavian countries. I think that Finland was one of the first countries speaking about the structure of, it was quadruple helix. I myself, I was involved in the beginning of, at the end of the 90s in a project that was called Creating Local Innovation Through the Quadruple Helix. And there was, the coordinator was a city in Finland. It was a municipality, Jyväskylä. But before that, I was involved in a number of projects going around, I mean, the concept of clusters. There were, anyway, around collaboration. And I remember that once I went to Munich in Germany, just to pay a visit, I mean, to the food cluster of Munich that was hosted by the municipality. That, I mean, of course, I mean, the message was, here there is the governance, but with the other stakeholders collaborating. And then, I mean, after the explanation, the presentation, and whatever, then I raised my hand and said, sorry, but can you tell me in a nutshell, how does it work and where? Where is it located? This representative of, was a councillor of the municipality of Munich told me, well, I mean, in a nutshell, I can tell you that we, as a municipality of Munich, we just host the cluster. But basically, it works because we all have a common objective and a common plan. And we all agree on achieving that results at that time. So this is key, because this means it's the real essence of the partnership. In a partnership, in a water-oriented living lab, in a living lab, call it as you wish, doesn't matter. What is important, that the partnership is able to express the commitment on achieving goals. And these goals must be shared goals. And then it comes all together with the benefits from the users, the political commitments, the capacity of the system of investing money. Because when we go to water, then in the end, I mean, we all know water, I mean, we can see it from many angles, but what it is needed to do with water is that we provide water, we use water. And how should we do that? I mean, there are 4 conditions: right quantity, the right quality, at the right time, and affordable price. Simple. Simple as no. Huh? But, I mean, ideally simple, but it's quite complex. That's the reason for which we need complex, integrated partnerships that starts from breaking the silos and collaborating in order to put together the necessary resources. Because resources are human, financial, political, and inclusive actions in order to have the users on board in the decision-making process. So if I can respond to you in another nutshell concerning Lisbon, I think that it will be in Lisbon. And I really understood that there is a common understanding between the stakeholders. I've been working for the last 3 years or more on this living lab. And now, I mean, we see the fruits, we see, I mean, the results. And the results, it's really important to capitalize what has been done and creating a water-oriented living labs in this city where the governance is present, where the users are present, where the business is present, where the research and innovation keep on providing support for new solutions, for the new challenges, and, of course, I mean, the capacity of using these results in the real-life environment, which means selling these things in the market. So I think that these are all the components that we need. Thank you. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you one question, Andrea. We are here because we want to innovate. We all aim at innovating to get a more sustainable world. May I kindly ask you to think of 1, 2, 3 recommendations, thinking of the Commission, thinking of research and innovation institutes, and thinking of cities. If you could choose 1 recommendation for each, 2, 3, as you wish. Short recommendations.
So you mean one recommendation for the cities?
Commission, cities, and research bodies, institutions, those who are in the clouds and need to
Let's start with the
come
Commission. We can start with the Commission. Let's start with the European institutions. Well, for sure, I mean, the European institutions play, I said the European Commission particularly plays an important role in supporting the development of research and innovation for the water sector. Because unfortunately, the water sector is pretty fragmented because of its nature. I mean, as we say, water is used in the households, in the industries, used in the rural areas, used, I mean, wherever. But then, I mean, it means that also it is fragmented, I mean, in its management. something that we need, I think, from the Commission, it's something that goes beyond funds. I think that we need to rethink well, and maybe in a quickest way, policy development. I think that we need to adapt our legislation framework in a better way in the coming years in order to allow research and innovation and the deployment of the research and innovation to be really fast. Because this is also it's a problem, I mean, in research and innovation journey, I mean, in Europe, but not only in Europe, is that if I start today with a research idea, all being well, this research idea is turned into a market product or a ready-to-market product in around 10 years, which is really too much. And at the same time, in 10 years, legislation might need, I mean, to be adapted. So what I would recommend is a joint recommendation between the research and innovation environment and let's say, the policy development environment, is that we need to work on a better interface between policy and science. Because, I mean, both can influence one another and building what we need in terms of efficacy of the capacity of a legislation framework to support the challenge, I mean, addressing the challenge in Europe. This is something that we do also in Water Forum. Then the last one. Sorry? Cities? Yes, cities. Well, I mean, cities represent, considering, I mean, the urbanization rate in Europe represents, I mean, quite an important challenge, considering also that it is not like 50 years ago for which we had industrial settlements, urban areas, rural areas. Now in Europe, we have, I mean, a mix of these environments. It means that urban industrial settlements are pretty not rare any longer. I mean, they're pretty common. The interaction between the cities and the rural areas as well, I mean, is tighter than before. So, in practice, you ask me a recommendation at the local level. Let me go back for a while to the water and energy labs. Did you hear from me saying that the water and energy lab is identified by an administrative boundaries? No. A water and energy lab, it's a real-life environment that can be made of a municipality, yes. A municipality along with the industrial settlement, yes. A municipality or industrial settlement and a rural area, yes. It's not an administrative boundary. A water and energy lab is a place, it's a real-life environment where all the stakeholders can manage the local situation. Because water is a global challenge, but then we have to address the challenge at local level, because water is local. So the recommendation, it is increase the capacity of networking, and maybe that additional political commitment might help investment in prefer to go in some areas because they can see that the results, I mean, are quicker because there is more capacity of that water and energy lab to be efficient in achieving the goals. And something else I'm thinking about, investments, not only fundings, because, I mean, there's something different. It is good that we work on water and energy labs, exploiting the resources that the European Union is making available, but at the same time, we should also be able, at local level, to increase the capacity of the territory of addressing the solutions by attracting investors. So I think that at this point, the capacity of a territory of expressing research and innovation, good outcomes, to motivate business to enter into the game and attract investors, along with a strong political commitment and governance, is the good mix that can solve, I mean, the problem of our water management.
Thank you, Andrea. I wonder to know a little bit more about the Water Europe Manifesto. Can you tell us this recent movement that the Water Europe have made some 15 days ago?
Sorry, I think
Water Manifesto for European Commission.
Well, yes, I mean, this is part of our advocacy program. Well, you see, I mean, in the beginning, that's the second slide. I mean, the third slide was about the structure of Europe, in which we have three main programs, starting from the bottom. Is the implementation one, which is, as I said, supporting the research innovation, outreach in the market. Then the Central Collaboration Program means to support research innovation development. But then on top, we have the advocacy program. Advocacy is quite complex because advocacy, of course, means to work on policy development, but also means to advocate for water. And actually what we do as Water Europe is we advocate for water. So we say, this is a manifesto where we say, look, water is a business of everybody. Water, it is not just that strange things coming out from the tap and then it disappears after that you used it. It's at the basis of our economy. It's at the basis of our culture. It is at the basis of our social stability. So the manifesto of the Europe on water wants to highlight the matter that if we are not going to take action, and taking action means that we will all win, but if we don't take action, it means that we will all lose. And that will be like, I don't know, I mean, I know that reminding, the COVID era is something really bad, but I think that you remember when we were locked at home. We stayed at home. That on the one side, it was also good because we stayed with our families. We had, a more different interaction with children, wife, husbands, and other parents, and so on. But then, just put your attention on the matter that at that time we had three main systems that had been able to resist to the strong wave of the COVID. Communication. Do you remember that we were always online? Without communication, we would have been lost. Energy. Can you imagine to stay locked down in a house without energy for 2 weeks? Maybe with the candles, maybe, I don't know, with the gas, or no electricity, let's say, for 2-3 weeks. But can you imagine to live in a condominium in a large metropolitan areas with a family of 4-5 people without water for 3 days, and multiply that for, I don't know, 10 million families? It's a revolution, it's a war, it's the end of everything. But it means that during that period of time, these three pillars have been able to resist and helped our society to start once again, as we are here today, face to face, shaking hands. Water is really essential. Water, and for this, really thank you so much, to all the people working on daily basis at different level for defending water. And what we do at Water Europe, it is advocating for water. And the manifesto wants, to express the main concept of what may happen if we don't do what we should, and what will happen if we do what we should do. And it is very simple. We have to take care of water, to work for the circularity of water and the circularity of our economy, and really we need, to create the partnerships in order that we put together, we join hands and we put together all the resources for a water-smart society. Thank you.
Convidamos a audiência a colocar mais algumas questões. Thank you very much, Andrea, for your brilliant presentation. Não havendo mais questões, vamos dar continuidade ao nosso evento. Informamos que os pitches e as votações nos prémios do Desafio à Inovação estão disponíveis na aplicação Caminho da Inovação. Votem! O Desafio à Inovação é um projeto da Águas do Tejo Atlântico que incentiva a apresentação de projetos e soluções inovadoras que permitam elevar os níveis de eficiência e de processo no tratamento de águas residuais. A votação 2023 está aberta Na aplicação conseguem visualizar os pitches dos projetos concorrentes e participar na votação, atribuindo uma avaliação de 1 a 5. Contamos com o seu voto de especialista. A votação termina às 15 horas. De seguida, convidamos-los a dirigirem-se para a Expo e Networking do Caminho da Inovação. Este é um espaço aberto ao networking, com vários expositores que apresentam projetos, tecnologias e informação sobre o setor. Estaremos de volta a este auditório às 12 horas para a mesa redonda sobre os desafios e oportunidades na transição climática.
Quando quiser. Umas empresas, projetos relacionados com o tema desta manhã, e eu vou conhecê-los e quero também convidar-vos a vocês a virem aqui conhecê-los também, fazerem as perguntas certas, perceberem se podem ser parceiros para algum negócio, algum projeto que vocês têm em mente. Eles também querem dar-se a conhecer, portanto venham para aqui. Entretanto, eu vou conhecer um a um, ou quase todos, porque são muitos, efetivamente. Vou começar aqui com a Câmara Municipal de Loures, porque eu já percebi que eles têm aqui um espaço montado. Isto não foi uma coisa qualquer, atenção, isto tem aqui todo um espaço. Olá, muito bom dia. Posso falar convosco? O que é que está a acontecer aqui? Venham aqui comigo. Olá, muito bom dia. Como é que se chama?
Raquel.
Vocês estão aqui a representar a Câmara Municipal de Loures, certo?
Sim, certo.
E vocês quando se inscreveram aqui no Caminho da Inovação para trazer o vosso projeto? Que projeto é este? E porquê é que de repente nós chegamos aqui e temos literalmente uma tenda montada?
Sim, esta é a tenda que nós levamos aos nossos eventos, particularmente nos dias temáticos, no Dia Mundial da Água, no Dia do Ambiente, também nas festas do Concelho de Loures. E vamos às escolas também do Concelho de Loures, dinamizar atividades com óculos de realidade virtual. Neste momento temos aqui 2 filmes a apresentar, um deles sobre a poupança de água, onde andam estas 2 personagens, o Camelo e o Burro, e o outro que se chama Rios com Vida, que também temos uma personagem que é um guarda-rios que nos mostra a fauna e a flora do Concelho de Loures.
A questão da preservação dos oceanos, a questão também do tema desta inovação que é a água na ação climática, isto é um tema que vocês fazem questão de levar aos mais novos. Porquê? Porquê é que vocês querem fazer esta consciencialização?
É muito importante começar a sensibilizar logo desde os mais novos. E temos todas as temáticas envolvidas sempre que dizem respeito com o ambiente. Poupança de água, a gestão dos resíduos, a parte da reciclagem, de energia também, poupança energética, tudo que tem a ver com o ambiente é sempre importante.
Raquel, agora uma pergunta rápida. Porquê é que vocês quiseram vir para aqui para o Caminho de Inovação?
é mais um evento onde nós podemos estar presentes e onde podemos divulgar o trabalho que nós fazemos. É sempre um prazer estar presente.
Nunca é demais divulgar tudo o que esteja relacionado com a água, não é? Muito obrigada e parabéns. Viram? Aqui é um projeto que vocês têm que vir conhecer. Passem por aqui. Eu sei que vocês querem ficar desse lado, mas não fiquem tímidos. Venham para aqui porque estas empresas, estes projetos, as pessoas que estão aqui hoje, eles querem mesmo dar a conhecer os projetos e as ideias que eles criaram, todas elas relacionadas com este tema da água. Entretanto, vamos aqui ao Métrica. Vamos aqui, vamos por aqui, por aqui, por aqui. Olá, muito bom dia. Como é que se chama?
Pedro Teixeira.
Pedro, temos aqui a Métrica. Metric.
Isso.
Obrigada pela correção. Metric. O que é a Metric?
É uma startup criada no Porto há cerca de 5 anos para aplicar redes neuronais à indústria. E é isso que nós estamos a fazer aqui.
Vocês, quando vieram aqui para o Caminho da Inovação, precisamente para este corredor de networking, qual é que é o vosso objetivo?
Melhorar a qualidade da água, essencialmente.
E dar a conhecer este projeto também?
Sim, claro.
Acreditam que podem estar aqui potenciais parceiros para vocês?
Sim, já falamos com muita gente, tem sido bom.
Que bom, parabéns. Muito parabéns. Venham aqui ter com ele, se têm interesse nesta temática, venham ter com ele que ele esclarece tudinho. Entretanto, ele já me disse que já fizeram aqui alguns contactos, o que é ótimo, porque esse também é o nosso objetivo. A partir do momento em que nós criamos este corredor da inovação para se fazer este networking, é mesmo este o objetivo. É para que toda a gente se possa dar a conhecer e possam encontrar aqui possíveis parceiros de novos projetos, novos negócios. Entretanto, deixem-me vir aqui. Olá, muito bom dia. Este senhor está a fazer de conta que não me vê. Eles fazem isto quando não querem falar comigo. Sim, tipo assim, não querem saber. Posso falar consigo desse lado? Deixe-me ir aqui, com licença. Dar aqui uma voltinha. Como é que se chama?
Paulo Salvado.
Querem fugir, eu não percebo. Querem fugir porquê? Estamos ali a nossa fotógrafa a tirar fotos lindos e maravilhosos. Nós queremos saber que projeto é este.
Portanto, isto é uma empreitada de construção, de remodelação da nova etar da Roda dos Vinhos, em que nós estamos a utilizar uma nova metodologia que é o BIM. É o BIM, Building Information Modeling, que é um novo...
Ficar esclarecida.
Claro, que é um novo processo de construção em que a gente simula a obra antes de estar construída. Vantagens, conseguimos diminuir custos e erros.
Isso é o que toda a gente quer, não é? Quando...
Vamos acreditar que sim. Mais dinheiro, todos.
E quando vocês vieram aqui ao Caminho... José, venha cá, faz parte do projeto também, do GR4.
A empresa responsável pela construção da remodelação da etar da Roda dos Vinhos, incluindo a concepção do projeto, do modelo todo.
Vocês, quando vieram aqui para o Caminho de Inovação e decidiram inscrever-se aqui neste evento, qual é que era o vosso objetivo?
O objetivo é também um próprio objetivo do próprio dono de obra, que é as águas do Tejo Atlântico, em mostrar um projeto, todo ele modelado em 3D, que permite ter a informação completa de toda a parte de construção civil que vai ser feita e também de todo o equipamento que vai ser montado, com a identificação dos equipamentos, potências, tudo o que é necessário fazer de manutenção da etar, todos os equipamentos estão todos interligados e estão todos dentro dessa plataforma, que é uma plataforma inovadora que é o futuro, no presente já.
E eu já percebi que gosta muito do tema, porque está aí todo contente a falar comigo sobre isto.
O técnico que está aqui, o Paulo Salvado, portanto, ele é modelador de BIM, ele é formador também e é a pessoa responsável pelo projeto que está a ser lançado pelas águas do Tejo Atlântico, onde temos ali o nosso representante, o senhor...
Se querem saber então mais sobre o projeto, é para vir, passem por aqui que eles explicam tudinho. Entretanto...
É um projeto adjudicado já com a modelação BIM incluída. Com
tudo incluído.
Penso que será um dos primeiros a nível nacional.
Caso para dizer que é chave na mão.
É chave na mão. Sim.
E depois a manutenção e tudo.
Não se brinca aqui, minha gente. Se tinham dúvidas, aqui ninguém brinca com isto. Vamos agora para ali. Porquê? Porque eu já percebi que vocês, que estão a ver agora no ecrã, não querem vir para aqui. Vocês estão aí todos, ninguém quer vir aqui para o corredor. Portanto, eu acho que vou ter que ir aí puxar-vos para aqui, para o corredor do networking. Deixem-me ir ali. Entretanto, vamos conhecer aqui mais um projeto, enquanto nos chegamos ali. Olá, muito bom dia. Peço desculpa interromper. Estão no momento de networking. ¿No hablas portugués?
No.
¿Hablas español?
Sí.
Que podemos hablar portuñol, si quieras.
Vale.
Vamos a falar aqui, Mar to Protect. Que projeto é este?
Es un proyecto europeo
Põe só aqui, não te escondas, minha beira. Não te escondas, não te escondas. Fica aqui à minha beira, vai-te a esconder.
Es un proyecto europeo que el objetivo es purificar agua, sobre todo de medicamentos y PFAS, que PFAS son unos compuestos que se han empezado a detectar ahora, pero que pueden causar... Son unos compuestos que, por ejemplo, pueden aparecer en sartenes, en cosas que utilizamos en casa y van al agua. Siempre al limpiar y demás van al agua. Entonces, hasta ahora no hay una manera de detectar y purificar eso de las aguas. Entonces, en este proyecto lo que intentamos es conseguir unos absorbentes
Estamos todos a perceber, não estamos? É isto.
para purificar el agua y intentamos conseguir esos absorbentes a partir de biomasa.
Olha, então imagina, tu aqui trouxeste algumas coisas, isto é o quê? Caroço de azeitona, subprodutos de cortiça, aqui é carolo de milho, borras de café, enfim, algumas coisas que nós deitamos pelo cano abaixo, é isso?
Exactamente.
E o que é que acontece? O que é que vocês estão a fazer com isto?
Con esto, a partir de un proceso químico, obtenemos estos carbones y estos ponemos en una columna y lo que hacemos es pasar agua que tiene tanto PFAS como medicamentos, que es el agua que tenemos normal, y al pasar por esa columna obtenemos un agua que não tiene limpia, que não tiene ni medicamentos ni PFAS.
É como se vocês absorvessem tudo que é de mau naquela água e ela fica outra vez limpa.
Exatamente.
Perfeito! Perfeito, muito obrigada. Olha, agora temos é que convidar as pessoas que nos estão a ver, venham cá. Eu não me canso de vos chamar para aqui. Vocês venham para aqui, para este corredor de networking, porque eles querem falar convosco. Temos aqui esta menina super... Como é que te chamas? Desculpa.
Helena.
A Helena, super simpática, cheia de vontade para nos explicar este projeto. Helena, até já e parabéns. Obrigada. Obrigada por teres vindo. Eu adoro quando percebo que vem toda a gente. Isto não é um evento nacional, isto é um evento internacional já. Agora vamos continuar aqui. Entretanto, eu vou chamar-vos, vou-vos trazer para aqui, que vocês estão aí muito tímidos, eu não gosto. Olá, muito bom dia, como é que se chama?
Horácio Sabino.
Horácio Sabino, está aqui a representar alguma empresa ou veio só...
Capital Eficiente.
Capital Eficiente. Está aqui atrás de nós? Não. Onde é que ela está?
Estava a ver aqui os stands.
Estava a ver. Isso é o objetivo. Então, veio participar. Venha aqui. Olha para ali. Venha aqui, junto-se a mim, Sabino. Diga uma coisa, porquê é que veio aqui a este evento?
Interessados no tema da água, não é? Nós somos uma empresa de investimento em renováveis e estamos neste momento a estudar estes temas de maneira que achamos o evento importante.
É super importante, diria eu, até porque vocês têm aqui possíveis parceiros, não é?
É. E empresas muito interessantes.
Você que é um investidor, que já está na área, né? Já presumo que tem alguma experiência, quando olha para aqui e vê pessoas novas a trabalhar esta área, com muita vontade, muito foco e com esta vontade de fazer diferente, o que é que pensa sobre isso?
Há de facto aqui muitas empresas novas, há novas tecnologias, novas abordagens ao mercado e da parte dos investidores, para nós temos de estar atentos a estas oportunidades, não é?
E apoiar os mais novos também que estão a investir agora nestas coisas. Acho muito bem, continuo, tenho ali vários projetos que nós já falamos, são super interessantes.
Muito obrigado.
Até já. É disto que eu falo. Quando eu digo venham para aqui fazer networking, é disto que eu falo. Agora vamos continuar por aqui. Vejo aqui pessoas já aqui a conversar com a CoastNet. Olá, muito bom dia. Posso interromper? Dão-me esse prazer e essa oportunidade. Com licença. Faz parte da CoastNet também?
Estou aqui
a conversar com eles?
Sim.
Fazer um bocadinho de networking.
Está bem. Eu acho que esta área tem uma importância de vital. Estamos há bocadinho a falar porque Portugal é banhado, não é? Todo ele, não é?
Quase todo.
E quase todo, não é? Mas a maior parte da população vive na zona litoral, não é? Portanto, isto ainda tem mais importância. Além disso, a zona exclusiva, acho que Portugal é das maiores zonas exclusivas, não é? Da Europa ou do mundo, não sei.
Para nós é do mundo, porque nós somos os maiores e os melhores. É sempre esta postura.
É porque o nosso horizonte não é só aquela terra que a gente pisa.
Para lá do mar.
Pronto, e eles estudam isso, não é? E isso é fantástico. E voltamos outra vez para o mar, não é? É um pouco aquela sina, não é?
Não, Camões, é o nosso fado. Não tem como, não tem como. Agora, uma vez que já falou com a COSTNET, eu agora vou falar com eles.
Muito bem, força.
Acha que faço bem? Entretanto, convido a passear por aí, porque há outras empresas que eu tenho a certeza que vai ter interesse em conhecê-las.
Vou conhecer a certeza absoluta.
Muito obrigada. Obrigada. Agora vamos falar aqui com a COSTNET. Como é que se chama? Desculpa, o José. O José...
José Ramalho, Câmara Municipal de Loures.
José Ramalho, Câmara Municipal de Loures. Estava aqui super interessado no projeto COSTNET, mas nós ainda não conhecemos. E vamos conhecer agora. Bom dia, deixa-me estar aqui no meio dela e dele. Como é que te chamas?
Vai ficar. Sim.
Eu estava-me a trocar as notas. Como é que se chama?
Então, eu sou o João Pedro.
João e a? Júlia Sand. João e Júlia, vocês estão aqui a representar este projeto que é COSTNET. Há pouco estávamos a falar com o José, ele já se mostrou super interessado a falar e com entusiasmo a falar do vosso projeto. Mas o que é isto? O que é que vocês... Aliás, que problema é que vocês resolvem? Acho que é mais isto.
Sim, antes de mais obrigado também pela oportunidade e por estarmos presentes aqui no Caminho da Inovação, que é sempre um excelente evento e que gostamos muito de participar. Em segundo, dizer que o COSTNET é muito importante aqui neste evento porque é de facto um projeto cujo objetivo é recolher informação e hoje em dia andamos todos muito preocupados com vários temas relacionados com o ambiente, mas no caso dos ecossistemas costeiros ainda há muito pouca informação sobre isto. E a possibilidade do COSTNET é que está associado também a um centro de investigação que tem um conjunto de equipas multidisciplinares que é capaz, com esta informação, produzir também outros resultados e compreender o sistema e ajudar também tanto as empresas como o Estado a compreender quais é que são os impactos, porque todas as ações têm um certo impacto e depois há que estudá-lo e minimizá-lo.
Já houve algum estudo da vossa parte? Já há resultados da vossa parte que vocês possam partilhar connosco, até para percebermos melhor o vosso projeto?
Sim, temos alguns resultados que já saíram, ou seja, neste momento sabemos que há, por exemplo, aqui no estuário do Tejo, há um conjunto de espécies que são afetadas pelas condições ambientais, ou seja, tanto em termos de temperatura como de salinidade. Portanto, todas essas coisas podem ter influência nos tempos em que as espécies aparecem, quanto tempo é que cá estão e têm impactos também socioeconómicos nas coisas. E agora também pode falar um bocadinho a Júlia, a minha colega.
Júlia, tens que falar um bocadinho, que o João já passou a bola para ti.
E eu acho que uma das mais-valias desse projeto é ter boias, como este aqui, que estão a monitorar dados em tempo real.
Okay.
E
aliás, vocês conseguem ver neste momento o que é que está a acontecer e os dados estão a recolher.
Mas a mais-valia é que os dados são open e disponíveis a toda a gente, por isso qualquer pessoa pode entrar no site e ver os parâmetros da água e em tempo real e pode descarregar dados mais antigos. Por isso não é só para a investigação, mas também para empresas que fazem monitorização da água.
Querem saber mais, não é? Querem aprender mais. Eu posso perguntar aos dois, porquê que vocês de repente têm interesse nesta área? Não são muito novos, certo? Porquê que de repente tiveram despertar o interesse para este tema?
Para esta monitorização. É porque, de facto,
uma coisa muito específica.
É muito específica, mas que a montante, como a gente costuma dizer, há muitos problemas que... É muito específico, mas não é assim tão específico, porque a verdade é que há muita discussão. Porquê é que as corvinas estão no Tejo? Porquê é que os golfinhos estão a voltar ao Tejo? Porquê é que há uma série de alterações?
Sabes a resposta, João?
Estamos a estudá-las e precisamos de financiamento e quem quiser ajudar-nos, estamos cá.
Mas é para vir aqui ao João porque eu tenho umas ideias.
Precisa de financiamento.
Mas é interessante, são essas perguntas que nós nos fazemos e que vocês conseguem realmente encontrar a solução a partir desta recolha de dados. Parabéns aos dois. Muito obrigada. Sigam o conselho do João, passem por cá porque ele quer conhecer-vos e quer apresentar as suas ideias. Entretanto, eu fico muito contente porque já começo a perceber que já há muita gente aqui a juntar-se a este corredor, a querer fazer parte deste espaço de networking, a querer dar e conhecer também estes projetos. Entretanto, deixa-me conhecer aqui. Olá, muito bom dia. Posso interromper? Eu sou esta pessoa que interrompe sempre as conversas. Como é que se chama?
Rui Mendes.
Helena.
Helena, faz parte do projeto ou está apenas a conversar e a querer...
As duas coisas. Estamos a conversar e faço parte.
Estamos a falar do
projeto Observatórios de Lisboa e aqui ao lado está o projeto Water Smart, do qual uma componente do projeto Observatórios de Lisboa faz parte.
Então expliquem-nos, nós que viemos aqui parar assim de paraquedas, queremos saber o que é isto, o que é que vocês fazem neste observatório.
O observatório basicamente dá dados anuais da cidade de Lisboa, de diversas dimensões ambientais da cidade, de energia, água, águas residuais, resíduos, emissões e mobilidade. Portanto, é tudo dados da cidade de Lisboa, valores anuais, e que permitem ao cidadão, portanto, não é só dados...
Qualquer pessoa pode ver?
Sim, é dados públicos. Não é só dados, é fornecer informação que seja inteligível e transparente. Portanto, damos dados...
Diz respeito à água, imagina, nós consegues ter aqui dados dos últimos anos?
Sim.
Mas podes dizer, conta-nos todo.
Por exemplo, aqui um dado interessante...
Ok, estás a...
Exatamente.
Está a passar ali?
Não, estou a
Vamos
passar aqui.
só para a nossa câmara mostrar também este ecrã para quem não está aqui connosco, para conseguir ver. Vem para aqui, assim consegues analisar, enquanto o nosso câmara também consegue mostrar.
É um tipo de dados que estão públicos, que é o consumo de água por fonte de água, se é água potável, se é água para reutilização, por exemplo, e temos essa série anual que é apresentada, são tudo dados públicos.
Então, no último ano, o que é que aconteceu?
No último ano, deixa-me ver.
Isto é interessante, são dados que nós conseguimos ver e eu acho que é importante acompanhar.
Foram consumidos, que eu não estou a ver, 53 milhões de metros cúbicos em Lisboa, de água potável, e 1,6 milhões de água para reutilização. Porque que, sendo reutilizada, não é gasta de água potável.
Isto agora, explica-nos agora. São números muito grandes, números muito pequenos. Faz uma análise, explica-nos.
São números significativos, mas tendo em conta a dimensão da cidade e a população, são números que fazem sentido. E, por exemplo, vemos aqui a captação média diária de água, que é o que cada um gasta diariamente, e que ronda os 134 litros por dia por habitante em Lisboa.
Estamos a falar desde que acordamos até que nos deitamos, seja tomar banho, fazer...
Os consumos em casa, consumos domésticos. É um valor 134, um bocadinho acima do que a Organização Mundial de Saúde diz, mas não é um valor descabido face a outras cidades.
Podemos dizer essas coisas, estamos a dizer que é muito alto, que é para começarmos a ficar mais contidos. Olha, muito obrigada e parabéns aos dois, obrigada. Gosto de saber estas coisas, de ter conhecimento destes números. Deixa-me agora ir vir por aqui. Agora vou convidar pessoas a virem para ali. Olá, muito bom dia, posso falar convosco? Como é que se chamam?
Raquel.
Raquel e?
Nuno.
Posso pôr aqui no meio, que é mais fácil para mim? Raquel e Nuno, já visitaram o nosso espaço networking?
Não, faço.
Não pode, Raquel. Não pode. Todo este corredor...
Sim, já passamos. Já passaram lá. Sim.
Já ficaram conhecer alguns projetos, alguma coisa assim que lhes chamasse a atenção?
Sim, tivemos a ver ali alguns projetos.
As costas para a câmara.
Peço desculpa.
Muitas demais para dar as costas para a câmara.
Estávamos a ver assim por alto. Olha, reparei no projeto da tarde Arruda, não era?
Sim, da Arruda, sim.
Pronto, exatamente. Depois reparei que há uma outra empresa que também tem um projeto das águas do Tejo Atlântico também, mas passámos assim um bocadinho ao lado.
Não pode passar ao lado, tem que passar por ali. E deste lado, porquê é que vocês vieram a este evento e têm interesse em participar neste caminho da inovação?
Sim, principalmente para ver as novas tendências. Esta parte da exposição também é interessante, tem sempre inovação e nós estamos
É certinho, não é?
Estamos na área da tecnologia e convém estar sempre em cima do acontecimento.
Acho muito bem, é estar mesmo em cima do acontecimento e aliás este espaço também é pensado para vocês, para que vocês também possam encontrar aqui futuros parceiros. Muito obrigada, até já. Vamos por aqui, acho que ainda temos tempo de conhecer mais alguém. Vamos por aqui? Temos tempo, não temos? Vamos continuar. Entretanto, eu fico mesmo contente por perceber que as pessoas já começam a vir por aqui e já encontramos aqui em vários stands outras pessoas a conversarem, a quererem saber sobre estes projetos que nós trouxemos até aqui neste caminho da inovação, em que a água é aqui a palavra-chave. Portanto, vamos continuar. Aqui já falamos com a Costenet, a Hidromoda. Vamos conhecer este grupo aqui. Olá, muito bom dia. Posso conhecer-vos? Olá, muito bom dia. Posso interromper? Não vou embora, fiquem aqui connosco. Não, ficam aqui ao pé de mim, que eu também quero falar convosco. Antes de mais, estamos a falar aqui o Idotec. O Idotec, o que é a Idotec?
Uma empresa de tecnologias especializada no tratamento de odores, maus cheiros.
Sempre preciso, não é?
Muito preciso, um impacto social muito relevante.
É verdade. Que problemas é que vocês resolvem então?
Ou seja, maus cheiros, como por exemplo vêm do tratamento das águas e usamos soluções naturais, portanto de biofiltração clássica, para tratar os maus cheiros. Exatamente.
Olha, eu venho já a ti ter consigo, só que elas já estão a abandonar, já estão a fugir, depois não falam comigo. Elas já estão a abandonar. Deixem-me aqui falar com elas. Olá.
Nós somos da casa, tem que se deixar falar aqui os restantes, era só por isso.
Não tem mal nenhum, serem da casa ou não, isso é indiferente. Até porque quem é da casa também tem uma opinião sobre este corredor de networking, não é?
Pois, era exatamente o que nós estamos a fazer, que é ver as soluções que já temos implementadas e que ainda vamos implementar.
É importante sempre estar a conhecer todos estes projetos.
Exatamente, estamos a fazer o caminho da inovação, é isso.
Perfeito, é isso mesmo, o caminho da inovação. Muito obrigada, até já, meninas. Isto, quem é da casa também tem que conhecer este espaço. Deixa-me continuar por aqui. Já viu tudo? Já viu tudo. Está impecável, assim. Pois está. Vamos por aqui, agora vamos conhecer este projeto aqui. Olá, muito bom dia. Bom dia. São todos, não são? Então vêm todos para aqui. Isto não vamos deixar de falar com... Como é que te chamas?
Sofia.
Sofia, José e o Hélio. Sofia, começamos por ti?
Sim, pode ser.
Sofia, estamos a falar aqui muito hidromode. O hidromode, que projeto é este? O que é que vocês fazem? Está relacionado com água, não é? Isso já sabemos. Agora, que soluções é que vocês, que problemas é que vocês resolvem?
Nós tentamos fazer uma gestão de dados, nós somos capazes de ir a recolher dados, correr modelos e depois apresentar essa informação de uma maneira fácil, que a pessoa consiga facilmente perceber o que é que precisa para as suas necessidades.
Estamos a falar que, imagina, que empresas é que podem ter interesse em vocês? Percebes o que eu quero dizer? Isto é, quem é que vocês querem chegar?
Da agricultura, a nível da aquacultura, portos marítimos, aqui na ADTA também na gestão de água. Temos assim várias.
São muitos aqueles que podem vir aqui ter convosco. José e Hélio. Entretanto, eu já percebi que há muitas pessoas que se começam aqui a aproximar e a ter interesse em conhecer os projetos que fazem parte deste caminho da inovação. Já vieram aqui ter convosco? Que perguntas é que vos fazem quando vêm aqui?
O que fazemos, não é? As pessoas veem o vídeo e percebem que nós atuamos em muitas áreas diferentes, aquacultura, esportes, águas urbanas, e ficam curiosas por saber como é que nós atuamos em tantas áreas diferentes, não é? E quando estamos a falar de sensores, de modelos numéricos, gestão de dados, efetivamente nós temos soluções que permitem às empresas que trabalham connosco utilizar esses dados para extrair deles informação atual, informação sobre o que é que vai acontecer para o futuro, quando temos modelos numéricos e fazemos a previsão do que vai acontecer. E, portanto, fazendo isso no ciclo da água, é um negócio.
E é resolver aqui alguns problemas, como estavam a dizer ali também a vossa colega. Muito obrigada aos três e continuação de um bom dia. Parabéns. Até já. Obrigada. Até já. Vamos continuar. Já conhecemos aqui o Mar to Protect, foi um projeto também muito interessante. Entretanto, ainda não fomos ali ao corredor, ao caminho da inovação, ali ao fundo. Vamos ali agora conhecer alguns projetos também que começam a... Que também estão ali prontos para nos receber, e também percebemos que há muitas pessoas que começam agora também a estar naquele corredor para falarem com eles, para fazerem perguntas. Há pouco perguntava aquele senhor, então, mas que perguntas é que fazem? E é mesmo isto, a pergunta que toda a gente faz é: o que é que vocês fazem? Quem são vocês? Que problemas é que vocês podem resolver? No fundo é isso que nós queremos. Nós hoje, este evento também acontece porque nós queremos resolver problemas. É isso que nós queremos fazer, e queremos fazer em conjunto, que assim, trabalhar em conjunto, porque assim vamos de certeza mais longe. Entretanto, deixa-me vir aqui. Olá, muito bom dia. Como é que estão? Vem aqui, que não podemos estar de costas. Ai, estão a lanchar. Querem que eu venha mais tarde?
Já acabamos.
Se não, venho mais tarde, não há problema nenhum, eu consigo agilizar. Entretanto, estamos a falar aqui do Aquacílico, certo?
Aqua em sílico, sim.
Aqua em sílico, o que é isto?
Bem, é uma startup da Universidade Nova de Lisboa, foi fundada pelo Jorge Santos e outros cofundadores. E no fundo nós desenvolvemos uma ferramenta digital que dá apoio às estações de tratamento de água para otimizar os processos de tratamento.
Isto parece uma coisa muito simples.
Do tratamento, conseguimos também orientá-las na recuperação de água residual para reutilização, ou então outros bioprodutos, como é o caso dos bioplásticos e dos fertilizantes que estão aqui em baixo.
Ok, vamos ver então. Eu vou falar agora aqui um bocadinho com... Desculpa, como é que te chamas?
Jorge Santos.
Jorge. Explica-me então, o que é isto? O que é que estamos aqui a falar?
No fundo, aqui temos aqui alguns bioplásticos que foram produzidos através dos resíduos da Compal,
ou seja, no fundo é a polpa da fruta que se estraga, que chega ao processo, e é através também de processos biológicos, ou seja, através de bactérias que degradam a matéria que está estragada e conseguimos produzir estes polímeros que são os bioplásticos. E no fundo o que nós fazemos é, através dos nossos algoritmos, damos instruções de como é que podemos garantir que os processos estão sempre a funcionar de forma estável, com rendimentos sempre altos, e também minimizar os custos, no fundo, de produção. E temos aqui alguns exemplos. Estes bioplásticos foram testados também em aplicações com o continente. Temos aqui outros exemplos. Temos aqui os pellets, depois dá para diferentes aplicações. Isto, no fundo, é como depois o bioplástico é trabalhado e que dá para diferentes aplicações. Aqui temos biofertilizantes, que são recuperados da água residual tratada.
Fazem tudo, portanto.
Um bocadinho tudo. Sim.
Olha, muito obrigada, vou deixar aqui direitinho. Muito obrigada aos três. Continuação de um bom trabalho aqui para apresentar as vossas ideias. Entretanto, deixar aqui um último convite. Venham até aqui, venham fazer este caminho da inovação, porque é mesmo este. Este é o verdadeiro caminho da inovação. Vocês encontram aqui vários projetos, vários jovens e outras pessoas que com muita vontade de fazer diferente e que querem dar-se a conhecer. Portanto, venham cá, façam as perguntas certas para terem também a vossa resposta certa e, quem sabe, encontrarem aqui o projeto onde vocês querem investir. Até já! E estou de volta, foi só aqui um intervalo muito curto, porquê? Porque ainda temos mais projetos para vos mostrar. Eu quero dar a conhecer o máximo de projetos possíveis, porque também é por isso que nós estamos aqui. Olá, muito bom dia, posso falar consigo? Estava aqui muito tímida, assim, de género olhar para baixo. Pode ser que ela não pare aqui, pode ser que ela avance e não queira falar comigo. Como é que se chama, minha querida?
Carmo.
Carmo, nós vamos aqui a representar que projeto, que empresa, conta-me tudo.
Estou a representar a Parceria Portuguesa para a Água.
O que é isto, a Parceria Portuguesa para a Água?
É uma associação que tem como objetivo promover a internacionalização do setor.
Alguma coisa que possamos mostrar também lá para casa?
Sim, temos aqui o nosso diretório de membros, que no fundo congrega uma série de empresas, mas
também convosco também.
No fundo são nossas associadas e depois o que nós fazemos é promover lá fora o que de melhor se faz cá em Portugal.
Mas eu percebi, Carmo, basicamente vocês fazem uma recolha de tudo o que é muito bom aqui em Portugal, no que diz respeito à água, e depois levam o melhor do melhor para dar a conhecer a nível internacional. É isso que vocês fazem, Carmo?
É isso. A nível do Conselho de Administração Temos uma série de administradores que representam várias entidades que são nossas associadas e normalmente eles fazem essa representação de Portugal.
Carmen, quando vocês levam aqui as nossas empresas, os nossos projetos portugueses lá para fora, o que é que vocês ouvem? Muitos elogios, imagino.
Normalmente não sou eu que vou.
Tem conhecimento?
Sim. Eu acho que ficam surpreendidos por nós termos uma experiência muito interessante no setor da água e portanto, causa sempre impacto. E nós temos, por um lado, uma história do setor, do que é que aconteceu a nível de abastecimento, de saneamento, conseguimos ótimos resultados e depois temos também vários projetos, tanto a nível nacional como internacional e existe inclusivamente uma plataforma, que é a Plataforma Portuguesa para a Água, que mapeia todos esses projetos e, portanto, qualquer um pode consultar e normalmente levamos para eventos internacionais e todos podem conhecer um bocadinho.
Até pode ser interessante, Carmen, não sei se estou a dizer alguma asneira, mas muitos projetos que estão aqui fazer parte da vossa associação. Algumas empresas.
Podem estar representados nessa plataforma.
É isso.
Mesmo que não sejam nossos associados, podem estar nessa plataforma, porque não é exclusivo, é uma coisa mais a nível nacional.
Muito obrigada. Isto também mostra que quem vem cá mostrar os seus projetos aqui no Caminho da Inovação não só está a mostrar o seu trabalho para quem está do outro lado, mas também para quem está deste lado, porque podem trabalhar juntos. Isto também acontece aqui muitas vezes. É um networking a acontecer. Olá, muito bom dia, posso falar convosco? Cheias de vontade, é isto que eu gosto. Cheias de vontade. Eu não tenho. Bom dia, tiram um óculos de sol, diz-me logo bom dia com um sorriso na cara. É disto que eu quero, disto que eu gosto. Como é que se chamam, minhas queridas?
Ana
e
Ângela.
Estamos a falar da Associação Portuguesa de Distribuição de Drenagem de Águas. Adoro quando eles escrevem o que é que a sigla significa, assim mesmo aqui no meu campo de visão.
Não há como enganar.
Não há como enganar. Vocês, enquanto APDA, o que é que vocês estão a representar? Que projetos é que vocês também estão a representar aqui no nosso Caminho da Inovação?
É assim, nós somos a associação que congrega todas as entidades gestoras a nível nacional. Como as Águas do Tejo Atlântico, como os SEMAS de Sintra, como os SEMAS de Torres Vedras. Então, somos uma associação sem fins lucrativos e desenvolvemos projetos e atividades em prol do setor da água.
Mas, basicamente, o que é que vocês fazem? Imagina, eu tenho um projeto, eu entro na vossa associação, o que é que acontece a partir daqui?
É assim, o que a gente faz é assim, as entidades gestoras fazem parte nas nossas comissões especializadas, são grupos de trabalhos que congregam mais de 350 técnicos.
Encontram soluções juntos.
Exatamente. E eu acho que esse será o principal desafio da APDA, é ajudar as entidades gestoras a conseguirem resolver os seus problemas.
Pronto. Se conseguirem resolver isso, conseguem resolver metade do problema do mundo. Quase. Vocês, quando foram convidados também para estarem aqui neste Caminho de Inovação, e quiseram, aliás, fizeram questão de fazer parte deste caminho, porquê? Porquê participar neste evento?
Porque nós também gostamos de estar a par daquilo que está a acontecer, o que é que as outras empresas fazem também, e nós, como associação, e tentando disseminar o conhecimento também através de todos os nossos eventos, nós participamos, eles também participam, e acho que este networking todo funciona para que o setor fique mais...
Vou fazer uma pergunta que não sei se me vão levar a mal, vou arriscar tudo. Não acham que há temas de género relacionados com este e temas mais, como é que eu vou explicar isto? São temas específicos, não é? Em que se calhar às vezes o networking não acontece com tanta facilidade, em que às vezes até é difícil de comunicar o produto porque está mais dentro de determinados meios, isto é, não chega tão depressa à população, ao cidadão comum. Acham que eventos como este também facilita essa comunicação? Isto é mais fácil vocês também darem a conhecer os vossos projetos, os vossos parceiros, a pessoas que simplesmente estão aqui porque se interessam pelo tema?
Claro que sim, porque todos os eventos que nós vamos e as pessoas vêm, acho que é o ponto de partida para nós. Se nós ficarmos em casa, nunca vamos saber de tanta coisa, que passa só na televisão. Se nós viermos, eu acho que a parte da presença é sempre muito mais importante.
Mas as pessoas também estão cada vez mais interessadas neste tema. Sentem isso?
Sim, porque a água cada vez é mais valorizada, ou pelo menos é isso que nós queremos passar, que a água tenha que ser valorizada cada vez mais e mais protegida, etc.
Entretanto, já percebi que vocês ainda andaram por aí. Encontraram aqui também algum projeto que vocês acham que tem todo o interesse para a vossa associação? Porque isto também acontece, não é? Vocês estão a fazer networking não só com quem está daquele lado, mas também deste lado.
Não, por acaso a gente ainda não deu uma passagem nos stands. Ai, mas temos ali um projeto.
Como assim?
Temos um projeto lindíssimo ali com a Sara que está ali.
Sara, onde é que ela está?
A Sara está a fazer aqueles portas-chaves de plástico e apanho reciclado. Portanto,
Olha,
é uma coisa fantástica vocês irem espreitar.
Ainda bem que me disse isso, que eu ainda não fui lá. Então? Vou tratar do assunto. Obrigada às duas. Obrigada. É interessante perceber como há cada vez mais associações que congregam, não é? E tentam ajudar instituições e projetos a resolverem os problemas, lá está, e encontrarem soluções. Olá, muito bom dia. Também estava aqui escondidinho.
Sim, é verdade.
É verdade, ainda por cima admito que não queria falar comigo, viram isto? Estamos a representar que empresa aqui? Que projeto?
Muito bem, nós estamos aqui com a Milestone, uma empresa de soluções de tecnologia e transformação digital. E as nossas soluções acabam por ser da transformação digital na área da construção, mas também da manutenção e operação.
Como assim? Imagina, na prática, não é? Na prática, como é que vocês atuam?
Nós temos um conjunto de soluções digitais, interligação de sistemas, e utilizamos não só o uso dessa informação para gerir, operar e também trabalhar melhor com a água, mas também com todos os sistemas e as operações necessárias para conseguir ter um trabalho mais eficiente, com melhor valor e com uma melhor organização, tentando sempre usar a informação da melhor forma possível.
Muito obrigada, ficamos esclarecidos depois disto. Entretanto, já passaram por aqui muitas pessoas com interesse a falar consigo sobre este projeto?
Sim, há sempre um interesse, há sempre curiosidade e nós tentamos sempre dar as respostas mais corretas e uma melhor ideia daquilo que nós fazemos e daquilo que queremos atingir com os nossos clientes e parceiros. E sim, têm surgido bons comentários.
É importante estar aqui, não é? Em eventos como este é fundamental vocês aparecerem, não é? Fazerem parte.
Sim. O networking é essencial. Conhecer as pessoas cara a cara depois de tanto tempo em pandemia e...
Ninguém se lembra, já lá foi. Já lá foi.
Felizmente. Mas sim, é muito bom criar estas relações e estar presencial com as pessoas, criar esta conversa, criar estas conexões e abrir estas linhas de comunicação que são sempre essenciais.
Trocar contactos e marcar uma reunião para mais tarde, não é? Que é o que nós queremos. É isso, parabéns, muito obrigada. Vamos continuar aqui. Entretanto, temos aqui sozinho, aqui abandonado também. Bom dia.
Acompanhado.
Já fugiram, não sei, só ouvi aqui sozinho. Návia, é isso?
Sim, Návia.
Návia é o quê?
Ora bem, o Návia é um software de gestão operacional utilizado maioritariamente no setor da água, mas também aplicável à manutenção de equipamentos, etc. Utilizado de uma forma vertical, ou seja, desde o trabalho operacional no terreno até à gestão do topo, com criação de indicadores, focado maioritariamente na gestão operacional, ou seja, registro de informação.
Eu ia perguntar, imaginem, na prática, que problema é que vocês resolvem, não é?
Ajudamos.
Perguntas difíceis que eu faço.
É uma pergunta com muitas respostas, porque ajudamos a resolver inúmeros problemas, nomeadamente a problemática relacionada com a perda de água e com as fugas de água, em que o NAV é uma ferramenta fundamental para as entidades gestoras para reduzirem...
Isso é um bom problema para resolver. Chegamos aqui a uma boa solução, que é a Návia para esse problema. E parabéns e obrigada. E que venham cá conhecer o
nosso stand.
Venda-se.
Venham conhecer o Návia e a nossa solução para a gestão no ciclo urbano da água.
Depois disto, se não vierem cá, não sei não. Se não vierem cá, não sei não. Ainda tenho que conhecer a Sara, por causa dos porta-chaves. Mas antes de conhecer a Sara, vou conhecer aqui... Ajudem-me.
É KT Global.
É KT Global. Basicamente, é KT Global. Resolve que problemas?
Resolve o problema dos resíduos sólidos. Okay. Né,
em que medida? Em que medida?
São enorme. Nós pegamos todo tipo de resíduos sólidos, inclusive os agrícolas, industriais, o RSU do lixo, as lamas de ETA, e por isso nós estamos aqui também. E transformamos em 5 produtos de valor comercial.
5 que são eles?
Consumo para a própria empresa.
Que são eles?
São energia elétrica, nós produzimos, óleo combustível, produzimos carvão mineral, adubos orgânicos, produzimos também a madeira biosintética, que é muito utilizada agora na área de construções sustentáveis, e produzimos também um composto que é a matéria-prima, o CBSI, e desse CBSI é que transformamos em 5 produtos de valor comercial ou de consumo próprio da empresa.
Basicamente, temos aqui solução para a empresa e para o consumidor final, para toda a gente. Ninguém fica de fora, não é?
Através da nossa missão da empresa, que é a economia circular.
Bela missão. Entretanto, vocês, como é que te chamas?
Beatriz.
Beatriz, vens aqui também representar o projeto, certo? Esta é uma mãozinha. Olha, porque é que tu, eu acredito que sejas ainda muito novinha nestas coisas, não é? Porque é que te interessas por esta área?
Acho que cada vez mais nos dias de hoje começa a ser importante nós termos um bocadinho de consciência acerca da sustentabilidade e começarmos a tentar abordar novas abordagens, peço desculpa pela redundância, mas tentarmos ir por outros caminhos que nos façam conseguir sustentar este tipo de vida durante mais tempo e de uma maneira mais sustentável.
Olha, porque tu achas, na tua opinião, nós cada vez temos mais soluções? Há cada vez mais soluções, há cada vez mais informação e fala-se cada vez mais sobre este tema e parece que andamos sempre ali à volta do mesmo. O que é que está a falhar, na tua opinião?
Eu acho que nós temos muita dificuldade em abrir mão do estilo de vida a que já estamos habituados e isso dificulta muito irmos para outro tipo de abordagens. Mas cabe a todos nós começarmos por um bocadinho que seja a diminuição do consumo da água, seja a diminuição dos combustíveis. Começamos por aí e a partir daí a gente
conseguimos fazer muita coisa. Olha, obrigada mesmo pelas tuas palavras, obrigada às duas, parabéns pelo projeto, acho que é mesmo isso, acho que este evento, o Caminho da Inovação, faz mesmo isso, resolve, vai de encontro ao que ela estava a dizer também, irmos mudando um bocadinho passo a passo para conseguirmos fazer uma mudança maior. Eu sei que tenho que terminar, mas eu tenho que ir ali à Sara. Estão-me a dizer assim, Maria, tens que terminar, eu tenho que ir aqui à Sara, não posso ir embora sem falar com a Sara. Onde é que está a Sara? Sara, anda aqui. Sara, eu tenho que terminar, mas eu não posso ir embora, não posso fechar esta emissão sem falar consigo, Sara. Claro. Porque eu sei que está a fazer aqui uns porta-chaves de material reciclado, certo?
Sim.
Que projeto é este? O replástico?
Este projeto, este é uma oficina que temos dentro de um projeto que é o recircular mais, dando novo valor às coisas, ao que já não tinha valor e sensibilizar, nomeadamente os mais novos, para reduzirem, reutilizarem e só no fim, quando já não há nada a fazer, tentar mostrar-lhes que ainda há sempre uma solução. Mas o objetivo inicial é prevenir a poluição e o replasticar. Aqui nas minhas costas, o que é que ele representa? Primeiro, tentamos sempre associá-lo a uma limpeza de praia.
Fazem sempre uma ação, não é? Para conseguirem sensibilizar.
Envolvemos os participantes a limparem a praia. E depois, a partir daí, fazemos uma seleção, escolhemos o tipo de plásticos que podem ser reciclados e transformados e temos duas máquinas neste momento. Uma que tritura, podemos ver ali o triturado, não é? E outra que injeta, que temos uns moldes.
Os porta-chaves que nós vemos aqui.
Os porta-chaves, os brincos, os colares. E também temos um vaso, porque o objetivo também da escolha dos moldes foi sensibilizar para a biodiversidade e também sensibilizar para uma oficina que temos ali ao lado que tem a ver com as biobombas.
Sara, muito obrigada. Obrigada por nos falar. Eu não podia ir embora sem falar consigo. Muito obrigada. Fica aqui o convite feito para vocês virem conhecer a Sara, mas não só, conhecerem também os outros espaços que estão aqui no nosso caminho da inovação, até porque eu acho que estes projetos, a questão, há pouco, Sara, tu falavas de uma coisa que eu acho que é super importante, esta questão de consciencializar os mais novos, são eles que podem realmente agora fazer a diferença, são eles que podem também ajudar-nos nesta mudança de
público-alvo, mas através deles também conseguimos chegar a toda a população, que é isso que nos interessa.
É isso que vocês também estão a fazer aqui muito bem. Entretanto, eu quero só deixar aqui uma nota, que não sei se vocês já repararam. Porquê? Porque nós estamos aqui neste evento, inovação, estamos a falar de água, e o que é que nós encontramos aqui? Vocês não veem garrafas de água, não veem nada. O que é que vocês veem? Vêm aqui os nossos... Ai meu Deus, o que eu acabei de fazer, desculpem. Eu acabei de ligar sem precisar, viram o que é que eu fiz? Não posso fazer isto. Em que vocês podem aqui vir buscar a vossa água, trazer o vosso copo ou a vossa garrafa, que é reciclada, e encherem aqui a vossa água sem precisarem de usar garrafas de água. Porque também é isso que nós queremos fazer aqui, e se nós estamos a falar sobre água, sobre reciclagem, sobre consciencialização ambiental, se nós não tivéssemos isto, alguma coisa não estava a correr bem, certo? Por isso está tudo ok. Agora vamos por aqui. Estou a adorar. Estou a adorar que estão a dar... Já ia contra estas pessoas, desculpem, obrigada. Agora, antes de terminar, dizer-vos só uma última palavra. Obrigada por terem estado connosco, obrigada também por visitarem aqui os espaços do nosso Caminho da Inovação. Eles estão aqui também para vocês, para se darem a conhecer. Obrigada por isso e continuação de uma boa sessão. Até já.
Bem-vindos de volta. Vamos agora dar início à sessão Desafios e Oportunidades na Transição Climática, moderado por Walter Crisóstomo, com a participação de Charles Joseph, Klaus Oman e Joana Balsemão. Este painel será realizado em língua inglesa. The session Challenges and Opportunities in the Climate Transition is moderated by Walter Crisóstomo with the participation of Charles Joseph, Klaus Oman and Joana Balsemão.
So, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. We'll start in a few moments. So we are start with Fado. So be quiet, please. It's a pleasure to be here and to be here in the Águas Tejo Atlântico. My name is Walter. I'm from Seio, and it's a pleasure to be here because Águas Tejo Atlântico is a good partner of my company, but also of my personal projects to engage new generation in the SDGs and all the issues related to the climate change, and also to see a lot of friends like Fatima here in the front, Nuno, Marcus, and the other persons. We are going to have here something like about 4 hours of conversation with our panelists. So you have been outside, you eat, you drink, so you have plenty of time to listen to us for almost 4 hours, okay? So you are going to enjoy to be here almost 4 hours to listen to us. We are going to have here Charles. Charles is not present here. He's by web. Charles is an engineer with a lot of experience, more than 1 decade in the water issues. He works in the strategy in the International Water Association. He also a PhD in the IIT, is like the Indian Institute of Technology, like the MIT of India. He's a good expert in water with an international view of the water issues. We also have Klaus Hohlmann, also a person with a lot of decades of water issues. When I'm saying with a lot of decades of water issues, it seems like we are old people. We are not old people, we are very young people with a lot of experience. He also worked with the Water Technology Alliance in the He spent a lot of time with me to try to explain me how expel the name of her company in Danish, but it was difficult for me, but I will try to say, but you are going to understand that I'm not going to do correctly. But I will try to do our house, something like that. I think I don't do correctly. But he also is a board member of Stockholm Water Foundation, Stockholm International Water Institute, so also a person with experience in the water issues. And finally, the last but not the least, everybody knows Joana Balsemão, because he's a Portuguese expert in all issues related with climate change, SDGs, and she knows that I enjoyed very much the work that she the municipality of Cascais. You cannot take off my sound. please. And I joined very much to work in the municipality of Cascais doing some project that we made together. And some of the project that we made together in Cascais with the Águas Tejo do Atlântico are also a benchmark in the United Nations with the new generation. It was last year in the UN Ocean Conference, the Inovação. So this is what we are going to be here, talk a little bit about water. It was a big challenge for me because I'm from Trás-os-Montes, near the Douro region, a region of wine. I thought when Marcus called me, Walter, do you want to talk with me about water? And I said, oh, Marcus, if you call me to talk about wine or talking about water, but okay, let's talk about water. Okay, if you want also to produce wine, we need water, so let's talk about water. So it was very interesting, the conversation that we had in the beginning with Andrea, and some questions that have been putting to Andrea. But one thing that I didn't listen until this moment, it was commission, municipalities, other issues, but I didn't understand until now, I didn't heard until now, the put in the center the consumer, the citizen. So I'm going to talk about also the citizen and the consumer. And I'm going to talk a little bit, or change them to talk a little bit about the value of the water. So, Charles, I think you are listening to us. In your perspective and the International Water Association, what are the issues or the challenge of the water faces today?
Thank you, Walter. I think my audio and video is clear, I guess. I just want to start, right? I mean, I want to thank you, Walter, for giving your warm regards, and also the organizers of the conference for having IWA to be part of this event. Moving to the point, right, the value of water. Water is always perceived differently by different end users, and often it's related to the price value. Rather, it should be a question of the sustainability. And this is what all of us in this room and we as institutions are trying to achieve. And IWA particularly, we are ensuring this through our programs and initiatives, particularly the program that I lead, which is called Climate Smart Utilities Program. To give a glimpse of the context, how the landscape works, I just want to give the facts that we have experienced while working with utilities. Given the fact that the population is increasing and also their demands are also increasing, cities are getting more urbanized, cities become megacities, towns become cities. All this leads to unsustainable growth, which gives a huge pressure to water resources. And coupled to that, we have climate impacts, and that has vigorously affected the global supply and demand. And often this is a big burden for the utilities. And also a certain portion of the greenhouse gas emissions are contributed by utilities. So on one side, right, we are the contributors. On one side, we are the recipients. So how do we actually bridge this chasm? How can we actually, how can we actually successfully maintain or manage this challenge is a big question. And what we are trying to do through our organization and globally, I guess, utilities are critical for having a sustainable climate adaptation. And how we can do is you can act towards a global decarbonization systems. And when you talk about having new technologies within the utilities, we are talking about how we can do it intelligently and how we can do it in a less low carbon way. And this obviously leads to energies and emissions from the water utilities. So what I meant to say is whenever we try to do some new systems within the utilities, obviously it comes with a cost of energy and also emissions. So there is always a nexus between these two units, and one has to really find where is optimal pathway that the utilities should adopt. If you look at it, right, and this is what we have always seen in most of the utilities, right? The conventional practice, when we try to achieve the source security or water security, when we are trying to depend upon new water resource, the conventional practice is to find a long distance water source and then pump the water and then transport it to the city. Particularly if the elevation is not in favor of the city, this is a highly energy inducing process. And so their emissions, right? This will additionally add to the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions. And you know that water is heavy, and we have to think about how can we do it locally, right? And this leads to the question of the reuse things. Rather than depending upon long distance commutation, right? How can we do it locally? And now this is not just one solution. We need to have an array of solutions, which means that we have to diversify our sources to actually manage water security. And I have seen this, utilities are trying to reduce the energy demand per unit of water. For example, in PUB, Singapore, the Public Utility Board, they are running a large water and wastewater treatment plant, large water distribution network, having around 800 MLD capacity. So they are serving both the city and also the peri-urban city. So a lot of people are depending upon a central system so that the cost per unit energy of unit of water would be always less. Now, centralization is not just one option. It depends upon the place, resources, everything that we have. We might have to choose between a centralized or a decentralized option. And when we talk about this, right, wastewater is a key, where we need to understand the reuse and productive use of water. And which means that we have to treat water or utilities as water machines. We need to understand the intended purposes. So we need not have a potable water quality for all the purpose. We need to have it in its intended purpose. So which means the gray water can be used or gray or black water can be used for irrigation. It could be used for non-potable purposes. So we need to understand how it can be done in an intelligent manner so that we don't treat it in a certain way which is very energy inducive. Now for this, you need to have a systems perspective. You need to know what is agriculture, what is the nature, what is the water industry, what is the factories, what does these stakeholders demand, and what quality of their water demand. And we need to have this holistic view about the quality, about the quantity between these sectors. And then we try to manage our entire city in a way that we intelligently allocate certain water, so certain quality to certain these things, which means sometimes the city wastewater after secondary treatment, it can go to the agriculture industry. It depends upon how and what the quality has to be maintained. And in improving this, right, we have to consider how can we do it in a less energy manner. It could be from the renewable source, right? We derive the electricity from the renewable source, or we depend upon low carbon or low energy inducive technologies to attain this system in a sustainable manner.
Okay.
This is my view.
Thank you, Charles. Joanna, Charles spoke a lot about municipality, and before go to Klaus, Cascais is a municipality related with water, ocean, but also the other issues with water. What role does water play in the municipality of Cascais?
The coastline, there are 9 ministries in Portugal that have an influence on how our coastline is managed. And so I think the connectedness element was missing. And now this is changing. It's changing through governance and many other ways, but I'll get to that in a while. In Cascais, we started by conducting a study, which is pretty boring and non-sexy, but essential. So we wanted to understand the connectedness and the cycle and what happened to every single drop of water that comes into our territory, be it through a pipeline or groundwater or rain or whatever. And this study gave us some really relevant pointers because we had never before looked at this from a holistic perspective. So first of all, in Cascais, we have a per capita consumption that is quite significantly higher than the average in the country, and even compared to our neighbors, it's like 20% higher. I can justify this. We have lots of tourists, but still, it is our footprint, and this is how we consume water. Also, we realized that 95% of the water that we consume comes from a single source, which is, I'll leave you to the conclusions. And then 30% of the water we consume is domestic, and 70% is non-domestic. And if we look then into these parcels, we realize that in the domestic sector, like half of what is consumed is flushes and green spaces. So we are using potable water for uses that don't need potable water, a huge chunk. And in the non-domestic sector, the percentage is very similar. Like 50% of that is for golf courses. And 25% is for our use, the municipality. And within that share, there's a lot for green areas. Again, we don't need potable water for that. So this really made us think about the issue of quantity and efficiency. And in parallel, of course, we are also always thinking of the issue of quality. And when I say quality, then of course we focus on rivers, which is a glorified way of saying creeks or streams. In Cascais, we don't have rivers, we have streams. But there's 9 of them, and they're really important in the water cycle as well. And they're very important for quality of water. You don't have a healthy coastline if you don't have healthy rivers or streams. And so all this put together made us act on different fronts, and I'll tell you a few of the examples as we go along. This is just an introduction,
yes.
right?
Yes.
I will have the word afterwards.
Yes.
You promise?
Yes.
Okay.
Klaus, value of water, but at the same time, is two questions in one, related to value of water, but at the same time, a lot of studies say that digitalization, technology, can accelerate the process of mitigation, adaptation of climate change. With your expertise and your experience, where technology can change behavior of the consumers and give more knowledge to change behavior, to create more knowledge related of the value of the water, how you think technology and behavior of the water, these two concepts can work together with the change of behavior of the consumers?
I think it's very, very important. Of course, human beings are the ones that manage technology and make decisions. So I would put humans first. And at our water utility, covering the whole water circles, there are some emerging areas that are very interesting. In a new development called Nye, that is the same as new, the developer has actually developed an area where rainwater is being reused for toilet flushing and laundry. And we don't need water as such in Denmark. Normally I say that our national sport is not handball or soccer, it's actually water conservation and energy conservation, because we've probably been doing that since the 80s. And we are using 100 liters per person per day, and 40 years ago, 200, and we expect the future maybe to be down to 50 liters per person per day. So it is interesting. And especially when we talk about water and related to climate, I think we have an opportunity as utility to communicate that link between the two of them. Our water utility use about 3 to 4% of all electricity used in the world. And if we link it to carbon emission, we probably issue 10%, around 10% carbon emission from water utilities, which is a lot. And that is mainly due to untreated wastewater that actually covers for a lot of discharge. And if we compare to other industries, then shipping industries and airport industries are about 3–4%. So I wouldn't believe that water utility actually plays such an important role, and that water is so important in the green transition. But back to technology, our Marselisborg wastewater treatment plant has over the last 20 years reduced energy consumption and increased production as well, to an extent that it produces 50% more electricity than it uses. And because it's also producing district heating we sell during the summertime, it's a 200% energy positive plant. And that allows us to actually cover the energy for the water supply in the same area in the center of Aarhus, covering 220,000 people. And I know automation and sensors and so on, that contribute about 60% of those development. And so it is important that we grab the digitalization era, automation and sensors and so on, and use it wisely, because we can do so much. And we are lacking people also to assist us doing the work. And nobody will be laid off in our utility as such. New technology comes also in when we talk about digital twin, both in drinking water and wastewater, that allows us to monitor and develop strategy how to operate it online, real time, based on what's coming in from rain, etc., and make the balance between cleaning water, recovering resources, and maybe even our impact on the climate emission, because sometimes it's a trade-off, so it's not an easy thing just to do. Cheap sensors can be established. In the past, we were having models that we calculated every year, overflow to rivers. Now we're able to see online and even make solutions whether people can swim in our harbor or not, and how long it will take until we're able to come back and enjoy the wonderful beaches. So these are the kind of things that really helps us both doing the services at Aarhus Vand, but also as a customer, enjoying that a utility can take responsible actions through digitalization and sensor, etc.
Great. Charles, just to audience understand that we don't agree with the questions before this, I'm going to ask a question to Joanna, but for you to prepare your next question, it will be because your experience in projects in Sri Lanka, Nepal, and India, how technology in that examples, if you can do some examples where technology could help in that project, and if the technology helps to change behavior, or for example, if the price is something that can change more the behaviors, or is the technology. And you can have 5 minutes to prepare the answer, because Joanna will have 5 minutes to answer the question that I'm going to give to Joanna, and the audience now understand that we don't prepare the questions for this panel. Okay, Joanna, last week I saw your conference in Lisbon, and you talk about the importance of digitalization, and the digitalization that Cascais is smart, but also Cascais wants to make with this technology municipality more wise and with more heart, municipality with more democratic, with more SDG. How do you want to, how municipality, the Cascais want to do this with this sustainability concept, with more wise and more humanity in the center, with the citizen in the center?
So you're actually listening.
Yes.
Yes, so in Cascais, smarts does exist. Smarts, as in technology, is a means, it's not an end. And it's extremely useful when considering the water sector for situations like scenario building or when we have to preempt a bit of drama. We have to know what's coming along. So, for example, we're developing, actually, with Águas do Tejo e do Atlântico, a project called IC. And this project forecasts, I have to read the term, the combined sewer overflow to streams and to the coastline. So it is able to forecast this kind of situation, which helps us react more quickly, more preemptively. But we also have, for example, a flood warning system in Ribeira das Vinhas, which is the stream that causes more heavy floods downtown in Cascais. Well, it used to cause very severe floods, and now it's been renaturalized to an extent. Still more needs to be done regarding the tunnel, but so this kind of technology is really useful in this kind of situation. And then there's projects that I think are a combination of smart with heart. For example, we have a project called iTree. And you're thinking trees and water, what is she talking about? But iTree tells us for each tree in the municipality, so for each, you can do this for each road or neighborhood or for the whole territory, for each urban tree, and there's 18,000 urban trees, it will tell us, for example, how much oxygen is created, how much CO2 is absorbed, how many tons of pollutants are absorbed, but it will also tell us how much water is infiltrated because the trees are there. So instead of having permeable, non-permeable surfaces and fast runoff, we want to know how much water is actually soaked because the urban trees are there. And it's one thing for us, staff in the municipality, to know that, but it's also really important to bring this to the citizens. And so this tool is available, and we even had big outside ads explaining the role of trees. And so this brings heart and smart together. But remember previously when I spoke, I mentioned the importance of connectedness and how the whole water cycle was kind of broken into pieces and managed in pieces. And so I think here, smart as in technology is not so important. We need smarts as in human smartness, and the heart has to be there because governance is extremely, extremely important. And the fact that Cascais municipality, we dialogue on a really regular basis, and there's no legislation forcing us to do this, but we really do this on a regular basis with you guys, and also with the downstream managers, Águas de Cascais, and we do this triangulation at technical level and political level. I think this is really important. It's not sexy, it's governance, but it's really, really important. And also governance inside the organization is important. We have a division that is solely dedicated to River Creek restoration and to water intelligence. They're sitting over there. And this is also important. It's not a political statement. We really need a division that thinks this out. And this division can do nothing by itself because they need to reach out to the public works department, to the department that manages heritage, to all sorts of other areas. And this really shows that, the water cycle is completely cross-sector. And if you don't have that kind of human smartness with a heart, it just won't happen.
Okay, thank you. So, Charles, you had 6 minutes to think in the answer. So now it's your turn. If you can give us some example where you implement technology in some projects in India or Bangladesh or Nepal, and if they change the behavior of the consumers or help them to have another perspective of the value of the water, something like that.
Yeah, thanks, thanks, Walter. I mean, I think I have to just add on to what Joanna is telling. In terms of smarts, what does smart means? Is smart by design, smart by acceptance, smart by being robust. There are a lot of aspects associated to this, right? And what we have seen, right, within from an association's perspective, we have a program called Digital Water Program, and we have an active community of practice around this program. What we have seen, and I think you need to look into those aspects as such. See, digital is always enabler, and if you look at why is this transition, and again this is from a recent survey that's been done from 64 utilities around from 28 countries, and it's been done by TU Berlin and a few other institutions. All the utilities are in this transition. They are actually adopting the digital transition within their sector. And they are doing it in different phases where the developing countries are at the early stage and most of the developed countries are in the later stage of them being adopted. And we also identified what are the drivers behind this. And obviously, what we have seen is basically water supply and the distribution systems. They have acted as a catalyst. And one of the other major aspects is the prospective economic benefits. Being digitized, we are able to understand the quantity, quality sort of things that's been associated. Now, if I have to say that now this could be clubbed with the human, meaning if people are knowing how much amount of water they are consuming, let's say we have the per capita demands associated with, and then we created block tariffs around it. And obviously, this is again a regulatory aspects that an institution or a city would be designing. I'm sure KKS has the same, like what Joanna was telling. Imagine the tariff structures are designed in a way that you are using it in a conservative manner. So having someone used 110 LPCD, up to 110 LPCD will have a lesser rate, and someone using above that is more of a luxury, and then they are charged more. So that means that people are using it in a wiser manner. And coupled to this, we can also have some incentive models. And again, this is something that the State Water Board has implemented. But in doing this exercise, we definitely have to understand what is affordability. And it shouldn't be compromised, or pricing shouldn't affect the vulnerable community. But I just have to say some of the things which also was being told by Claude with respect to the digital twin. This is somewhere we are seeing a lot of innovation happening in. A lot of utilities they are trying to model their existing technology or the system, and they are trying to understand what is the process behind it. How much are the quantity, quality, emissions? How much is amount of energy resources that we spend on it? And they're trying to come up with some sort of an optimization where the energy, the resource, all of those things are intelligently or optimized, used in an optimized manner. And they also have the ability to predict the future. What happens if you have a drought? What happens if you have a flood? How much of our existing systems are going to be compromised? Those sort of modeling could be also done with the existing system. And I think utilities are moving to this direction, and a lot of utilities are trying to adapt to this sort of narrative, where in which their distribution network, their treatment are being modeled. With particular to this, right, we also have an event called Digital Water Summit, which is going to be in Bilbao it is going to be next month, which is a B2B conference, where I have seen in the break that there are a lot of innovations or innovators that's been shown. It's something similar, where in which we bring an innovator and also a utility or an institution who has adopted this solution. So it's going to be a case study where the technology or solution provider comes with an institution who has really adopted it, and they are actually we are actually disseminating this best practice or innovation happening. And this is again contemplated, or we have actually accounted all these stories in our hub in a digital manner, and it is called DT Hub, which is again anyone could access through our website. So we capsulate or we account all the pilot plans, or the pilots which are between TRL 4 to 8, having some latest insights, that's been coupled there, that's been documented. For example, if I have to speak about, we have this Aqua site OPIR, which predicts accurately on a 15-minute interval on the water demand for the upcoming for the upcoming 2 days. And it's again done by Vitens. Again, Xylem has something called BlueXRT, which is again a real-time decision system. So there are a lot of things that's been developed and which the utilities can actually look into it. But I also have to say that we also face this issue of dealing with the problem of plenty, meaning we have a lot of solutions there and we don't know which one is working. And, and we don't have the technical skill set to evaluate, which is right, which is wrong sort of thing. So utilities we have also seen which they are apprehensive of selecting a technology because there are a lot of unreliable claims and uncertainties, because from pilot to a field scale, right, when you scale up, right, there is a lot of things, a lot of uncertainties, a lot of assumptions that we would have made which would disrupt the entire thing. So all what we have seen is the lot of digital transformation happening in the sector. There are utilities who are actually pioneering in it. There are innovations happening in the sector. There are good user case studies that could be adopted or learned from the innovators or technology providers. And to quote an example, like I said, we have this lot of utilities that are trying to adapt these technologies. Especially, we often refers to the PUB Singapore. Again, that's where a lot of innovations that we have seen. Apart from this, if you want to know more about our own programs where digitalization has happened, I would also welcome you to explore our digital water program where these stories have been shared.
Okay, thank you, Charles. But the water is running like when my son is taking a shower. It's always running, almost 10 minutes. It's unbelievable. Now, we have more 2 questions for the panelists. It will be more shortly. And after that, we have time for some questions from the audience. So you can starting to think some questions for you to ask them. If you don't have questions, don't hesitate to ask me, because I have here some questions that I can give to you to ask them, because I prepared that, so don't worry. We talk a little bit about the value of the water. We also talk about a little bit about innovation. Now we are going to just speak a little bit about climate change, and because I'm a freak of SDG, I also have some questions about the SDG. But to go a little bit to the climate change, I changed the paper a little bit. I was very quickly, like the water. Klaus, how your company looks to the climate change issues, and how your company, for example, in the partnership, for example, with the Águas Tejo Atlântico, can work together in this issue of climate change, or help or work together with them in this issue of climate change? If some issue is in the strategy of your company or not?
I think climate change is probably one of the most important issues. We define our purpose as working with health through clean water for people and planet. So we both have a local focus, but also a global focus. And to me, health through water is also connecting water to the climate issue, as I started mentioning how much impact we are actually doing on the CO2 scale. So that means we cannot, in Denmark, in the utility alone, do what we should do. So in our strategy, we have a globalization strategy, we have an innovation strategy, and we also have a business strategy to make sure we work with the business environment to enhance that. But if we take the global part of that, then our global partners, like partners here in Portugal, has been an inspiration for us, and hopefully vice versa, of how we can reach energy neutrality as one of the first issues that we want to do, but secondly also the climate issue and efficiency, because to provide excellent basic services, sustainable and efficiency is in our responsibility. And actually, Andrea, you touched upon the Living Lab, which in our strategy house is the center cornerstone, because that's about innovation. And for us, it is to define the challenging we as a utility meet and how we can finance and invest in that, and at the same time attract partners that are interested in working on the same topics so we can do it much more efficient. We can accelerate knowledge both through research and innovative product immediately, because we need to speed up. And that's what we are doing, also working, for example, with Melbourne Water, Severn Trent in England, to reduce carbon emission with 1 million tons a year. We are the small party, so we have a smaller job to do. But I mean, for us, it's important also to broaden out the shared responsibility that we are on a track together. And those two companies that we work with, they have the money to do full-scale installation and test of new technology, carbon capture, etc. So it's deeply rooted in our work, actually, to see both water, climate issue as one, and working with partners. We have developed efficiency through partnership to do pipe renovation for the last 20 years, and we are reducing cost by 2% a year. It's built into the contract that we work with, contractors, consultants, and so on. And because we are open to do things differently tomorrow than we're doing it today, we, with the shared purpose, actually find ways to do so. And that is how Living Lab also should work, or will work, because ReWater, our new wastewater resource recovery plan, finished by 2030, will be an open innovation area, like one of three. Our water Living Lab will be a drinking water innovation area, and we have a climate mitigation adaptation Living Lab. And that is related to our direct infrastructure that needs to be developed, and when we find solution, bringing it out and implement it both with us and others can do it vice versa. So I think we try to do strategy today and implement today and maybe tomorrow if it takes too long time.
Right. Joanna, today Andrea presented here and said in his presentation, I was with attention to your presentation, that climate change risk is water risk, the same. How the municipality of Cascais incorporate water in the climate action of the municipality?
Do you want me to answer also the next question? That,
No,
I don't know
no,
what it,
no.
okay. Yeah, so climate, water and climate, I will speak mainly from an adaptation perspective. Of course, climate action has two sides, mitigation and adaptation. And we know in Cascais how much the water sector and waste sector represents for mitigation objectives. It's a much smaller share than mobility, etc. So I'll just focus on adaptation. And when we speak of adaptation, it's of course quantity. So we know water is a scarce resource and will be even scarcer in the short term, not in the medium term. And it is totally incorporated into our climate adaptation action plan. Actually, there's a whole section dedicated to it. And this is where the river creek restoration, nature-based solutions for the river creeks have come up. In Cascais, like in many other places in Portugal, the rivers or streams, creeks, whatever you want to call it, were covered in cement and were built too close to housing, etc. And so there's a lot to do. And for too long, our backs were sort of turned to this natural element that is actually a green corridor, or could be a green corridor. And that's what we're doing. We're restoring 5 major water creeks. That's challenging in many respects. One of them is time. It takes time, but it will happen. Another project, so this we are doing in order to bring back quality, but also to reduce the impacts of heavy rainfall whenever there is heavy rainfall, and reduce the risks of flooding downstream. Of course, it has other collateral positive side effects, like it brings back biodiversity, and it brings back the connection of people with the territory, and people will be able to just walk from north to south, south to north, along a river, which is beautiful. But remember at the beginning, I mentioned the issue that there was only one major water supply source. And I also mentioned that we do have we're using too much potable water, be it in the private sector or the non-private sector. And so we're working with Águas do Tejo e do Atlântico for the provision of recycled water, which is obvious. It's a no-brainer. It's just a huge investment, but it's a no-brainer. And the golf courses are also involved, 2 of the 4. And so we've finished the first study, and now we're launching the tender for the actual construction of this network, which is absolutely essential. But we also have other projects, because it's important to bring this close to people, and also schools, for example. And so in schools, and with the population at large, we're doing programs where we distribute water reduction, I don't know the term in English, flow from taps. And we're also we've invested in the public swimming pools to ensure that there is reuse of the water that has to be relieved from the swimming pools. By law, it's like 10% per day. And this water was just being wasted, and now it's being reused. And there's a huge saving involved. There's like 8,000 euros of saving per year, and I forgot how much CO2, 3 tons of CO2. It's quite significant for 2 swimming pools. It's a 50,000 euro investment, but the payback will be very quick. And this brings the water issue and water intelligence home to people. These are just 4 examples, but I'll stop.
Okay, Charles, in a quickly way, how International Water Association can help utilities on the climate action change issues?
I think it's very much connected to what Klaus was telling, right? It's all about partnership and shared responsibility. And we as an institution, we act as a platform where we create a uniform dialogue where people can talk about the adaptation mitigation strategies to reduce or towards climate action. Especially with our 2 major initiatives. One is Climate Smart Utilities Initiative, which I lead, where we are trying to promote the best practices, the best case studies, best technologies that utilities could adopt in their adaptation or mitigation strategies. And we have a lot of utilities that's been adopted, have been following some of the stories that we have shared. For example, Bergen Water, right? They have done a lot of innovations around mitigations and energy recovery. So does Dunia. And we also have a very big group from China. It's a Capital Eco Group, who has also done similar mitigation strategies within the utilities. And like Klaus was telling, and Aruzwan is also part of our initiative where they have talked about a lot of digitization within the utility, and also energy reduction sort of thing. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to create a platform where these things could be shared, and also we are creating a hub where utilities or practitioners or the community who work in this sector can also have some sort of a capacity development across these aspects. So we have utility case studies, we have books that have been published around these topics. We also have recently completed a white paper which is about the greenhouse gas assessment guidance. It's more of a short guidance book, how we quantify and with respect to the Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3 emissions, what are the different standards that could be adopted. We also run a lot of webinar series associated with these topics, webinar series and master classes. We have a very active community of practice, and we also create a utility to utility exchange. And this is something similar to what Klaus was telling, right? There has to be dialogues within the utilities. There should be a mentor-mentee program, and this is similar to all the WPs, the water operators partnerships that you would have seen, like GWP, Guapa, Waterworks, Hamburg was a lot of institutions, Waterlinks, a lot of groups have been on doing these efforts. And we as an institution, we are also part of this consortia where we are trying to have these stories, the compendiums, these dialogues ongoing for us to encourage, inspire, or aspire the utilities in this transition. Recently, we are going to have a utility leaders forum to be in the upcoming Water and Development Congress in Kigali, where the utility leaders, meaning the top managers and directors, they speak about the challenges, the solutions that they have done, what went wrong, so that no one should repeat the same, and what are something that you could adopt from us. So it's more about us creating this platform where people could exchange, learn, coexist, to make sure that we are all in one page. We are all striving to achieve a climate neutral world.
Okay. So we have here now 5 minutes for some question from the audience. Andrea, I don't know if you want to make some question. Yes? Yeah. I don't know.
I have a question which is about, I heard from Joanna about MBS, a solution, which is, let's say, a leading view now, in water management, even though it requires a lot of attention because it is costly, it requires space, and so on. But beyond that, taking into account, this is a question for all the speakers, taking into account that, in Europe, water infrastructures are aging, and nobody can say, no, it's not true. So we have aging infrastructures. Taking also into account the matter that we have the pressure of the climate change, which is, that might us thinking that the ordinary way we have been planning our water infrastructures might need some adjustment. It's a provocation. Why don't we rethink our future infrastructure using a better balance between what could be a green and grey new design for our water infrastructures for the future?
I can kick off. Although the construction is not really one of our competencies as a local authority. So, and this actually touches on one of the main challenges for local authorities, which is there's so much we can do within our remits. So, where we can invest in a recycled water network, we can invest in nature-based solutions for river creeks, but then there's a lot we can't do that is not within our remits, and hence the importance of having these close liaisons with the other stakeholders, with the water companies, but also with national authorities and regional authorities. And the issue of legislation is very important. So whatever comes from the EU is then, of course, transposed and will induce the rights, the positive incentives for whatever comes next. Local regulation can also take us so far, not as far as we would like. So that's my stance for where infrastructures are concerned. And I had listed this as one of the major challenges, is where our remit is and how far we can go. What is institutional diplomacy, which we apply softly, but assertively, and what is rolling up our sleeves and actually doing it. And then communication, because this recycled water network is expensive. It will be very expensive. And we have to justify this to the citizens, the taxpayers. And to justify it, we have to be scaremongers. We have to explain that a problem, a challenge will happen sometime in the future. It's a challenge they don't feel yet because they open their taps and the water is there in quantity and quality. And so we're investing heavily in a problem that citizens are not feeling yet in their everyday lives. And this is also a challenge for politicians.
Okay, we're on time, but we have 3 minutes. Last remarks, Charles, 1 minute for your last remarks for this wonderful audience.
I also wanted to comment, thank you for that. I also wanted to comment to what the question has raised. Obviously, nature-based solutions or SUDs, sustainable urban drainages, are not one solution, right? We need to think of a hybrid system like what you have pointed out. We need to have gray and green infrastructure. Obviously, because where we see it, it has got multiple advantages. It's not just, if you look at the nature-based solutions, it's not just the treatment part, right? It also helps in infiltration, increasing the groundwater capacity, have a livable livelihood for the society. So it has multiple benefits and also a treatment aspects. And so it is good to have a system and where we are open to have both a gray and a green infrastructure or in a hybrid manner. Associated to that, I also wanted to say that when we plan, right, we can plan in a modular manner, right? We don't have to have a very big infrastructure and then it is operating under capacity. So instead of that, we can have modular systems in different units, so which would help us in the longevity and reliability aspects alone. With respect to the conference, now if I have to just add on to what I was thinking, I want to thank I want to take this opportunity to thank for the organizers to share my viewpoints in this panel discussion. There's a lot for us to achieve in this terms of SDGs that we have been seeing, and there's a lot of challenges. But the question is, how can we attain this in a low carbon way? And I think we all have been hearing it out, right? Most of our speakers were telling it's all about partnerships and stakeholder engagement. And it should have a shared ownership, and we need to have this evolution of an ecosystem that build a sustainable future. And obviously, water is at the heart of climate action. But climate change is putting increasing pressure on water resources, making them scarcer and more unpredictable. We need to work together to find innovative solutions to these water challenges that we face. And like Joanne was telling, there are a lot of stakeholders involvement. We need to have all of them in one single page where governments, business, civil society organizations, communities, all of them work together. And this is something that we also try to push through IWA, through its network, because we are trying to facilitate this diffusion of this innovation of best practices globally from, say, by north to south or south to south. And this is especially important for us to build a service delivery, a beautiful service delivery model for water and sanitation that have climate action at the heart. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tiran. Thank you, Walter.
Thank you, Charles. Klaus, final remarks to this audience related to these issues.
That would be around the green transition that we are part of. It demands complex solution and not easy choices. And we can't wait to get the right solutions. And I think we need to go ahead and learn as we go. We cannot necessarily get the money we need to do it. We might not even to be able to get all the people we want at either utility level. So we could take that as a basis for partnership, to partner up to be able to do something that would normally be impossible. As a utility, and even on a national level, we don't know really where we are. So to go somewhere without knowing where you are, you can go anywhere. So we need a kind of a baseline. And even the baseline cannot be established based on actual figures because we haven't measured a lot yet, so there's a lot of uncertainty. But we had to do our best and then develop and see how we improve from there. A lot of us need a kind of logic to follow. And also investors need a logic to put money into projects, so we should justify what we're doing, and not necessarily make it perfect. We are lucky in Denmark and as a utility to have a government that has been elected based on a need for a green transaction twice, meaning 8 years period. So we have a backup. Even our owner, the municipality of Aarhus, have had a climate neutrality action plan for more than 20 years. Aarhus Vand has one, and our people follow that as well. But in many places in the world, you had to explain why. You had a place to explain why. And so we need to move with different velocity and accept that as well for the purpose of reaching a good green transition. So I hope we can be part of that in the future as well.
Joanna, I always see you not as a politician, but an entrepreneur of the climate change, SDG lover, activist of the rights of the citizens. What are your last remarks about these issues that we have been talking about this last hour?
I think I will end like I started on the issue of connectedness, because there is a huge connectedness of the issues within the topic of water. You know, there's quantity and quality. We didn't discuss enough here the issue of quality, but it's also extremely important. And the nexus between these two topics, this impacts food, it impacts health, it impacts climate, it impacts industry, it impacts everything. And so there's the interconnectedness of the whole cycle, be it quantity, be it quality, and then there's the interconnectedness of the entities and citizens. And without, if we don't look at the topic of water from the connectedness perspective, I think we don't have enough time. And time is, I hate the word urgency, I won't use it, but time is of the essence. So the sooner we realize that connectedness has to be the foundation, then the sooner we will get moving and doing.
Okay, so we are in the ending. I hope you enjoy this conversation. Like I always say in the end, I hope you learn a lot like I learned. So you may go and spread the good news that you learn here. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for the relevant contributions that help to enrich the challenges and opportunities in the climate transition. Terminada esta sessão, apelamos ao vosso voto até às 15 horas nos desafios de inovação na nossa aplicação. Vamos agora fazer uma pausa para almoço. Às 14h30 estaremos de regresso a este espaço com a sessão Casos Práticos para a Transição Climática e para a Economia Circular. No Auditório 2 vai decorrer o painel Projetos de Inovação. Muito obrigada e até já! Boa tarde, pede-se... Boa tarde, pede-se... vamos dar início à Bem-vindos de volta. Neste painel iremos abordar casos práticos para a transição climática e para a economia circular. Antes de iniciarmos, relembramos que está a decorrer paralelamente no Auditório 2 o painel Projetos de Inovação. Neste espaço iremos então assistir às apresentações de José Martins Soares, Arel Ashkalil, Martin Overijs, Catarina Freitas e Frank Rogola. Martins Soares vai apresentar a pegada carbónica no grupo ADP. Martins Soares é atualmente presidente do Conselho de Administração da ADP Energias, Energias Renováveis e Serviços Ambientais S.A.
Ora, muito boa tarde a todos. Não sei se me conseguem ouvir, mas de facto peço-vos um bocado de silêncio, porque se todos estivermos a falar um bocado de ruído vai ser complicado e, sobretudo, não consigo perceber se a audiência está ou não a conseguir ouvir-me de forma correta. Aquilo que eu vos venho trazer aqui hoje é um relato sobre a pegada carbónica do grupo ADP. Terminamos muito recentemente e, portanto, em 2022 entendemos que era um dos desafios que o grupo tinha e, portanto, fazer a pegada carbónica. Em 2022, quando decidimos avançar com isto, escolhemos como ano de referência o ano 2019. Era aquele o primeiro pré-pandemia e que, portanto, que era aquele que tinha maior reflexo e que poderia nos dar os valores. E, para além disso, destinava-se também a cumprir compromissos do grupo ADP, nomeadamente com o Global Compact, em que tinha subscrito, em 2019, um compromisso de redução das emissões de gases com efeito de estufa de 50% face a 2019. Portanto, este conjunto de situações fez com que o grupo entendesse avançar com um inventário de gases com efeito de estufa. Estamos a falar de 18 empresas, 17 empresas operacionais e o grupo ADP, a holding corporativo, e, portanto, isso também está vertido e, portanto, foi um trabalho complexo, extremamente complicado, conseguir pôr as 17 empresas a trabalhar. E, sobretudo, pela base que utilizamos para nós utilizamos como sistema financeiro o SAP e, portanto, foi a partir do SAP que construímos todo o relato da nossa pegada carbónica. Bom, qual foi o resultado que chegamos a 2019? Foi um resultado elevado. Mais de 800 mil toneladas por ano é o conjunto das emissões de CO2 equivalente que o grupo lança, segundo os 3 âmbitos. Portanto, nós temos cerca de 20% no âmbito 1, estamos a falar das emissões diretas, temos cerca de 28% de âmbito 2, tem a ver com a eletricidade e depois temos um conjunto enormíssimo, 58%, relativo ao âmbito 3, que tem a ver com as emissões indiretas. Nós fomos exigentes, fomos ao limite, fomos a todas as categorias, não retiramos nenhuma daquelas que fazem parte do protocolo e, portanto, seguimos de facto em linha tudo isto. O âmbito 1, julgo que já estão familiarizados, tem a ver com as emissões diretas e, portanto, tem a ver com a combustão de combustíveis, tem a ver com a produção de calor, de vapor, tem a ver também com os gases, F-gases relativos aos aparelhos de refrigeração e também tem a ver com um conjunto de procedimentos ou processos industriais, nomeadamente as hectares, por força ou derivado de termos o metano e o óxido nitroso em resultado da operação de tratamento dessa depuração. O conjunto, isto são os conjuntos das notas e, portanto, o que está aqui a entrar, nós, no caso das infraestruturas, no caso das hectares, foram de facto escalpelizados, tivemos que constituir um grupo de trabalho para analisar e verificar de que forma é que faríamos a recolha de dados para poder determinar com algum rigor aquilo que são as emissões em resultado do tratamento das águas residuais. O que nos deu é que, portanto, os tais 20% de âmbito 1, que são cerca de 164 mil toneladas, estamos a falar de 2019, dos quais 95% têm a ver com águas residuais. Portanto, é de facto o grosso da baquia do âmbito 1. Significa, por exemplo, que as empresas que têm a atividade apenas de água, a EPAL, as águas do Douro e Paiva, não entram neste referencial, porque de facto, ao não terem tratamento de águas residuais, estão dispensadas dessas emissões. Ao inverso, aqui as águas do Tejo Atlântico, onde estamos, e ao ser a maior empresa também de tratamento de águas residuais, é aquela que está mais exposta a estas emissões de âmbito 1 e, portanto, tem a ver com o tratamento das hectares. Em termos de o que é que, de facto, estes 95% representam? Cerca de 61% das emissões têm a ver com as hectares, o tratamento das hectares. Para isso, nós fornecemos os dados de entrada, qual é o CBO, qual é o CQO, quais são os sólidos suspensos, o azoto, quais são as condições de descarga, qual é o tipo de tratamento que está sujeito, se é de lamas, se é de hectares compactas, se são fossas céticas, se são de lagunagem, e depois qual é o meio receptor, se é um meio sensível, se é uma barragem, se é uma lagoa, se é um outro meio receptor. Cerca de 7% das nossas emissões têm a ver com o tratamento das lamas e 31% tem a ver com os efluentes, a descarga dos efluentes após tratamento no meio receptor, no meio hídrico. E, portanto, estamos a falar das tais 164 mil toneladas, cerca de 95% tem a ver com estas infraestruturas, portanto, com este processo de tratamento, este processo biológico de tratamentos de águas residuais. Este é o grupo de trabalho que constituímos para fazer isto e que utilizamos como base, por um lado, as normas, as guidelines do IPCC e, por outro lado, também a experiência do Reino Unido na parte relativa à água, portanto, a Associação de Águas do Reino Unido. Também desenvolvemos e fomos verificar, tentar descobrir quais eram o tipo de tecnologias, aquelas que mais oneravam em termos de emissões. E, portanto, temos aqui, do ponto de vista do tratamento, aquelas que são as emissões específicas, aquelas que emitem, em função do seu tratamento, emitem mais emissões, mais gases com efeito estufa do que outras. E, portanto, podem ver, de facto, que as lamas ativadas são aquelas que, do ponto de vista das emissões específicas, é aquela que representa melhor. Do outro lado, temos o número de hectares que existiam em 2019, dos quais cerca de 107 fossas céticas, 80 lagoas e 148 macrófitas. Convém dizer que estas 771 hectares representam cerca de 94% do todo o volume de águas residuais. Portanto, apesar de existir um número interessante, um número relevante do ponto de vista de tipologia de infraestruturas, o grosso das águas residuais estão, de facto, nesta questão, nestas hectares de lamas ativadas. Na questão das emissões indiretas, e portanto tem a ver com a produção de energia elétrica, nós utilizamos os dois modelos de acordo com o protocolo, utilizando o market-based e o local-based. E, portanto, para quem não está familiarizado com isto, o market-based tem a ver com o nosso comercializador de eletricidade, naquele momento, naquele ano. O local-based tem a ver com a definição, a rotulagem que a entidade reguladora do setor elétrico faz. Por exemplo, se quiserem verificar em 2021, que é o último dado, as emissões, podem verificar, elas são praticamente iguais, mas uma tem a ver com o market e outra tem a ver com o local. Nós, de qualquer forma, mesmo sendo opcional a utilização de um ou de outro, nos nossos resultados apresentamos sempre as duas, portanto são sempre transcritas as duas. Assim como verão a seguir, haverá um conjunto diverso de emissões opcionais que foram quantificadas e que são reportadas nos nossos dados. Relativamente à energia que produzimos, e nós em 2022, só para ter uma nota, produzimos 38 gigawatts-hora por ano, portanto, de energia própria, produzida, 100% renovável. Há uma parte, aquela que é autoconsumida, portanto, não entra com energia com resultados negativos, não existem emissões negativas. O que existe é, se eu estou a autoconsumir, estou a evitar ir buscar à rede aquela quantidade de energia e, portanto, as minhas emissões dessa quantidade são zero. Naquela energia que é vendida à rede, se não tiver garantia de origem, ela não é quantificada. Ela é inscrita, é registada, mas não entra no processo de avaliação das emissões. E depois também fizemos a desagregação por atividades. Como se imagina, o abastecimento de água é aquele em que tem maior consumo, tem um conjunto de elevatórias de grande capacidade e, portanto, 58%, ou praticamente 58%, nós gastamos no abastecimento de água, 5% na baixa, 36% no saneamento e depois um conjunto de outras atividades. E, portanto, no caso de âmbito 2, nós emitimos emissões com gases com efeito de estufa na ordem de 185 mil toneladas de CO2 equivalente. Bom, o âmbito 3 é aquela que é o grande, de facto, foi o grande desafio com que enfrentamos e que representa 58% das nossas emissões. O âmbito 3 tem um conjunto de categorias, ali estão a azul, todas aquelas que entram no grupo ADP, e a cinza claro são aquelas que não existem, que não fazem, não entram no nosso processo produtivo, não entram na nossa cadeia de valor e, portanto, não foram avaliadas. Estão ali indicadas a cinzento. Em termos de emissões, são 474 mil toneladas, e depois tem ali por cada uma das categorias das que foram, aquele que são as percentagens das emissões. E, claramente, na categoria 12, que é o fim de vida de produtos, o que é que, quando fornecemos a água, o que é que a seguir as pessoas fazem com essa água? E essas emissões daquilo que as pessoas fazem com a água reportam ao fornecedor dessa água e, portanto, estão a cair em cima do conjunto das empresas da ADP. Chamar a atenção que há duas categorias, parte da categoria 5 e a categoria 11, que são opcionais entrar, de acordo com o protocolo. Nós colocamos-las, nós consideramos, fomos verificar, quantificar quais são essas emissões, mas de facto não reportam. Quando falamos em 474 mil toneladas, não estamos a considerar essas emissões e, portanto, elas têm valor de 1 milhão. Depois, à frente, já explicarei como é que se calculam estas emissões, sobretudo as de âmbito 11, que são aquelas que são de grande dimensão. Bom, a categoria 1, o grosso é de facto os reagentes. 58% das emissões desta categoria tem a ver com reagentes. Aqui temos uma classificação do top 5 dos nossos reagentes e, portanto, queria mostrar-vos no caso do dióxido de carbono, no caso do coagulante, e são aquelas de facto que são as maiores, os reagentes que mais consumimos e que mais emitem em termos de gases com efeito de estufa. E em baixo temos os fatores de emissão, ou seja, há um percurso enormíssimo para fazer a partir destas emissões de reagentes, de substituição, de melhoria de reagentes, por parte da indústria química também um trabalho enormíssimo para realizar, para que comece a diminuir as emissões em função deste conjunto de produtos químicos. Depois a parte dos bens de capital. Os bens de capital entram uma vez no inventário e entram no ano em que é firme, em que passa a imobilizado. Portanto, nesse ano, o valor do investimento é multiplicado por um fator. Nós utilizamos os fatores do Reino Unido, da DEFRA, e, portanto, é multiplicado e quantificado o número de emissões que aquele investimento resultou. No caso da categoria 3, energia, isto é muito interessante porque, quando nós falamos no âmbito 1 e no âmbito 2, que é a eletricidade e é os combustíveis, é aquilo que referimos do tanque até à roda, ou seja, é aquilo que nós estamos, depois de ter a gasolina no tanque do automóvel, da viatura ou o gasóleo, é aquilo que eu consumo a seguir, é aquilo que eu consumo depois de ter a energia no meu quadro elétrico. O WTT é aquilo que é desde o poço até ao carro e, portanto, é o que eu gasto para captar, para perfurar, para captar o petróleo, para o refinar, para o levar até ao posto de abastecimento e, no caso da eletricidade, é aquilo que é consumido desde o produtor da energia elétrica até chegar ao meu quadro elétrico. Portanto, há um conjunto de perdas, como sabem, na rede elétrica e essas perdas, na proporção do meu consumo, entram nas emissões para a nossa... E, portanto, depois a seguir tem o valor para cada um destes coisas. A questão dos resíduos gerados, este também é outro fator importante. No caso das lamas, as lamas representam 41% das emissões desta categoria e dentro das lamas fomos definir quais são aquelas que menores emissões produzem. Portanto, se as nossas lamas forem para um processo de compostagem previamente ao seu encaminhamento para a agricultura, as emissões específicas de de CO2 equivalente por tonelada de lama estão ali escritos. O aterro é aquele que claramente mais emissões produz, mas felizmente, pelo menos até ao momento, estamos longe de o utilizar. Depois temos aqui a parte das deslocações em serviço, o rentacar, as viagens de avião, etc. Se, por exemplo, se um aluguer de rentacar for permanente, ou seja, for um ano, entra na parte das viaturas. Se é um rentacar de um mês, de substituição pura, tal e qual como é o rentacar, entra aqui nesta categoria. As deslocações pendulares têm a ver com o consumo de energia de todos os nossos trabalhadores em cada empresa. Nós fizemos um inquérito em todas as nossas empresas, que deu um valor estatístico de consumo por cada empresa e depois aplicamos esse valor estatístico ao conjunto das pessoas que em 2019 trabalhavam em cada empresa. E os valores de toneladas que temos são relativamente reduzidos, cerca de 1,6% das emissões de âmbito 3 têm a ver com este facto. Depois temos aqui a parte da água vendida a outras entidades, transporte rodoviário de água quando existe, portanto isto é para quando é vendido água para abastecimento a outras entidades gestoras. Aqui a categoria 12 é o fim de vida de produtos. Isto implica, sobretudo, nas empresas de abastecimento de água. A EPAL, quando vende água, haverá um conjunto de gases que serão emitidos por ter vendido essa água no processo de tratamento. E, portanto, a EPAL é utilizada para esse efeito, as emissões da Tejo Atlântico, que é aquela que tem a estrutura de tratamento das águas que vende, e, portanto, esse valor é aplicado sobre a quantidade de água que é vendida, 80%, porque é aquela que é considerada que escorre para a parte do saneamento, e essas emissões vão cair nesta categoria 12 sobre estas coisas. Assim como todas as outras empresas que exportam água para fora da sua atividade. Se é uma empresa que vende fora do sistema água, e, portanto, ela vai entrar aqui na categoria 12 e, como podem ver, são cerca de 42% das emissões de âmbito 3 estão aqui colocadas. As tais categorias opcionais, uma tem a ver com os transportes de resíduos, esta categoria 11 é a mais interessante. É o que é que as pessoas vão fazer com a água lhes é fornecida. E, portanto, foi utilizada o modelo da bibliografia, em que 70% da água que nós fornecemos aos clientes domésticos e às entidades gestoras, 70% dessa água é utilizada para aquecimento. E, portanto, desses 70%, cerca de 38% é aquecida. Portanto, da água que se compra por pessoa, 70% é utilizada no modelo e 38% é aquecida, sendo que 37% dessa água é no duche, onde se aquece 95% da mesma, 16% vai para as torneiras, onde é aquecida 15% e depois o restante não tem qualquer atividade. E, portanto, isso define e são os tais 1 milhão de toneladas, que é as emissões que os consumidores, por terem este produto, este serviço, vão utilizar. Por exemplo, numa conhecida empresa de eletrodomésticos, é quantificado, no caso de uma torradeira, quantas vezes é utilizada a torradeira, quantos pães torra por dia, qual é o período de ano de vida, e essa energia que é consumida é naturalmente indexada ao inventário dessa entidade. Bom, depois temos aqui emissões biogénicas, há aqui qualquer coisa que não está a coisa, mas que são emissões que são também quantificadas e que não reportam ao inventário. Nas emissões evitadas estão a parte da eletricidade e, no final, nós temos isto separado entre abastecimento de água e saneamento. Por cada metro cúbico que o Grupo de Águas de Portugal entrega, fatura, emite 200 gramas de CO2 equivalente por cada metro cúbico. É o valor que está da água. E depois temos dividido entre alta e baixa. Na alta, 210, na baixa, 120 kg. Isto é grupo. No caso do saneamento, estamos a falar em 470 gramas. Por cada metro cúbico de água residual que chega às nossas infraestruturas, é utilizado 470 gramas, ou melhor, são emitidas 470 gramas de CO2 equivalente no processo, dos quais 480 em alta e 160 em baixo. No caso do âmbito 3, em que não é possível ainda, pelo menos como temos o modelo, de o desagregar por atividades, abastecimento de água e de saneamento, o que se fez foi uma repartição entre abastecimento de água e de saneamento em função da quantidade, do volume de emissões de âmbito 1 e 2 e, portanto, foi subdividido e serão 270 gramas no caso do abastecimento de água e 630 no saneamento. Isto significa que no caso da água, por cada metro cúbico que consumimos, por cada 1000 litros que consumimos, está a ser emitido 470 gramas de CO2 equivalente, o que é um valor considerável. No caso do saneamento, por cada metro cúbico de água tratada, estamos a consumir 1 quilo e qualquer coisa de CO2 equivalente, portanto, que também é absolutamente considerável. Bom, este é o outlook do grupo, aquilo que sai do grupo, portanto, o conjunto todo. Aqui embaixo podem ver, estão aqui, de facto, todas as outras categorias e opcionais. Aqui também podem ver que está aqui definido em marketplace e local place, portanto, em termos de emissões de energia. Estes são os valores de âmbito 1, 2 e 3, portanto, por metro cúbico, de água por metro cúbico de saneamento, e estes são aquilo que são os próximos passos. O Grupo ADP está a fazer 30 anos, fez há 30 anos a semana passada. É uma forma interessante de os comemorar, colocar cá fora o seu inventário e agora começar a trabalhar a partir daí. Agora vamos apresentar estes dados às nossas empresas, vamos a seguir iniciar o inventário de 2022, vamos a culminar ou terminar a ferramenta de emissões orientada a projetos, portanto, cada vez que haja um novo projeto de investimento, ela tem que quantificar o acréscimo ou o decréscimo de emissões face à situação atual, portanto, passa a ser um elemento preponderante do investimento. Vamos a seguir, depois de ter o inventário de 2022, definir as metas. Se não fizéssemos o inventário de 2022, posso-vos dizer que até 2035, o Grupo ADP tinha que reduzir as suas emissões dos 3 âmbitos em 67%, o que é, de facto, colossal. E, naturalmente, a partir do momento em que tenhamos as metas fixadas, fazer a candidatura junto do SBTI e concluir, empresa a empresa, aquilo que nós chamamos o Programa Neutro, que é um conjunto de iniciativas anuais, calendarizadas, com orçamento próprio, para cada uma das empresas, no sentido de começarmos a reduzir o conjunto das nossas emissões. Aquilo que nos espera é colossal, é gigante. Pegarem 800 mil toneladas de gases com efeito de estufa e transformá-los, reduzi-los até 2035 ou 2050, quando quisermos chegar a zero, mas a 2035, quando quisermos estar claramente abaixo dos 50%, é de facto enormíssimo. E, portanto, este é um desafio que não pode ser feito isoladamente, empresa a empresa, tem que ser feito em rede. Nós temos que trabalhar em conjunto com as produtoras de eletricidade, com a indústria química que produz os nossos reagentes, com a indústria de prestação de serviços, com todo este processo, de modo a que, em conjunto, possamos caminhar e possamos chegar a bom termo. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada por este tema sobre a pegada carbónica. O nosso próximo orador é Martin Ode Verijs, gestora em desenvolvimento de negócios na Vintage, que vai falar sobre experiências de uma empresa neerlandesa de água potável na economia circular. The next presentation will be by Martin Ode Verijs, Business Development Manager Valorization in Vintage, who will speak about experience of as a Dutch drinking water company in the circular economy.
Thank you. Vitens, for the one of you that don't know Vitens, Vitens is the largest drinking water producer in the Netherlands. We are a drinking water producer, so we don't do any wastewater. I think that's important to mention. We cover almost half of the Netherlands and produce around 400 cubic meters of water per year, at the price of more or less €1 per cubic meter. We are a public company and our shareholders are provinces and municipalities. Vitens is a groundwater-based drinking water company and many water catchment areas are surrounded by farmland that we own and that we rent to farmers. This is how Vitens collects, produces and distributes drinking water from source to tap. Condition of our forests, farmland and soil health is crucial for clean and affordable drinking water production. I want to take you with me on two circular journeys at Vitens. One started already in 2011 and is about recovery and valorization of byproducts from potable water production at Vitens. The other one is a journey that just started since climate change and drought seriously manifested itself in the Netherlands. It's about closing the water loop in dry areas of our coverage area. But let's start with our experience in creating value and impact from byproducts. Production of drinking water is, per definition, resource recovery. Besides drinking water, other natural resources are recovered during production. After extraction, dissolved methane is removed from the groundwater and burned in a gas motor to generate electricity. In the pre-filtration step, iron hydroxides are recovered as iron sludge. In the softening process, lime pellets are formed in a pellet reactor. In the northern part of the Netherlands, in peat-rich areas, the brown color of drinking water is removed by ion exchange, which produces a regenerate that is rich in a specific kind of water-soluble humic acids called fulvic acids. We produce around 60 kilotons of natural byproducts. This is around 7 trucks per day. Nowadays, the whole volume finds its way to the market in different applications with support of Aqua Minerals, of which Vitens is the largest shareholder. Our strategy for the valorization of byproducts is from the ground back into the soil. We can make the biggest impact in our own environment by applying our byproducts in agriculture because our wells and our customers are surrounded by farmland. Together with commercial parties, we have developed products that are natural, more sustainable alternatives for chemical products currently used in agriculture. Use of these products will reduce the need for pesticides and fertilizers and will have a positive effect on groundwater quality. In this graph, you see the net results from the byproducts. And when Vitens started in 2011 with a dedicated valorization team, the costs on these waste streams were around 1.5 million euros. For example, the costs of incinerating the humic acids alone were around €500,000 in 2011. These side streams were seen as waste and absolutely not as a valuable byproduct. Vitens became more and more aware of the value of these natural byproducts and managed to develop products and create profit from it. Since 2018, we have positive net result, and that is still increasing. Last year, we finalized the negotiations for a new contract for our humic acids. Our product Humphy is marketed by our partner Plant Health Cure as Vulvic. It's a natural soil conditioner. It's also a chelating agent and a biostimulant. Humphy has shown to increase nutrient uptake by plants and reduces the need for chemicals with 30 to 50%. Humphy also makes crops more stress resilient. To quantify the impact of Humphy and other byproducts, CE Delft carried out a LCA study for Vitens. They calculated that fulvic acids from drinking water have a 25 to 200 times lower carbon footprint than humic substances that are extracted from mined lignite. The lime pellets from water softening are brought to the market by AgriFirm as Circal. This is a green, circular soil improver, and it's a slow-release lime product that can replace traditional liming products from mines. Local sourcing within 25 kilometers of the farm is a unique, sustainable selling point, with respect to traditional liming products that are mined somewhere far away from the Netherlands. The third product is ferro. Ferro is a natural iron nutrient that can replace traditional synthetic iron chelates used in agriculture. It has a 40 times smaller carbon footprint than, for example, FeEDTA. Iron nutrients are used extensively by, for example, in the Dutch pear cultivation sector. Iron deficiency will cause brown pears that are sold at a lower price than green pears. Now I'm going to talk about the water circle. The summers also in the Netherlands are becoming drier, and this is a driving force behind our efforts to close the water loop. The past years, we see more and more serious water shortages in certain areas, especially in the east part of the Netherlands on sandy grounds. In these areas, industry, farmers, nature and households battle for groundwater in the hot and the summer months. Water demand during these months is 20 to 40% higher and highly unpredictable. The pressure on the groundwater system is very high. The Netherlands is a delta and in some areas even below sea level. The whole current water system is designed to dispose of the water as quickly as possible. Valuable groundwater is pumped up, used only once by our customers, and treated just a little bit in a wastewater treatment plant. After that, it is diluted with surface water and transported to the North Sea as fast as possible. This is pretty much a linear system. Vitens is currently working with the water authorities and other stakeholders to close the water loop and retain the water in the system. Water will be treated in an advanced wastewater treatment plant or a water factory to produce the highest quality water free of micros and macros. And the water is fed back to the forests and the farmland around the water catchment areas to close the loop. In this project, which is the Eternal Source project, water will be reclaimed in a water reclamation plant. This water will be led through an engineered landscape with wadis and sandy hills to retain and store the water. This will yield a robust and resilient water ecosystem where the water loop is closed locally. This was it. Short and crispy. Very... So there's plenty of time for questions. I rushed through my sheets. I've written it out so I can read the story, because otherwise my English gets a bit, how do you say it? Gets bad. Okay, yeah. Questions?
Thank you, Martin. I'm fan of your business model regarding the water products that you are extracting for your main business.
Thank you.
I don't know what is the main business, if is water treatment or selling these products. No, I'm joking.
It's depending on who you ask. Yeah, we used to say water is a byproduct as a joke, but not all colleagues can appreciate that. Yeah,
yeah, I like the joke. But my question, I have indeed a question beside to congratulate you for the work that you have done. That is related with the graphic that you have presented and the investment that you need to do for assemble this business case. So you have invested a lot during the first 8 years, I believe, that are the figures. And after 8 years, you start to have some profit from the business.
Exactly.
I would like to understand a little bit more, how can you convince your government and your shareholder to do this business case?
Well, legislation is always decelerating these initiatives like this. But is your question, how do we, Vitens, try to get the government on board?
Yeah. I
Okay.
tell you why I'm asking you this, because I believe that in Portugal it will be, if you can teach us how we can convince our shareholders to do this kind of investment, it will be very, very interesting from our perspective.
Okay, well, if you attach euros to it, then you're already there. You have to talk about value. You don't have to talk about waste. You must not talk about waste, but you must talk about the value. And these products are virgin products. I mean, they come straight from the ground, and it's actual natural minerals. So it's maybe different from products from the wastewater sector, but the benefits you can get there is that you can really close the loop. I mean, with drinking water, with a groundwater company, you are pumping up, and you can compare it a bit with mining, of course. But the wastewater sector can really close the loop on byproducts. So initiatives like Caminho or Struvite, it really helps us to get the products on the market. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think I flashed on a light, is it? Okay. Okay. Any other questions?
It seems to have very good collaboration with the farmers. How have you established that collaboration, and is it a permanent collaboration, or how do you develop the collaboration with them? Or the farming industry, not necessarily farming? Or...
Yeah, for the farming industry, I mean, for the business model, it's very important that you have the companies that deliver products to the farmers, that you have them on board. We don't talk to all the farmers, but especially in our own catchment areas, there are farmers. And these farmers, especially with lime, for example, they use the products. They like to use the products because it's less expensive and it's a slow-release liming product, so they really have benefits from it. Yeah, but you have to have a good proposition also for the farmers. If they have the idea that you sell them waste and that you have to get rid of the stuff, then you don't have a good business case. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not sure if you... I have one question, please. He's not watching me.
Yes, sorry. It's the light.
My question is also about farmers. Irrigation, for instance, is maybe you can deliver water to farmers, also wastewater after treatments. But when in winter, for instance, you store the water when it's too much to deliver because they don't need that time. It's raining, but maybe the water can be stored and delivered in summer. You don't have many dams, and I think you have flat country. But it's my question, because even the environmental problems came across with the problem of basins. For instance, in North France, we heard about it, and it's not easy to deal with these problems of scarcity, and when you need more water, there's not enough water, but sometimes you have more water than the farmers need, and what do you do with that water that you could deliver to them?
Well, that's a difficult question. I showed you the last project. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, I'm messing up the whole. Okay. How can I go back? Oh, yeah. I wanted to go to the last slide. Okay. So to answer your question, I think this is a EU live application we applied for 2 months ago. It's also about landscape engineering. So it's about storing water in sandy hills. It's about retain the water in the system by producing wadis. Do you know what a wadi is? Is that a correct English word? Yeah, it's a kind of it's a natural basin. So that way you can store the water in the winter, and in the summer, technically, you could use that water for irrigation purposes.
But you have no problems with environmental enterprises or agencies, so on, because they don't like basins much in Portugal or in France.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm not sure if it's environmentally it's acceptable to do that.
Okay.
Sometimes in Portugal it's not, or even in France, as you see the crowds against the basins and so on.
Okay, important point. Part of this project is also an extra treatment step, to remove deeply the microcontaminants, to really remove all pesticides, all medicine residues, so that you offer water that nature, but also farmers can use. Yeah, farmers don't want to use effluent from a municipal plant. At least not in the Netherlands. Okay. Thank you.
Martin, thank you for sharing this experience. Aral Ashkalil é o próximo orador da tarde, diretor-geral e CEO da Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, o maior distribuidor de água potável em grande escala do país, que abastece água a 26 agências públicas membros, servindo 19 milhões de pessoas. Aral Ashkalil is the next speaker, is the General Manager and Chief Executive Officer for the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, the largest wholesale drinking water supplier in the country that provides water to 26 member public agencies, serving 19 million people. Harold, you can start.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I want to just say good afternoon for you, good morning for me. It's great to be with you, and thank you for the invitation. I'm sorry I can't be in the beautiful Portugal, which I really love, and thank you, Nino, for the invitation. I'm reaching out to you from Southern California in Los Angeles. My office is in Los Angeles, but we cover a large service area across Southern California, 19 million people. And I want to share with you today some of the challenges that we're facing, but also how we are looking at building water resilience in our region, in Southern California and California, but also as part of the Colorado River watershed that extends to 7 states in the southwest of the country with 40 million people and the country of Mexico. We already are seeing the impacts of climate change. And what we call it here, what I've used the term climate whiplash. climate whiplash is what we're seeing. We're seeing for a long time hotter and drier days and a drought. We had that drought for the last 3 to 4 years, and now what we're seeing since the beginning of this year, wet conditions, a lot of rain, a lot of atmospheric rivers, a lot of water coming in, which is, to me, I call it a lifeline. I call it, we got a lifeline for us to buy time, but doesn't mean it's the solution to where we need to go. The solution is building climate resiliency, water resiliency, but also what I call the climate adaptation and building the resiliency. And I heard some of your speakers earlier here talk about, when we have too much water, the question is how we can harness that water, store it, and then use it when we don't have water. So we need to have new solutions and new ideas, bold action to really help us adapt to this changing climate. And that's what I want to share today with you. But I want to talk about my background in the beginning. I'm a different water manager, a water leader here. This is my 3rd year at Metropolitan Water District. I came from a traditional engineering background, but I've been reformed. I've been through rehab, and I can talk to people, build relationship, build coalitions, build partnerships across the board. And I believe our future is depending on integration, one water approach, innovation, thinking outside the box and finding new solution, but most importantly, inclusion and collaboration. That's how we're going to be able to really move across the board. And that's why I'm proud that I was able to speak to you, because all of us have to collaborate, whether at the local level, at the regional level, at the global level. We all have to work across the board. But I was a wastewater manager. I managed wastewater. I managed stormwater. I built in green infrastructure, put in infrastructure programs to manage green solutions to capture stormwater, put it in the ground. We developed low impact development ordinances, built one water planning for LA to integrate all the water components, and worked on recycled water. But now I'm leading the efforts in Metropolitan, providing water, safe water, reliable water for everyone in Southern California, to 19 million people. And my goal is with no one left behind. And trying to see if I can get my screen to move. Here we go. So this is the picture of Metropolitan. It's a large area. It's about 52 square miles. If you know Southern California, it's all the way from Ventura on the north, all the way to the Mexican border. And we have facilities all the way from Arizona and the Colorado River all the way to the coast. We support an economy of roughly about $1.6 trillion, which is the 11th in the world. California is the 4th largest economy in the world. But really, this is what we're seeing. This is the impact that we're seeing every single day, hotter and drier conditions. What we saw last year, it was the 3rd year of a drought. We have 2 sources of water that come into Southern California. And since 1928, Metropolitan has led the way in bringing water to Southern California from somewhere else. We have 2 sources of water. One comes from Northern California, the Sacramento River, the Sierras in the mountains, and one comes from the Colorado River. And it was good for us. It grew our economy, our future here. But both conditions are becoming not reliable, and we need to find something. You've heard about the Colorado River issues. We're fighting between each other, trying to figure out what's the new regulations. I'm actually traveling today on the border of Mexico to have more dialogue about what we need to do for the future. And the same thing, what we saw last year from the Sierras or Sacramento River, our allocation of water was down to 0. That means we didn't have water coming. And we have communities, 7 million people, that almost ran out of water. And basically, we're using our storage for a long time, and we couldn't sustain that. So we had to put emergency action to tell people they need to cut their water use by 40%, which they did, but that was not sustainable. And that's what I said. We need to look at how we are going to adapt to this change. And the goal of my board and the communities here saying, okay, how we plan now for the future. And the future is not what we did in the past. It's not about importing water. It's about capturing water when we have it, storing it, building the future infrastructure to move water to different locations, and then recycling the water, whether it's stormwater, wastewater, and really using it and putting it in the ground or direct potable is a new way that we have regulations now. It's being moved forward in California for the direct potable, that we hope to have that in place to really move the needle on this effort. And this is really what we said is there's an opportunity for us. And if we don't harness this opportunity, we would have failed. And this is really my message to my board, to my partners here in this region and across the 7 states and the country of Mexico. The time for us to deal with how we manage the future of water. It cannot be purely based on more cuts and more cuts. We have farmers that we are partnering with for the last 20 years in partnering to conserve water that we can get in the urban community. We're investing in seasonal farming. So during the summer, they're not farming, we pay them money, they invest that money in efficiencies, in lining canals, and we get the water in our storage in Lake Mead and Lake Powell by Hoover Dam. And also, what we're looking at is how we can do it in a better way, sustainable way. And it's not just about cuts, because we support our farming community is integral part to our community, but also the urban community is also critical. So how we can all work together to deal with this condition where we're seeing a whiplash, a change in the climate. And our hope is to actually develop a very innovative climate action plan that's anchored in what we see is the need for new local water supply, storage, more storage, whether it's underground storage in our reservoirs, above ground storage, and also building the future infrastructure to move water in different directions. I call it the climate change or the climate adaptation infrastructure. We have to be able to move water in different directions in the system. In my area, actually, we had to implement some major projects to ability to move water against the intent of the conveyance system that we put in place. We built a storage facility in 2000 in one area. It's called Diamond Valley Lake, and it's a above ground storage. It's 800,000 acre feet, and an acre foot is usually, it's I think in about 1,200 cubic meters. But that's enough for us to sustain us probably for a year or so. And we were using it. We're running out of water at the time, but now we're refilling the reservoirs. We're filling everything with the rain that we have. But that's not enough. And what we're saying is we need to move forward and address. So we're looking at, we have a climate action plan. We're looking at how we can better manage the water when we have it, how we can change the landscaping and the water usage in our communities. The water we're using today in Southern California is the same that was used 40 years ago, in spite of the increase in population. The per capita use in every home is down to 40 gallons per capita per day. However, we still have an issue on the outside. People love their grass. They love to water their grass. And that's a change that's happening. And we are now incentivizing people, paying people money, $2 to $3 a square foot, to replace their grass with native plants that uses less water. We're putting technology on the meters to have people manage the water usage on their phone. We're building the largest recycled water project for reuse, 150 million gallons a day. And that's moving forward to really capture and treat water and put it in the ground or reuse it, hopefully direct potable use if we can, by hopefully regulations will be ready next year to put in place. But also utilizing our large facilities that we have to create clean energy. We have a request for proposals out on the street. We did initially a request for interest. We had 9 large properties that wanted innovative partners from the private industry to come give us ideas of how we create energy through solar, through wind, because that's part of our efforts. As we build the infrastructure of the future, we want to make sure that also we are not causing impact on the climate. So that's really investing in the future and increasing resiliency is the game that we are taking on right now. And I said, nature gave us a lifeline, and we need to take advantage of it. Time is not on our side, and we are moving forward with identifying the gaps we have in storage, in water supply, and conveyance, to really be able to invest. And it's going to take us working together on how we pay for it. And the question is, at the end, is affordability, how we ensure that we are being fair to the communities that cannot afford this, disadvantaged communities, but also being fair to people, because you cannot balance the entire system and build the resiliency on the backs of people buying water, because I'm giving money to people to use less water. But in a way, my business, if I was a private business, I'll be out of business soon, because my water sales are going down. So I'm selling about 1.2 million acre feet of water. So multiply that by 1,000, 1,200 to go to cubic meters. 10 years ago, we were expecting to sell 2.3 million acre feet of water. Every 100,000 acre feet of water for me is $100 million in revenue. Last year, I lost $200 million in revenue. This year, I'm going to lose $200 million in revenue. I'm using my reserves, but that's just not sustainable. But also the investments that we're looking at for the future is going to be us investing in new recycled water, brackish water desalination, conveyance, storage, and that's going to cost a lot of money to upkeep the system too. So we're seeing costs going up, our revenue is going down, and we're saying to everyone, part of the climate adaptation is not just building the infrastructure and building the tools to do it, but also how we pay for it. And that's what I call the new business model for us as water agencies, because I don't think we can afford to only charge based on water use and water consumption. It has to be based on investments in the infrastructure. And the power utilities in California and in the States are ahead of us, and they've done that, where the infrastructure investments are really transformed into a cost across our agencies. It doesn't matter if you buy electricity or not, you're still going to pay into resiliency. And then when you buy electricity, you are paying for that use. When water, it's only when you buy water, and that does not support us. So we're changing the game, hopefully, not only changing the future, but also changing how we pay for it. Keeping in mind, we have to ensure that people are not bankrupt. There's a lot of communities that cannot afford this. So we're trying to figure out how we can support our communities in moving forward. The last thing I want to talk about, there's regulations moving forward. I know there's a regulation right now to ensure that all grass in Southern California, actually in California as a whole, that's not being used for either recreation or for parks, cannot be watered by drinking water. And we are actually incentivizing the replacement of the grass with native plants. And there's a regulation right now, state regulations, that has passed our assembly and the Senate. Now it's going to the governor to sign, that bans this and forces people to replace it. But also we're given the carrot saying, we have money from the state. I applied for money from the federal government to use that money to help incentivize people to put the money, because we estimate that in Southern California, in my service area, if I do replacement of this turf that we call non-functional turf, we can save 300,000 acre feet of water. That's a huge chunk of water that we can do it, and we have an opportunity. But also we're partnering with our farmers. We have a partnership with the tribes, the Indian tribes. We have partnership with the water districts, where we're paying them money to not farm during the summer And then they use that money to help line canals so they don't have loss of water. They use technology for efficiency use and reservoirs to pump back and recycle. There's a huge potential, but it's not about, we have to be on the same boat, working together, looking at new tools, new innovation. We're using AI as a new way of predicting, because the past cannot help us predict the future. So we're using mapping by planes to map our snowpack and understand how much water is in the snowpack, but also putting sensors in our watershed to know how dry the watershed. And then you look at the models to help you understand how much water will make it into your rivers and waterways. Because before, we just relied on the snowpack and our prediction was always off. Either we predicted too much water or we predicted too less water. So we need to use new tools. That's what I call the innovation. The integration, we all recycled water, storm water, and all that has to come together because every drop counts. Working with farmers, that's collaboration. Working with our partners across the board, with the state and federal government. The country of Mexico, so for example, we're working with the country of Mexico on some investments that the federal government is looking at, where we can recycle water, clean up the water, and then with that can help us reduce the consumption that they will need from the Colorado River. The same thing we're doing here through storage. We're putting a lot of water now in Lake Mead and Lake Powell. It almost ran dry. This month, at the end of the month, we're celebrating a groundwater basin that we are using for recharge of 300,000 acre feet that we can pump out. We are partnering with the groundwater masters in our area to find how we can put water when we have it in different agreements. We need new tools, new ideas, new innovation. It's a private-public partnership. It's best public-public partnership that we need. And at the end of the day, we need to take care of people. Our job is to uplift communities and take care of it. And in California here, in Southern California, I'm proud that actually I'm partnering with our labor communities, generating jobs. This Pure Water project that we are celebrating, hopefully trying to accelerate the delivery. We was able to get regulations to help me do a progressive design build, can create 50,000 jobs in the community. We did a project labor agreement with the partners and labor partners that 60% of the workforce in every project we have will be locally sourced in the community to create jobs. And 15% are from at-risk community members, people who are homeless, veterans coming back to work, people that need a second chance. So we're starting the training programs and looking at ways that we can create jobs for communities as we invest in the infrastructure. And that's, to me, is what we're here for, is to collaborate, work together, build communities, build resiliencies. And I'm very proud that we're changing the game here. And I know a lot of you are looking at the same challenges we're facing. But today I wanted to share with you what we're doing, and I really value the time you gave me. I would have loved to be in Portugal. Hopefully, Nino, I can be in Portugal soon and see Lisbon and Porto and many of the beautiful places. I know how generous a country you are and great people, and appreciate all of you, and I'm open for questions. Thank you very much.
And before Adel leave the session, I invite our audience to ask questions to our guest. E antes de Adel deixar a sessão, convido a nossa audiência a colocar questões ao nosso convidado.
Hello, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Since California has already around 20% of treated wastewater reclaim, I was asking, which measures are you taking to equalize and making the storage to supply the wastewater to farmers and so on?
Yeah, it's interesting. We are, and we are building the largest recycled water project by Long Beach area, Carson. It's 150 million gallons a day called Pure Water Southern California. As you know, Orange County has built a 130 million gallon a day project for groundwater recharge. LA, City of Los Angeles, and we're looking for partnership with City of Los Angeles to add and connect Pure Water Southern California with the project in LA and hopefully get 300,000 acre-feet of water. But also I'm partnering with Arizona and Nevada on this project too. Arizona and Nevada have an interest that if I recycle water, then there is less water I'm gonna use in Colorado River. For the farmers, the same interest. If I are using more recycled water, if I'm storing more water here and able to use more water locally here, that means there's more water available to us because in the Colorado River, as you know, it's over allocated, everybody's fighting for it, and farmers are the highest senior right holders. But there's a partnership there. And so the more water we can recycle here and store and reuse, the less water we'll have to use from the Colorado River. So that makes it available to others. But that's a partnership. And what I'm saying is also people have to invest in us. We can't be the ones paying for it and then everybody else getting the benefit. And that's the discussion we're having with the federal government, having with our partners across the 7 states and the country of Mexico. There is a benefit that we need to do. So we're gonna recycle that water. We have in the vicinity, we have groundwater in Southern California, especially in the LA region, there's groundwater basins. And there is a potential capacity of about 1,000 acre-feet of water that we can put on the ground. The only thing is we need to have agreements. And that's the agreements I'm working in. In the past, the agreement was you have to buy water from me first, and you have to take it and put it in. I think these agreements have to change. And I'm saying to people, I'm willing to put water that we have extra of it in the ground as long as I have an agreement with you to take it out. So I'll borrow that space or lease it from you versus you have to buy my water. So there's a lot of new tools that we're looking at. The water coming from Northern California, we're finding ways that we can store the water in different places. I told you we have one in Antelope Valley Kern that we're gonna open up end of the month. It's about 300,000 acre-foot storage, and phase 2 will be doubling that. There is discussions about Sites Reservoir up in Northern California. We're also looking for, every drop that we can, there's Coachella Valley and Palm Springs that we are putting water in the ground as a partnership. Whereas the Diamond Valley Lake in the eastern part of the region. I'll tell you by the end of this year, we will have 3.3 million acre-feet of storage in Metropolitan of water. That's enough for 3 years. And what we had at the end of last year, we're down to almost 1 million acre-feet. So in less than 9 months, we're able to triple that. But that's more have to be done. And the biggest thing for me, the challenges that we saw recently was the conveyance. When you build storage, you have to be able to have access to it and move it and put it in the system. And also what we're seeing right now is in Northern California, we have a lot more water that we can't bring in because the conveyance system doesn't allow that to happen. So we need to figure that out. And that's what we're looking at as part of this climate adaptation. Farmers will benefit from it. We pay farmers to not use water, to use efficiency, to find new tools. But at the same time, by us investing in local water supply, conservation, local water, then we can put more water in the reservoirs. So when the Colorado River goes down, they have access to water. The same thing in Northern California and Central Valley, the same thing. If we are working together and storing water when we have it, because that's the future. Is you have to be able to manage water differently. Is when you have water, you need to store it. So when you don't have water, you're able to tap into your resources.
Thanks.
Sure.
There's any questions in the audience? So no more questions. Thank you, Adel, for your enlightening presentation.
Thank you very much, and you have a great day and evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A nossa próxima convidada é Catarina Freitas, Diretora Municipal do Ambiente, Estrutura Verde, Clima e Energia na Câmara Municipal de Lisboa e vogal do Conselho de Administração de Lisboa é nova. Catarina Freitas vai falar sobre Water, Energy, Food Nexus in Lisbon's Agro-System, a Contribution Towards Climate Transition.
Olá, boa tarde, estão a ouvir? Acho que sim. Então, em primeiro lugar, felicitar a TEJ Atlântico por mais esta 7ª edição dos Caminhos da Água e da Inovação, com um tema muito importante, dedicado à ação climática e como é que a água se cruza com isto. E também agradecer o convite dirigido à Câmara Municipal de Lisboa. Eu pediram para fazer a apresentação em inglês, portanto, perguntava o que é que eu faço agora da minha vida. Falo em português, em inglês? Não? Shall I shift to English? Como é que é? Senhor Dr. Marcos, you are the boss.
I think you can do it in English.
In English? Ok. Pronto. Right. Então, the idea was to share with you what is the approach we are following in Lisbon to promote this water, energy and food nexus, and how is this impacting and contributing to our climate action. So I will cover basically these 3 topics. First of all, give you an insight on worldwide food systems. How are we trying to integrate the water, energy and food nexus in our projects and policies in Lisbon? And what are ongoing projects that will promote this connection? So, you were stealing me you actually stole me some British potatoes that I will show afterwards. Okay, so this images more or less shows you, this is our actual food system. I mean, people, they claim to have, for example, strawberries in Christmas Eve, so totally out of season, or have mangoes from elsewhere in the world. And this food system has a huge energy footprint and carbon footprint behind it. And so those are my potatoes, not yours. And the UK used to be, and there's a lot of literature on these food issues in UK, and they used to be the biggest European potato producer. And now they are currently importing 350,000 tons per year. The same with fruits. You also tried to have my apples and pears. So actually, now they import more than 70% of apples in the UK. They travel more than 10,000 miles, which is a huge journey to get to our plate. And why? Because they have actually destroyed in the past 30 years 60% of apples orchards in the UK. More or less the same story with pears. Actually, they are mainly imported from Argentina, and you can see that the production of pears fell for more or less 22% in this decade. And so, if you look at this picture, I mean, you say that I thought that we were going to eat something exotic tonight, not just a traditional Portuguese meal. And the doctors answered, oh yes, we are eating exotic, because the potatoes, they came from Canada, peas from Kenya, and lamb from the New Zealand. So this is a joke, but actually it's what's happening now. And those figures are important, because Okay, so if you see, you have different periods of time, and from January 2021 to October 2022, the rise in the price of imported agricultures in Portugal was nearly 30%. Okay, so this is real numbers. So we are not producing locally, and we are importing more. And what we are reporting, the price, you know, the reason why is really rising. So, we are doing that knowing that to have clean water, to have energy and food production, to have, you know, healthy natural ecosystems, they are in an increasing pressure, and there are many reasons for that. So we are importing, knowing that we are a little bit vulnerable concerning these needs. We also know that food and energy production are major water users. We also know that water is used for agricultural production, along with the entire supply chain. The production of food, production and supply of food is really linked with the use of energy. In fact, it accounts more or less for 25%. And energy, on the other hand, is needed to produce, transport, and distribute food, extract, pump, lift, collect, transport, either water and wastewater. So really, there's this nexus on water, energy, and food. And I'm just doing a statement because I didn't arrange this presentation with Andrea Robini, because he talked more or less about these issues this morning. So I think that, and what our strategy is really trying to have this approach and understanding that the water, energy, and food are not separate entities. On the other hand, they are really, it should be considered like a single entity. And why? I mean, it's really simple, because we need water to grow food, then we need water to produce energy. On the other hand, we need energy to collect, treat, and distribute water that we use for several uses. We need energy to transport food. We need food to feed our overall population, and we can also use food to produce energy. We were trying to make like a benchmarking with these concepts and what's happening in Lisbon. And concerning water, I mean, those are really projects or ideas that we are trying to put in place. And in respect to water, I mean, to recover, treat, and reuse the wastewater, mainly for non-potable uses. And I was here last year to share with you some of the projects we are developed with the Tej Atlantic on the irrigation of some parks, urban parks. We are also trying to look for other sources or other origins, like that allow us to promote water mining, and also establishing rainwater harvesting systems in buildings. Then, I mean, if you walk around the city, you have heard about PGDL, so it's really installing a citywide stormwater management and trying to get also to use part of that water in also non-potable uses. In terms of energy, of course, that is important to promote implementation of local production, energy communities, etc., on housing, buildings, and also urban blocks. Also to improve energy efficiency on our major energy consuming sectors. I mean, and Lisbon is an urbanized city, it's a capital city, so we have huge consumptions on transportation, that mainly daily commuting, as well as on buildings, including housing and services. And we are also trying to reduce energy intensity in services and goods. In terms of food, I mean, those are ideas that we are trying to put in practice, reduce the food wastes, reuse food wastes, and there are some also interesting projects on composting. We are trying to establish new forms of urban agriculture that can really use less water and use less space. So this, there's an example of vertical farming next to NEC, if you want to visit it. We are also encouraging the implementation of green rooftop in buildings and urban facilities, promoting the city and reinforce city green infrastructure, adapt these green areas to food production, and also improve biodiversity by renaturalization of certain areas and restoring natural habitats. If you look at our territorial area, so Lisbon is more or less 10,000 acres, more or less 40% of which are still green areas. Of course, that Monsanto Forest Park is a huge contribution. Luckily, we have Monsanto. And part of these green areas are still agricultural areas. So this is what we need to look at if we want to promote this water, energy, and food nexus. We have good numbers, but I mean, if you look at what's been happening for the past 30 years, you'll realize that between 1995 and 2018, we have, this is the increase in its more or less 600 acres of new artificialized areas. And then you have all these areas that reduced, which are forests, agricultural areas, etc. This is in Lisbon municipality. So we really need to cherish what we have and try to, it's a very difficult equation, okay, in a capital city to try to gather more areas to produce local food. Okay, so now some figures on energy. So like I mentioned before, transports and services and residential. So those two subsectors, they are, I mean, they represent the building sector, are the most energy users. And in terms of water, and I think that I've shown this slide before, we have also these big figures. 55 million of cubic meters per year are consumed in the overall city of Lisbon. And among that number, more or less 4.4 million cubic meters per year are used by the municipality of Lisbon. And in these 4.4, more than 75% are non-potable uses, including the irrigation of our urban agro-parks. So I know that ADP now has very interesting numbers, but we have done also some calculations together with the Energy Agency, and to transport all this water, more or less for a distance of 100 kilometers away from Lisbon, to get to the city, this is the energy footprint behind it. So and we have a fantastic local resources. Our 3 wastewater treatment plants, and they produce, I think they discharge annually more than 60 million, more or less. Marcos, you've told me that numbers some weeks ago. No, 63, something like that. So, yes, the 3 in Lisbon. So imagine, you know, the source we have there that we can use either for municipality non-potable uses as other city non-potable uses. Okay, food. So currently we have 22 agro-parks. They have more or less 950 allotments, and they occupy more or less that area. We also have one vineyard that occupies more or less an area of 2 acres. And the average consumption of vegetables in the municipality of Lisbon is that number, 103 kilograms per person per year. So, I mean, it's a very simple calculation. We will never be self-sufficient in terms of vegetable needs. We know that. I mean, we would need more than 1,000 acres to produce our vegetables, but we can, and I think that's our purpose. We can produce some of them, not all amount, but part of it. Here you have the location of our agro-parks. They are more or less spread around the city. Of course, that in that Eastern Park, there's more space. You have more areas. And also here on the, there's someone from Lisbon there. Teresa, qual é o nome daquele corredor, deste corredor verde? Hã? Oriental, okay, Eastern Green Corridor. I'm still coping with the names of green corridors in Lisbon. Okay, so you have some pictures. Those are very recent pictures, so there's really something happening there. A lot of families that are really benefiting from this local production, which is an extra income for their family, okay? And also, we also have realized that there are a lot of, you know, like social connections between the families. So it's also in terms of social cohesion, it's also interesting. And here is our vineyard. We have done the harvest late August. If you check in the supermarket, I think in a few months' time, you will have these bottles of Corvos Lisboa, which is the brand of the wine that is produced in our vineyard. And what you see there, here, it's Lisbon Airport. So it's really very close. And actually, we were harvesting, seeing all the planes that were landing in Lisbon. Okay, so how can we connect all these issues? So we have these productive land. They are now benefiting more or less 1,000 families. They produce more or less 18 tons of fresh vegetables per year. And you can also do some calculations. And by producing this vegetable here, not elsewhere, we can mitigate the emission of more or less 24,000 tons of CO2 per year. So here is really the nexus. So how can we close that? We cannot use, and we are still using potable water or drinking water in irrigation of these parks. So our strategy is really to have reclaimed water or a non-potable water distributed to these agro-parks so they can be irrigated with this resource. Just to finish, okay, there are other issues going on in terms of water efficiency in Lisbon. You have here a big list. I think that I will move to this slide, because apart from looking at urban water cycle and trying to have this reuse plan, mainly based on reclaimed water, we are also looking at, for example, underground parking areas where we can get water, okay? Because some of these parks, they impact with our underground resources. So there's a lot of water that have to be pumped continuously, and this water is dropped in our drainage system. So we can really collect that water and use it as well. And then we have a huge resource that is from EPAL, which is the Aqueduto de Águas Livres. And we have actually developed a study with Lisboa Nova. We have, how can I explain? We have divided the city in different elevated areas. And what we are trying to do is, I mean, all the treatment, wastewater treatment plants, they are located at a low level, okay? So because they drop the wastewater treated in the river. So we have these low-level uses, and then in the up-level uses, we were willing to use the água of Aqueduto de Águas Livres. Of course, that we can only do it in a partnership between Tejo Atlantic, EPAL, and also the municipality of Lisbon. So, I mean, I don't know how to draw very well. I had the help of Teresa, she's right there. And I mean, this is our vision. I mean, I'm sorry, but the drops should be maybe designed in a more, Marcos, you need to help us, huh? Please, even the colors, you like the colors. Okay, so this is basically what we need to do in Lisbon. I mean, there are a lot of non-potable uses that should not be fulfilled with drinking water. So the city has to, you know, really move forward so that we can do that. And actually, this Água Mais and this wastewater use was one of the landmarks in our International Youth Day. And our mayor and the vice mayor, they had like a small audience with the Pope in Rome, in Vaticano. And the mayor told the Pope about this. So people from Tejo Atlantic, they are very, you know, strong on these issues of branding. And so this was also one of the landmarks, and I'm really happy to say that. Okay, so back to the network. The studies that we have done, we have like defining these areas. So you have the aqueduto around here, okay? And these are the areas where there are some old and they are out of use, some networks of EPAL that we want to rehabilitate and use to distribute água do aqueduto. And also on this purple, you have the network that we want to build from the 3 wastewater treatment plants, Alcântara, Chelas, and Beirolas. Here you also have the tunnels of the drainage plan, and we are also developing some projects with the Tejo Atlantic so that we can really profit and use that water also for irrigation. Really, the work that we are doing now is... Oh, sorry. Olha lá. Ai, não. Como é que isto vai para trás? Desculpe. Mais? Ok. Pode ser outra vez. Mais um, para trás. Perfeito. Obrigada. Bom. Agora em inglês. So what we are doing now is really overlapping this plant and this plant, okay? So where you have a location of the agro parks that we have now, the ones that are on building works, so you have there and here, and also the ones that we have planned to build in the near future. So if you overlap these 2 plants, you know where the water is needed, or the treated wastewater to irrigate these parks. That's what I've just told you about, and this is my last slide. And what I would like to point out here is that this project and these ideas have a lot of potential to be replicated around Lisbon metropolitan area. Why? Because I don't know if you have this figure on your mind, but nearly 40% of Lisbon metropolitan area territory is still agricultural occupation. It's a huge number, in fact. And Lisbon metropolitan area produces more or less 12% of the food at the national level, okay? So it's also an important figure. And you have like other municipalities around Lisbon that some are, you know, they have more experience on temporary crops, like Vila Franca, Sintra, Palmela, and then you have in the south, Palmela, Montijo, that have permanent crops, mainly vineyards, nuts, and also orchards and fresh fruits. So, I mean, this idea of connecting this nexus of water, energy, and food it's something that, in our point of view, should be addressed at the metropolitan level. So this was my first slide, but, oh Marco, tu desculpa lá, but we are also together with LNEC, we will launch this year these LNEC Lisbon conferences, and the first edition, it's not overlapping your, Marcos? Fica descansado. And this will be dedicated to floods, water scarcity, and extreme events. It will take place between this 18 and 20 of October, and you are all welcome. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muito obrigada por este contributo à transição climática. Agora vamos assistir à apresentação, o arco-íris da água circular, o preto, branco, verde, roxo e amarelo por Frank Rogala. Frank Rogala é diretor de Inovação e Tecnologia na FCC Aqualia e tem trabalhado durante 35 anos no desenvolvimento de tecnologias para a reutilização avançada de água e recuperação de recursos, gerindo grandes projetos para importantes empresas de água e engenharia. And now we will watch the presentation, The Rainbow of Circle Water, Black, White, Green, Purple and Yellow by Frank Rogala. Frank Rogala is Director of Innovation and Technology at FCC Aqualia and has been working for 35 years on developing technologies for advanced water reuse and resource recovery, managing large projects for major water engineering companies.
Muito obrigado. Boa tarde. Estou muito feliz de estar aqui, mas para não confundir entre Spanglish e Portunhol, vou falar em inglês. E vou falar de uma maneira muito colorida, porque
friends are gonna try to move your feet. You see, I am Wonder Mike, and I like to say hello. To the black, to the white, the red.
Isso, bueno. This was the music that welcomed me when I went to study in the United States. This band is from New Jersey. I studied at New Jersey Institute of Technology, and this rap was the first one that actually made it to the hits, the top charts in the US, and therefore it has inspired me ever since. And I wanted to lead you through this rainbow of resource recovery, all the colors that I can find in water. And just like Martin went through the various ways of recovering value from drinking water, I'm going to show you all the different ways we can recover value from wastewater, starting, of course, with the black water, the energy, the white, maybe the toilet paper, the brown, obviously the sludge, and even red, as you have some red bacteria that we can cultivate. My real heart is green, you can see it in my clothes, and purple is the latest addition to our rainbow, not to mention yellow as the logical produce of everybody every day. One of the challenges we have is, of course, our history of wastewater treatment. 90% of the wastewater treatment plants are built according to this technology from more than 100 years ago, installed in Manchester by Arden and Lockett. And of course, since we have evolved quite a bit in other technologies, because the real problem is here we pump in electricity, we pump in energy to destroy value. Whereas in fact, if you do measure the energy content of wastewater, there is 2 kilowatt hours of energy in there in the organic matter that today we destroy with 0.5 kilowatt hours of electricity. So if we can avoid that energy and harvest the organic matter, we would have a much more positive footprint. One way would be anaerobic treatment that has been applied for industrial waters for about 30 years. You can see here now it's a common technology for potato waste or brewery waste or paper mills. But you can also apply it to municipal wastewater, and you would replace the traditional primary settling and remove about 80% of the organics without energy input and producing biogas. Then if you need, you would have a small polishing behind, but you don't need all the sludge treatment process because the solids production of anaerobic treatment is much, much less, and therefore the solids handling will be also much reduced. So that idea has been applied to municipal wastewater. For instance, in Brazil, you have hundreds of these anaerobic reactors as wastewater treatment plants. And I spent 4 years in Brazil and therefore tried to learn all about it. And for the last 30 years, we do have enough technology, enough information to apply this also to municipal wastewater. I designed, for instance, one anaerobic reactor here in Ajman in the Middle East, where of course water is hotter and concentrated and not diluted and cold like in Manchester. And we did work with Aguas de Algarve to test the same technology, the anaerobic upflow sludge blanket reactor. Here you can see about a year's worth of pilot tests that we did together in Lulé. And you can see that the performance is very stable, even in wintertime. You always remove more than 80% of the organic matter, and you produce biogas from the wastewater. Of course, you produce more in summer than in winter. And in winter, as the methane is dissolved, you also get less in the gas phase and more in the water. So that is one thing you have to take care of, to strip the dissolved methane out of the water to complement what you are harvesting on top. And we have a few of these reactors now in the south of Spain as well. What we tested in Lulé is also applied in Almeria and in Chiclana. And you can see that then the methane we can actually use to move cars. We did work quite a bit on improving this anaerobic system, for instance here with bioelectrical stimulation, getting better transformation and more energy out of it and less residual solids. And you can see our job as Aqualia is always to detect good ideas in the lab with the universities we work with and help them to bring this technology to full scale with various European projects that help us along the way to finance this investment. Another way to improve anaerobic treatment is to put a membrane in the reactor. So you have an anaerobic membrane reactor that concentrates the anaerobic biomass and disinfects the effluent, so that directly out of this reactor you have irrigation water rich in nitrogen and phosphorus but disinfected. And of course at the same time you can produce energy and you will have very little residuals because of the low growth rate of the anaerobic reactors. So that we have applied systematically also in various applications. For instance here a full-scale demonstration in a plant south of Madrid in Alcázar de San Juan, where we built a demonstration reactor, 50 cubic meter worth of digester, together with an industrial size membrane to separate and disinfect the effluent. And from that conclusion over 2 years, we can also show that it is a stable and reliable process throughout the years. You get a very high removal of the carbon, a very good effluent that you can then use for irrigation because it maintains its nitrogen and phosphorus. At the same time, you have produced methane. In this case, actually half of what we would expect because we did have industrial influence that also consumed some of the energy. But overall, it was an energy positive operation as long as you harvest the dissolved methane in the effluent. And as you can see, the waste sludge then is much reduced, less than 4 times less from conventional aerobic treatment. So this is now something we have used systematically in many different wastewaters or liquors from municipal waste or from fish canning. It's such a nice little compact box that you can actually use as a sewer mining. If you need some irrigation water, you put that reactor, pump out some water from the sewer and use it as irrigation water or as cooling water for your industries. So it can be a flexible reuse reactor that you can deploy along your network. And one specific example I wanted to show you is the decentralized reuse that we applied in this European project Run for Life with partners from Sweden, from the Netherlands, from Belgium. Each one of them had the opportunity to build a new building in a harbor development in Helsingborg, in Ghent. The old harbors were redeveloped, and they built it with the sustainability in mind, separating gray water, separating yellow water, separating black water, so that you can actually use these streams for fertilizer, for energy, for reuse. And that is where this anaerobic membrane reactor also was very handy to put it into the garage of this building here in Vigo. This is the office building of the Zona Franca de Vigo, a big commercial area. And in the bottom of that building, we built this anaerobic membrane bioreactor to recover the black water and use it for toilet flushing and use it for irrigation. But energy is not the only thing that you can harvest from wastewater. Actually, fertilizer nutrients is another important thing. Today, the artificial fertilizer production to produce ammonia is one of the most carbon-intensive and most energy-intensive industries. And you can see here, as the methane or natural gas price rose in the last few years, the urea, the artificial fertilizer price, rose in proportion because you need about 10 to 15 kilowatt hours of natural gas to produce 1 kilo of artificial fertilizer. So that is where the yellow story comes in. Maybe there's a way to separate urine. Each one of us produces 1.5 to 2 liters of urine. Today we flush it away with 100 times more clean water, and then in the end, of course, it's very difficult to separate, but if you could find a way to separate at the source, that we have a yellow water and a black water stream, it would make much easier. There have been efforts for the last 20 years. It was started in Switzerland with the Airwag project, because it is obvious that about 90% of the nutrients are in this 1.5 liters. Also, the majority of the phosphorus that we excrete is in this concentrated solution, and also the potassium, another very important ingredient in agriculture. The problem is that it's still very dilute compared to, of course, artificial fertilizer. It is almost 100 times more concentrated if you have a dry fertilizer compared to liquid urine. So that is why we work together with the university in Sweden and the city of Malmö and the water services there to test a separative toilet that would actually concentrate the urine. And you can see in the bottom of this toilet, there's a little box in which you can dry and concentrate the urine. And that has been tested now over a year, that it is possible to capture about 80% of the urine that we all produce and make a reasonably concentrated fertilizer out of it. Now I'm coming to the white. Another way to produce fertilizer, Martin already mentioned, is true white. You can actually precipitate phosphorus and ammonia if you concentrate it enough, for instance, in the digester liquids of an anaerobic digester. You can then, with the help of magnesium, concentrate this magnesium ammonium phosphate, and that is also something we are now implementing in various treatment plants, so we can export the fertilizer to Fertiberia. The question is always, do you have a downstream client that is actually willing to take this material, even though it might vary in quantity and quality? So that is then our new challenge as a producer of raw materials, to meet the specs that a downstream client would need. The other white stuff that you can extract from wastewater is obviously toilet paper. If you actually calculate how much toilet paper goes down the drain in the leading consumer countries, United States, Germany, UK, that's more than 30 grams per person per day. And we all learn in Metcalfe and Eddy that the raw wastewater solids is about 50 to 60 grams per person per day. So half of what you say is sludge is actually toilet paper. And maybe there's a way that you can separate at the source. In some countries, you can see people say, don't put the paper in the drain. In Greece, in Morocco, in Brazil, they actually do have these instructions. Please don't flush the toilet paper because it will clog our pipes. Our pipes are small. And therefore, that might be one way to separate this paper at the beginning and solve half of your sludge problem right from the start, if you have the separate collection system in your toilet, as it is done in many countries here in red or orange rather frequently. If you can't do that at the source in your bathroom, we also are testing ways to recover cellulose at the wastewater treatment plant, putting in a sieve instead of the primary tank, sieving out the solids from the wastewater to recover the cellulose material. We have installed our first demonstration plant here in Linares in the south of Spain, and in the Netherlands, where this technology was developed, they already have a few operating where they systematically use the recovered cellulose for various products in building materials or even in bioplastics. For instance, here in one large-scale treatment plant, they managed to reduce the sludge production by 40% and managed then therefore also to reduce the impact on the downstream aeration system, less energy, less sludge, and some value that you can generate from the raw material recovered. Now, next color in my rainbow is red. There are some red bacteria we call anamox that you can see here when they grow slowly, and they could actually replace the traditional aeration basin because they grow very slowly, but they convert nitrogen with a very low energy use. So you could have an anaerobic MBR as a first treatment step, and then have this polishing with the red bacteria to get a very low energy or even energy positive solution. And you can even recover phosphorus at the end with an absorption system. That is a system we are now testing in Madrid at one of the large wastewater treatment plants in Valdebebas. We have built a full-scale demonstration of this anaerobic MBR and the Anamox mainstream nitrogen removal with very low energy use. In addition, in this test, we tried to add some organic matter to the anaerobic reactor, because the more organic matter, of course, the more energy. And there is a new EU guideline that says that all the organic matter, all the organic municipal waste should be separated. And maybe we can use the sewer system to separate some of this organic matter and bring it to the wastewater treatment plant. It is very common in the US, for instance, to have this grinders in your kitchen grinders, so that you can actually mix organic matter into your sewer to enrich it with organic matter, which then comes in handy to feed the anaerobic reactor and produce more biogas. In the US, as I said, it's very common, and there's a lot of experience how to use the grinders and handle then the organic matter together with the sewer sludge at the wastewater treatment plant. Our objective here in this Madrid demonstration is to show that we are energy positive. We do produce methane, more than we need in the treatment plant. And we produce water that is free of pathogens and it can be reused. This is now under operation, has started up this summer with the anaerobic reactors, the Anamox, the membranes, and the phosphorus absorption at the end. Well, in brown, I don't want to go too much into brown because my real obsession is to avoid sludge, even though, of course, we have almost 1,000 treatment plants in our operation, and we cannot always put dynamite into it and change all. So we work on all the different ways to get more out of the sludge with thermal hydrolysis, with improved digestion, with trying to even make biochar out of the solids. There's many ways, of course, that you could take advantage of sludge if there's no way you can avoid it. But my real heart is to avoid sludge, and that's why I'm presenting here this green solution that you can actually use algae directly as a wastewater treatment plant. Algae is the fastest growing biomass. As soon as you get them some sunlight and some nutrients, algae will grow in every pool, in every puddle. And then if you mix the algae with bacteria, the bacteria will actually consume the oxygen that the algae produce and in turn feed the microalgae with CO2. So this is the symbiosis we have generated in our mixed algae biomass reactors, where you can then directly out of raw sewage produce biofuels with the algae, reuse water, and fertilizers. And again, we worked with University of Almeria, University of Cadiz, went all the way from the lab scale to the pilot, to the prototype, to full-scale application. You can see here 4 lagoons, each one 5,000 square meters, so 2 hectares that are working full-scale to transform raw wastewater into clean reuse water and biofuel. So this was the demo project, All Gas it was called, where we use CO2 from wastewater to grow the algae, and the algae will produce oxygen to feed the bacteria, to purify our effluent, and you can see that we can meet very low phosphorus, very low nitrogen, and of course secondary standards. We can even disinfect because this water sits in the sun for almost 3 days and gets a lot of ultraviolet radiation. But our real objective was not only to clean the water at very, very low energy requirement. You need a little bit of mixing. You need a little bit of energy to flotate the biomass and separate it. But all that can be easily recovered by the biomass that you produce if you ferment it into methane. So it's a very simple process and very efficient to remove pollution, produce biogas, and some benefits for the farmers. This has been deployed on full scale. You can see again the 2 hectares of lagoons and then the downstream digestion and biogas upgrading, and even the biogas filling station here. Here you see the European Commissioner of Energy inaugurating the plant and driving away into the sunset with his green biogas energy. We all love football in Portugal, in Spain, in the UK. So if you have one football field, 1 hectare, and it's not difficult to find a football field in any little town, either in Portugal, in Spain, or elsewhere. In this football field of 1 hectare, you can actually treat about 1,000 cubic meters per day if you fill it with algae. And that means 5,000 population worth will be treated on that football field. So it's not that much. You know, if you think towns of 5,000, 10,000 people, they can easily find a football field or 2. In addition, if you use then this football field for algae wastewater treatment, you save the energy of about 20 households. So all the 20 players on the field don't have to pay the energy bill at home because you don't use aeration energy. You only use the sunshine to produce oxygen from the algae. In addition, you produce biomass that you can convert into fuel, green algae fuel. And again, that is enough fuel to fuel 20 cars from 1 hectare. So all the players on the field can drive home on a green-free, carbon-free fuel. In addition, you have half of the biomass left over for fertilizer. So that has been shown by these various projects that we have done on full scale. And today we have a fleet of 7 cars in Chiclana that are driven only by algae biofuel. And of course, I am very proud when I can fuel up my car that is also methane driven at about 5 different wastewater treatment plants that we have equipped with biogas upgrading so that we can convert our methane into carbon fuel, whether it's in Almeria or in Jerez or in Guijuelo or in Lerida. In each of those wastewater treatment plants, I can fill up my car for free with clean green fuel. Last color of the rainbow is the purple, because you can actually tweak algae that they are not green, but that they become purple bacteria. And that we learned from the University Nova Lisboa, who helped us in cultivating this phototrophic purple bacteria. And now we're exploring all the options of this new biomass because it is richer in carbon. Again, we did all this work together with University Nova Lisboa, together with University Rei Juan Carlos, from the lab to the full scale to a demo plant that we just inaugurated last week in Linares, one full-scale plant to treat about 300 cubic meters per day of wastewater with this purple bacteria. You can see here still under construction, but now it's actually operational because it does meet always the secondary standard with these purple bacteria. In addition, you have this very granular biomass that is actually rich in plastic, but also rich in fertilizer, and we tested it together with a fertilizer company in Italy and in France. And you can see that it does have a very positive effect on the growth of the plants when you apply this purple bacteria fertilizer. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention, and hopefully we will develop projects together. I see that Agua del Tejo Atlántico is already in a partner project of our smart water economy. Actually, Andrea talked about that before, that Water Europe managed to mobilize 5 large projects that all focus on the smart water economy. We lead one of them that we call Rewise. Aguas de Tejo Atlántico is in one that is called Be Water Smart. Aguas del Algarve is another one that's called Water Mining. And together we try to reinvent the water cycle so that it will be more sustainable and that we can harvest the full value of water, the value in the water, the nutrients, the energy, the value from the water, the new products, the new services, the new economic activity, and the value through water, which is actually the well-being of a sustainable society. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. We are glad to know so many interesting information about water. E antes de concluirmos este painel, convidamos a nossa audiência a colocar questões aos nossos convidados que apresentaram casos práticos para a transição climática e para a economia circular. And before concluding this panel, we invite our audience to ask questions to our guests who presented practical cases for the climate transition and the circular economy. Please raise your hands.
Frank, congratulations, because I mean, this is the demonstration that we can change and we can achieve, I mean, outstanding results. Just, I mean, unleashing, I mean, the creativity and improving the technology, looking at the nexus between water and energy, and the matter that, however, I mean, we have to deal with wastewater treatment plants, and we need to make them as much as possible efficient and well working. I have a question which is about, I think that we are in a good stage with technology. What is about, I mean, investment and regulation?
As you say, it's very, very difficult to foster change. The water cycle we have inherited is 2,000 years old. The Romans brought the clean water and used it to flush the dirt out. But it's not a sustainable system. Of course, since we've gone 2,000 years in that route, it's very difficult for a supertanker to change. And it's also quite expensive. And part of these smart water economy projects deal with that stakeholder involvement. Are people willing to change? What are they willing to invest as a society, as an individual? Are they willing to go to the toilet in a different way? Are you willing to pay 10 euros per cubic meter as the Danish do and not 2 cubic meters as the Portuguese or the Spanish do? So it touches a lot of different aspects, and the answer will be different depending on the community that you will encounter. I've shown examples of Helsingborg and Ghent where people are willing to pay more for the apartment because it is sustainable, but maybe not everybody can afford it. On the other hand, water is vital. Nobody can live 3 days without it. Isn't that worth some investment and some commitment on your part? Why are you willing to pay gas bills and telephone bills and beers and cigarettes, and you're not willing to pay the 20 euros of water? Do you know how much you pay for water? So in fact, that's another message that we have to convey as water industry, that water today is probably the lowest bill in the household, is the most essential bill, it's the one that can transform our cities, and we have to work with urban planners, politicians, architects to rethink the way we build our cities. But it's a long process and it involves many partners, and that's always why we are grateful to find Water Europe or other partners to help us bring the message to the right people and hopefully change our ways little by little.
Hi, Frank. Frank, thank you for your presentation. It's always a pleasure to have your insights and your disruption, your disruptive innovation. And my question is a little bit more pragmatical, because Aqualia is also a contractor. You act on public market, so like we do, we contract through public tendering. And I would like to hear from you, how have you been able to put these innovative solutions that, like you know, they are not the standard. So for a public company like Águas do Tejo Atlântico, share with us some lessons about how to introduce this kind of innovative solutions in tender documents.
Yes, you're right, Nuno. That's probably the most difficult obstacle, is the public bidding laws that always ask you to have at least 3 equal bidders, or 5. If you come with an innovative technology that you have a patent, obviously there is no 3rd or 4th company that can offer the same. And we've struggled through that. There is a mechanism now in Spain that is called public innovative bidding or buying that we try to orient in our way. The normal approach that Aqualia does is demonstrate it in one of our plants with one of our clients, together with the help of Europe or the central Spanish government or regional Spanish government. So once we have a demo installation that we can show that works for various years, at least there's the comfort that the solution works, because that's another obstacle, is the fear of innovation. Nobody wants to be the first, everybody wants to be the second. So that's why we are first, taking the risk with our own money, helped by public administration, but in our own plants, sweating every night to make it work. So that at least we have the technical argument to convince them, but then we still need to show that the specs shouldn't be specific for technology. The specs should be for an objective or result. And we have to influence the engineers and others that write public bids to leave the door open to alternatives, so that we can actually show that there is a more sustainable and a more economical solution. But it is still a big obstacle in most public administrations that they need these 3 equal bids, and it's difficult to do it with innovation. But mechanisms are underway, and slowly but surely we're changing them. Maybe you have similar experiences from how do you actually sell a new technology when a public authority wants various similar options, and with innovation you cannot really meet that requirement unless there is in the bid an opening that you can actually submit an alternative bid that reaches the same result with the guarantees that you can provide.
Thanks, Frank, for showing such a nice examples of new technologies. My question is, in your experience, do you think that it is more feasible to integrate some of those technologies in the existing facilities, or building new facilities with some of those technologies? Obviously, the examples with the algae reactors, that requires new facilities, but for example, the Dynamox and the membrane bioreactors, do you think that they can be easily integrated, taking the benefit of the existing facilities? Or that means that the future is going to build new facilities?
Well, as I mentioned, we do have thousands of installations that exist and have been there for 50 years, and nobody wants to destroy them. So one approach is always to put another patch, another Band-Aid to mitigate the problem, or even to make the system smarter. We also, of course, have put a lot of control systems on all the activated sludge systems. And yes, with smart tools, with new sensors, new regulations, new algorithms, you can actually reduce the sludge production maybe by 20%, reduce the energy consumption by 30%, but you will never reach zero carbon by just patching up a steam engine. And that is pretty much what we have. A technology from 1914 is a steam engine, very big, very loud, very slow, and difficult to automatize, although you can try very hard and get some improvement. Therefore, I've showed both approaches. When we can rethink everything, we would do it differently. But in many large infrastructures, obviously, you have to adapt and just try to put another reactor that would be more efficient at the end of the pipe rather than reinvent the whole system. You have to be flexible and value what is there. You mentioned algae. Of course, there are a lot of ponds that are very, let's say, not very well kept or not very well operated. Those ponds could be easily transformed into a more sustainable, a more systematic algae biofactory. So there are opportunities like that where you can actually adapt existing systems and change them to make them more efficient. But we do have to be respectful of the money that it costs to rebuild everything and go step by step and take the opportunities. If there is a new area of the city that's being developed, try to do it differently than before.
Is there any questions for our guests? Obrigada a todos pela partilha destes casos de sucesso. Thank you all for sharing these successful cases. E agora prosseguimos o nosso evento com os desafios à inovação. Vamos assistir a um pequeno vídeo de um projeto vencedor em 2019, o projeto SACT 1000, Sistema Automatizado de Gradagem Transversal 1000. Após a apresentação desta candidatura e respectiva entrega do prémio, procedeu-se à sua implementação na estação elevatória do Sanguinhal. Este é um dos exemplos do ciclo de inovação nas águas do Tejo Atlântico. Vamos agora dar início à divulgação e atribuição dos prémios do Desafio à Inovação. Muito obrigada a todos pela votação que efetuaram ao longo deste dia. Chegou a vez de anunciar os vencedores do Desafio à Inovação 2023, cujos prémios serão entregues por Sandra Chambel, Hugo Pereira e Nuno Bruco. Chamo ao palco para entregar os prémios Sandra Chambel, Hugo Pereira e Nuno Broco. Vamos então conhecer a quem foi atribuído o terceiro prémio. O projeto vencedor é BI Formação Business Intelligence ao serviço da formação. Este projeto é realizado por Paulo Grumicho e Sara Mourão.
Boa tarde a todos. Antes de mais, queria agradecer a todos os presentes e aos que apoiaram a candidatura. Boa tarde a todos. Antes de mais... Boa tarde a todos. Antes de mais, queria agradecer a todos os presentes, aos que apoiaram também o projeto e um especial agradecimento à Eugénia Dantas, que nos apoiou muito. Porque o BI Formação? O BI Formação para ajudar a valorizar o capital humano, que são as pessoas. E com isso, colocar em prática as ações que fazem parte do plano de formação e a sua realização de forma a capacitar os colaboradores, não só a nível profissional, como a valorização pessoal também. Às vezes, estas pequenas parcerias fazem um projeto ver a luz do dia mais fácil, mais rápido, mais económico e mais eficiente face às necessidades presentes.
Obrigada também, mais uma vez, obrigada a todos, obrigada a quem votou no nosso projeto. Obrigada, desculpem repetir, obrigada Eugénia, o teu entusiasmo, a tua disponibilidade. É isto que o Paulo disse, portanto, acreditamos que o caminho é precisamente fazer parcerias internas, aproveitar o conhecimento que existe internamente para que os processos sejam mais eficazes, para que o nosso dia-a-dia seja mais fácil e para que consigamos ter uma qualidade melhor e, dessa forma, trazer mais motivação e valorização aos nossos trabalhadores. Portanto, este foi o nosso foco. E obrigada.
O segundo prémio foi atribuído a Sludge Treatment by Earthworms and Reedbeds Towards Smart Cities. O projeto é realizado por Amir Golipur.
Sorry, my Portuguese is not very good. Mas, obrigado pela atenção. This is my PhD study. I did a study in Beirut wastewater treatment plant using nature-based solutions to recover resources from sewage sludge. So we integrated a little bit of the plants, vegetation, and earthworms to remove the water sewage sludge. And I would like to thank you, my supervisory team that support me, and also some of the people in Tejo, Águas do Tejo Atlântico. And thank you very much, and have a good day.
E finalmente divulgamos o tão esperado projeto vencedor. Recebe o primeiro prémio, pinça mecânica para a extração de agitadores. Este projeto é realizado por Bruno Cristóvão.
Muito obrigado a todos. Boa tarde antes de mais. Tal como foi dito, acho que o mais importante é partilhar os conhecimentos. Foi por isso que eu aqui estou. Partilhar um caso de sucesso e com isso permita fazer o melhor trabalho todos os dias e, se possível, amigo do ambiente. Eu posso dizer que sou daqueles jovens que até me ficar no interior. Eu trabalho em Porto Alegre e isso ainda me dá mais orgulho. Em Porto Alegre, com poucos recursos, temos conseguido atingir o primeiro lugar. Muito obrigado a todos. Boa tarde.
Em nome de Águas do Tejo Atlântico, os nossos agradecimentos pela participação de todos e muitos parabéns aos vencedores desta edição. E agora é a altura de passarmos a apresentar a próxima edição do Desafio à Inovação. Toma agora a palavra Rita Lourinho, coordenadora do Departamento de Investigação, Desenvolvimento e Inovação da Águas do Tejo Atlântico.
Boa tarde. Estamos já em cima da hora para irmos para o nosso after party. Eu prometo ser breve. Como estes desafios à inovação que fazemos desde 2017 têm sido casos de sucesso, é algo que queremos continuar a manter e queremos continuar a desafiar-vos. Então, o Desafio à Inovação é uma iniciativa que temos como objetivo dinamizar aqui a partilha e o desenvolvimento de novos produtos, de novos processos com a comunidade científica, com startups, entre os nossos colegas e por aí fora. Portanto, convidamos todos a participarem nesta 7ª edição, que se inicia hoje, dos Desafios à Inovação. Quais são os desafios que temos lançados agora para esta edição? Portanto, o primeiro está relacionado com a resiliência e a eficiência dos sistemas e operações. O que é que se pretende? Contribuir para o desenvolvimento e implementação de processos, de tecnologias e metodologias que conduzam ao aumento da resiliência das nossas infraestruturas e também para a otimização dos processos. Segundo desafio, economia circular. Aqui visamos a recuperação e valorização de subprodutos, tais como água, energia, lamas e outros, o Frank falou-nos de vários, que possam contribuir para a mudança de paradigma em relação ao que são as estações de tratamento de águas residuais para fábricas de água. Neutralidade carbónica, outro tema falado aqui hoje. Aqui pretendemos soluções, ideias, projetos que possam contribuir para a implementação e otimização de processos de forma a reduzir os consumos de energia e também aumentar a nossa produção de energia 100% renovável. Valorização do capital humano, visa ao desenvolvimento de projetos e implementação de soluções que potenciem a valorização do capital humano. Aqui também se enquadram soluções que permitam otimizar processos administrativos que melhorem a eficiência no tempo despendido nos mesmos. E simbiose com a comunidade. É um desafio que procura soluções e projetos que potenciem o envolvimento das águas do Tejo Atlântico com os diferentes stakeholders, contribuindo desta forma para o desenvolvimento socioeconómico dos municípios. Condições de participação. Portanto, para ser elegível, as ideias e os projetos têm de ser inovadores, execuíveis e incorporar vantagens para a empresa na perspectiva económica, ambiental e de qualidade do serviço prestado. São admitidas candidaturas individuais e ou em parcerias. Os prémios. O primeiro prémio de inovação Tejo Atlântico será no valor de 4.000 euros, o segundo de 2.500 euros e o terceiro no valor de 1.000 euros.
Mas esta organização, que é um sucesso ano após ano, de facto é feito por uma equipa residente do Tejo Atlântico, que são quase profissionais na organização deste tipo de eventos e que de facto o fazem com um empenho, com uma dedicação e com um esforço que não é negligenciável. Eu agradeço-lhes publicamente este esforço e queria aplaudir o seu esforço. E depois acho que somos de facto uma empresa com muita sorte, porque temos, e hoje viu-se, que temos um ecossistema que nos permite ter um evento com esta qualidade. Temos de facto um conjunto de parceiros, entidades gestoras de águas e águas residuais com a credibilidade com o trabalho que hoje nos foi apresentado e com os quais aprendemos todos os dias. Temos um conjunto de acionistas, quer o nosso acionista maioritário, quer os outros acionistas que estão aqui não no papel de acionista, mas como papel de parceiros e com os quais aprendemos todos os dias e trabalhamos todos os dias. Portanto, é de facto uma enorme sorte conseguir ter este tipo de stakeholders a trabalhar todos os dias connosco. Temos uma academia que nos acarinha imenso. Vimos hoje aqui várias comunicações de pessoas da academia e de entidades de investigação que nos permitem, de facto, evoluir e que permite-nos libertar o nosso tempo para um conjunto de operações um bocadinho mais terrenas, enquanto eles se preocupam com temas que, para nós, às vezes ainda estão num horizonte um pouco mais longínquo, mas que, de facto, mais dia, menos dia, acabam por nos cair e nós deitamos mão do conhecimento que estas instituições angariam e cultivam todos os dias. E depois temos aqueles parceiros, como por exemplo a Aqualia, que é nosso parceiro de vários projetos de investigação e de inovação, mas que são simultaneamente nossos parceiros de negócio, que constroem, que trabalham as infraestruturas connosco. Portanto, esta é a sensação com que eu saio daqui, mas não queria deixar de vos deixar também uma palavra relativamente à dualidade desta sensação de sorte. A sorte traz-nos a nós também uma noção de responsabilidade e de ambição que nos alimenta todos os dias. E o Tejo Atlântico, e queria partilhar isto convosco, tem trabalhado ao longo dos últimos meses naquilo que é a nossa ambição para o triênio, e temos feito um trabalho bastante abrangente dentro do Tejo Atlântico, tocando um conjunto de áreas estratégicas nos quais queremos crescer ao longo dos próximos anos. Veio aqui um excelente exemplo de um prémio de inovação relacionado com o capital humano. Este é um dos pilares onde temos grandes desafios no Tejo Atlântico, conhecemos-los todos e, portanto, vamos dedicar trabalho a este tema das nossas pessoas. Vamos dedicar, obviamente, trabalho àquilo que é a eficiência e a eficácia das nossas operações e dos nossos processos e também à cultura do Tejo Atlântico e do propósito. E estas são quatro áreas transversais de suporte sobre as quais queremos construir. Queremos construir um conjunto de outras áreas, trabalhar um conjunto de outras áreas que consideramos que são essenciais para deixarmos, de facto, uma marca do Tejo Atlântico. Temos 5 pilares de crescimento. O pilar da resiliência. Hoje, aqui à tarde, foi evidenciada a importância de olharmos para o tema da resiliência com um cuidado acrescido face a todos os desafios que temos. O pilar da digitalização. O Klaus de manhã falava e nós ouvimos muitas vezes a percepção que todos temos da escassez de recursos humanos para assegurar as nossas operações com a qualidade que desejamos, e a digitalização é uma ferramenta essencial para nós conseguirmos fazer mais com menos e dedicarmos o tempo das nossas pessoas, que é escasso, a atividades de valor acrescentado. Depois, e coincidentemente, o nosso pilar central da estratégia tem a ver com parcerias sustentáveis. Hoje foram referidas, se uma palavra eu pudesse eleger desta sessão, seria as parcerias. O André falou das parcerias, vários de vocês falaram das parcerias de uma forma indireta, e na estratégia da Tejo Atlântico as parcerias sustentáveis é um dos pilares, o pilar central dessa parceria, dessa estratégia. E temos depois 2 outras áreas: a economia circular. Nós temos dentro do Tejo Atlântico um conjunto de iniciativas na área da economia circular, onde queremos fazer mais. E, por fim, o último pilar da nossa estratégia tem a ver com a neutralidade carbónica. O Martins Soares falou sobre a neutralidade carbónica. Nós conhecemos hoje em primeira mão estes resultados que aqui foram apresentados, mas temos uma ambição, mesmo antes de conhecer estes resultados, que queremos ser a empresa de saneamento em Portugal com a mais baixa pegada carbónica por metro cúbico de água tratada. Estamos convictos que o conseguimos fazer com as parcerias que aqui temos, com a excelente rede de parceiros que temos em torno desta sala e que trabalham connosco para estes objetivos. Não temos a inovação como pilar da nossa estratégia, porque queremos, de facto, que a inovação esteja presente em todas as outras áreas. Portanto, não quisemos encarcerar a inovação dentro da nossa estratégia num pilar específico, porque queremos, de facto, que a inovação seja transversal a todas as áreas. E dito isto, termino agradecendo a todos vós e passando a palavra ao José Furtado. Muito obrigado.
Hesitei em aplaudir porque sinto-me um bocado enganado. Se atentarem aí nos programas, quem faria a conclusão era eu, mas aqui o Nuno Broco arranjou-me aqui este sofá para eu estar sentado a assistir às conclusões dele. E, portanto, tenho que subscrever, e com muito gosto, o que o Nuno Broco acaba de referir. É fundamentalmente isso que queria dizer, e é a função que é esperada de mim. E de facto, em primeiro lugar, saudar cada um de vós, agradecer, apesar de tudo, aqui ao Nuno Broco o convite que me foi feito, e à equipa de gestão, à Comissão Executiva, manifestar o grande apreço, o elevado apreço por todos pelos gestores e quadros, trabalhadores, cada um dos trabalhadores das águas do Tejo Atlântico, pelo excelente trabalho que vêm fazendo, que têm feito, e para o contributo que dão para o grupo e para a sociedade. Este foi mais uma jornada bem-sucedida do caminho da inovação, e partilho da satisfação e felicito a organização. Estou ali a ver o nosso amigo Marcos Batista, sempre atento, o Jorge e toda a equipa, pelo excelente trabalho que foi feito. Não vos vou reter aqui na sala muito mais, mas gostava de aproveitar esta oportunidade para partilhar convosco a satisfação que temos em assinalar os 30 anos de existência. Não tanto, em primeiro lugar, pelas realizações, pelo caminho de inovação que trilhamos, e trilhamos todos durante estes 30 anos. Portanto, em primeiro lugar, naturalmente, congratular-nos com o caminho que fizemos, com a revolução industrial que fizemos no setor. Mas, fundamentalmente, o que nos satisfaz é o presente. O que nos satisfaz é o presente, é termos crescido saudáveis. Isto é, estarmos hoje aqui bem representados, estão aqui bem representados todos os atributos que construímos durante estes 30 anos. Em primeiro lugar, a realização física. Esta infraestrutura é uma resultante que nos orgulha. Fixámos conhecimento na casa, em todo o país. Fixámos conhecimento, competências internas. Temos um quadro de relação muito estável com os nossos parceiros municipais, com a academia, com empresas. Teremos contribuído para criar este cluster, este ecossistema, que é um outro elemento relevante, presente. Temos aqui os nossos parceiros internacionais que lidam connosco e convivem connosco num quadro de simetria, de conhecimento e, portanto, estamos muito confortáveis na nossa inserção internacional. Aliás, somos disputados por... penso que estamos em 13 geografias a prestar assistência em 13 países e, portanto, as nossas competências são muito disputadas a nível internacional. Enfim, estamos a celebrar 30 anos fundamentalmente pelo presente, por termos crescido saudáveis, por estarmos saudáveis, por sermos robustos tecnicamente, por sermos robustos economicamente e por sermos robustos financeiramente. Isso é fundamental para o que segue e é isso que estamos a celebrar. Passado, presente e, sobretudo, futuro. Futuro num contexto em que esta casa, estas competências, este contexto, este percurso de inovação aberta, onde nós participamos e que convocamos, mobilizamos à nossa medida os saberes e competências que existem no setor empresarial e na academia, permitem, com esta robustez, encarar com alguma confiança o futuro que vem aí, o difícil futuro que vem aí. Como estamos todos convocados, temos todos a noção, para a batalha do século, e a batalha do século é a água. E, portanto, estar com estes atributos nesta reta de partida para estes desafios que temos, não é partida, mas enfim, para o percurso que temos que percorrer, estarmos com esta robustez, acho que é importante, conforta-nos, desde logo como trabalhadores do Grupo Águas de Portugal, porque num quadro de tanta incerteza, temos uma certeza, temos impacto, produzimos impacto, temos utilidade, vamos continuar a existir. Não porque queremos, não porque apenas queremos, mas porque a sociedade, podemos ser úteis à sociedade. E, portanto, esta resiliência, estes atributos são motivos de satisfação, é motivo de satisfação este convívio que temos generalizado. Temos muitas divergências, todos, naturalmente, e felizmente a diversidade é um atributo, é uma característica saudável. Temos todos muitas dúvidas sobre soluções. As soluções de resiliência deviam ser estas ou de outras formas. Temos todos sensibilidades distintas relativamente à fronteira público-privado. Temos várias sensibilidades, mas uma coisa é certa, nós temos que estar convocados todos para este desafio que envolve tudo, incluindo quem está lá em nossa casa, que é a sociedade e que está convocada para este desafio, que não é só do lado da oferta, do lado do operador, do lado da indústria, é também e sobretudo do lado da procura. Estamos a falar da visão holística da água. A água na dimensão das origens, das múltiplas origens, fazer apelo às múltiplas origens convencionais e não convencionais, como aqui é bem evidente na questão da reutilização ou noutros contextos da dessalinização, no caso das origens naturais, da resiliência pelo país, pelo esforço que é preciso fazer, do lado da procura, um esforço idêntico, enérgico, ao nível dos consumos, das perdas de água, isto se calhar estamos a falar também do lado da origem, portanto da redistribuição em baixa, mas também dos desperdícios de água do lado da procura, nas diferentes atividades, as questões associadas à compatibilização de usos perante a concorrência natural que existe por um recurso escasso. Enfim, é um grande desafio ao que acresce questões já que tem a ver connosco, como que o Nuno acabou de referir, que tem a ver com a digitalização. Nós temos, o Grupo Agras de Portugal, um parque de mais de 1000 unidades. 1000 unidades fabris, unidades distribuídas pelo país, o que faz apelo à digitalização. Nós temos uma rede de distribuição conhecida, muito longa, onde a sensorização, o controle remoto, o tema da digitalização, da transição digital é crítico. Falámos da transição climática, naturalmente. Falamos dos temas associados à descarbonização. O meu colega José Martins Soares acabou de apresentar aqui o nosso diagnóstico da pegada carbónica. Estamos a falar de temas associados à economia circular. Enfim, este é um mundo que nos satisfaz, trabalhadores do Grupo Agras de Portugal. Vamos continuar a ter posto de trabalho, vamos continuar a ter impacto e, fundamentalmente, o nosso posto de trabalho é por convocatória da sociedade e, portanto, é para nós, desviei-me da sessão para falar de outro caminho de inovação, que é um caminho da inovação do setor e do próprio grupo, porque o meu espaço foi ocupado aqui pelo Nuno. Eu, ao entrar, cruzei-me aqui com uma pessoa que gostava o Mário Amoedo Pinto. Está por aí? Não. O Manel. O Mário também. Não está por aí, não. Estava por aí. Eu estive no grupo há 20 anos. De vez em quando passo aqui pelo grupo. Passei como acionista das Águas de Portugal. As Águas de Portugal chamavam-se IPE Águas de Portugal e eu era administrador do IPE. E, portanto, convivi com o grupo nessa condição de acionista, convivi com o grupo há 20 anos como administrador das Águas de Portugal, não sabendo nada do que estava a passar, portanto, tive que aprender, e um dos meus professores era o meu colega da administração, o Amoedo Pinto, e cruzei-me aí com o filho e queria... Mário, Amoedo Pinto. Amoedo Pinto. Amoedo Pinto. Manel. Chega. Eu gostava de... Foi de facto há 20 anos. Quando entrei no grupo, tenho uma vocação mais financeira, ligada à gestão em geral, e, portanto, de setor sabia pouco. Foi aqui o pai do Manel que ensinou-me nas reuniões que tínhamos, naturalmente, a Comissão Executiva, era um grande referencial. E quando estava a entrar, vi o Manel e lembrei-me do Mário Amoedo Pinto, que foi uma peça-chave na expansão do grupo pelo país. Tinha os sistemas todos na cabeça, é um exemplo do que acabei de referir, não vou alongar mais, deste trajeto e de honrar a memória da casa, porque sem memória não há futuro. Muito obrigado. Parabéns. Olha, mas agora ficas aqui para ok.
Obrigado, Estado. E pronto. Eu penso que temos uma cerveja à espera.
Agradecendo a presença de todos os que vieram aqui hoje e aos que acompanharam online, damos por encerrada a 7ª edição do Caminho da Inovação. Para terminar este dia em que refletimos na transformação de desafios em oportunidades sustentáveis e na água na ação climática, convidamos a todos para o nosso After Party. Obrigada pela vossa presença e até para o ano.